go. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to wait a second until chat starts reacting, saying hello. But yeah, that's how it always works. I was playing a game recently, and like 3 minutes into the stream, people were like, "Are you supposed to be talking? Because like you've been really quiet."
Oh no!
Oh,
That's awkward.
Every time. So hello,
something
everyone.
like that's happened to me. Yeah.
Hello, Samuel. Hello, Sophie. Hello, Glam Rocks Alt. Hello, Average Bagel Enjoyer. I also enjoy bagels. So, if you're here, you're probably aware that Game Theory just put out a video about Chica's secret party, asking for help from the community to solve it. I feel like back when the logbook came out and MatPat made a video saying, "We give up, can other people please help?" and it was solved like the next day. I feel like that was a glorious moment
Yeah,
in the
was that when
community.
Stocko like found the Cassidy cipher?
It was the not the Foxy search. It was the word search. The
Well,
Cassidy answer.
the Foxy grid has yet to be solved, in my opinion.
Unless Hyperdroid's cooking there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's one of the as I've said before, the Foxy grid. If it has been solved, I can't tell that solution different from everyone else's. If it has been solved, it is just as likely as every other solution that people have posed. So we will never know if it's been
That's how
solved
things
or
tend
not.
to go with FNAF, unfortunately.
Someone was doing the Foxy grid and they found like Jessica or something. You could find some crazy
Timmy,
stuff if you just do it right. Oh yeah, you could find anything in the Foxy grid if you try hard enough. And for all we know, the random person who found something that said like Jessica is right. Like I don't. It's kind of rough to go to that.
Jessica Andrews Cassidy Afton. Yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So.
My beautiful son, Cassidy, Dave, Andrew, Afton,
Gregory.
Schmidt.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a feeling
I
just kind of want to use this opportunity when everyone's all hyped up for Chica's secret party to get a bunch of theorists together. There will be people joining us shortly, and also get as many people in the community as possible in the side chat. And we're just going to stare at the pages. We're going to read through them. We're all going to yap and brainstorm. I know, Corey, you were here last time, right? Or was that just Connie?
I think it was just Connie.
Okay. So we're getting a lot of new perspectives on this who haven't been part of my 5-hour live stream last time.
Mostly because I've been not doing stuff with the channel and other stuff. Mostly because I graduated and then I've been in recovery from that. And
I
then
feel that.
like 2 weeks after that, I got incredibly sick, very bad, and now I'm in recovery from that.
Well, I think did T-Dress just graduated too, so
I also just graduated.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's just graduating.
We're gonna get a lot more FNAF content from like some of the biggest theorists in the space because you guys now have free time.
Yeah, dude, I took 2 different classes that were titled game. I took 2 different classes for my game dev minor that were titled game theory. So I have gone to the game theory class.
Perfect.
Okay, it was theory and design of games and theory and criticism of games, but like they would just shorten it to game theory, and I don't know if the professors had to know. The professors are really funny, so I'm sure they did that on purpose.
Yeah, and if it's a video game class, if they're calling it
it's like they
class,
knew.
There's no way.
Yeah, they knew. They were like, "You're writing papers on video games anyway. Might as well have some fun with it." Like,
we're all nerds here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lungus, for the super chat. We started the stream as soon as your earbuds died. Unfortunate. Okay, so I have a feeling that people are gonna pop in and out just as they become available. So what we should do is just start talking about the facts of the matter, because people in chat were pointing out earlier, they're like, I thought this was a hoax. I thought this was not real. And
there isn't an actual game, but it does exist in this book, at least.
I was talking to the person who like discovered it when they because they got the book like early. They were like on call with a bunch of like FNAF tubers and were like showing them via the shitty Discord camera thing like what this part was, because they were like, what is, because the thing is getting the book early was a huge thing in general, because I think part of the issue is that the rest of the book surrounding Chica's secret party kind of sucks ass.
It's the typical Ultimate Guide, Freddy Files type quality stuff.
It's almost typical, but it's like some of it's almost worse than what we've gotten before, which is why there's been various discussion about all of that surrounding it. However, Chica's secret party is almost a standout. And the thing is I'm worried because it's like, is there other stuff in the surrounding areas that are like about this?
Because Scott just give them this, say put it in there, and call it a day.
What an incredibly good question for a segue I'm about to do, where we're gonna play a clip from DJ Sterf where he addresses that exact concern. And I hope I did this right so that people can hear it. You guys, if you're YouTube, might not be able to hear it unless you're also watching the stream. But everyone who's watching should be able to hear it.
I have the chat open.
All right. Hello, TD. I'm gonna play the DJ Sterf clip and then we can yap. So this should work.
Right.
You know what I would do if I
I just realized my little Discord thing is still the bear.
Boogie Tech.
Fuji, there it is.
Yeah,
I don't know why. For some reason, that's one of the.
That's what I'm here for.
The name.
Guys, could you chat? Could you hear him talking, or like was everyone muted, or just these people? We could hear it, but then it was silenced.
The greatest technology user,
greatest streamer. I will do it again.
You know what I would do.
No, that's wrong.
Your talents are boundless.
You know what I would do if I found that
first will care, now this.
I might just open to chapter 13. Like I'd start in chapter 13, as you would do in normal
It's actually
classic.
called a joke. I don't actually hate GiBi.
Oh my goodness! Like chapter, I might even have a librarian scan it. Like scan chapter 13 for me.
Yeah, you hate GiBi so much. You're joining him on the stream in a Discord call.
All right.
I can't believe I'm friends with a sellout who went on Game Theory.
They said, T-Dreads, we can't hear the clip.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I will play it. I will play it one more time, and then I'll explain.
We all need to shut up so they can hear it.
Okay, shh.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You know what I would do if I found that volume at the library. I might just open to chapter 13. Like I'd start in chapter 13, as you would do in normal classic. Oh my goodness! Like chapter, I might even have a librarian scan it. Like scan chapter 13 for me. Yes, please.
So that was DJ Sterf doing a stream on Christmas, very obviously
chapter 13.
Yeah, very obviously alluding to this because it's chapter 13. Saying that, he'd just have a librarian scan it, just scan chapter 13. So I think
but just
that
chapter 13.
Yes, I think that addresses Corey's question where it's like, oh, do we need the rest of the book to solve it? Do we need to go through other pages? I think Sterf is being pretty clear.
Yeah, I would not be surprised
Works
if
for me.
13 was even written by Scott and he just sent it to them.
Yeah, that's what.
And he was like, put this in somewhere. Like,
it's like put this in as chapter 13 because spooky number.
Exactly.
Like,
because he talked about his workflow with like the short stories and stuff and other stuff when he has subsequent authors. Well, he will write certain sections and certain stuff and then like an outline of the rest of it and has the other author just fill things in. I would not be surprised if he just said this and said, whatever you're doing with the ultimate guide, just use this, throw it in somewhere, and you're good.
Yeah, I know there's people who have been trying to use the number 13 to, like, solve it.
I don't think that.
I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with Narrow Raven's 14 theory and, like, how numbers can be associated.
Isn't the 13 slot in Ultimate Custom Night like Nightmare Mangle or something?
It's something that I don't think matters. I just think it's 13 because spooky number.
I think the only two that honestly think the only two that matter in that is that the number 14 locker is tilted like Golden Freddy's head, and then Toy Chica in that cutscene is like sitting on locker 15, which I believe it's 15 that is Springtraps.
Yes.
And then the other surrounding ones are like, oh, okay, chapter 13 is the puppet, which is more, or not chapter 13, number 13 slot is the puppet, which could be important, but then, again, 15 is Springtrap, 16 is Nightmare Mangle, or, sorry, Phantom Mangle, even less important.
Yeah, with Chica's Secret Party, at least, I think it's probably just a case of spooky number, unlucky 13.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I'd like to thank Mio for gifting a membership, as well as Just Because, and Samuel Doherty for £2 saying Chapter 13 because Toy Chica is William Afton.
So true.
And that's something
Speaking of Toy Chica being William Afton.
That's something that T-Dreads mentioned.
Her being like, I love laying on my locker 15. This has no significance.
Yeah.
to anything.
T-Dreads voiced the part in the
I
game
don't think
theory
the-
video where
'Cause
he
I
was
think you can
talking
see
about.
Locker 13, and I don't think it's like.
I don't think it's anything special. I think there's just
Yeah,
sticker
I don't
on
think
one
there's
of them.
anything there.
But yeah. So TD was talking about
But I mean,
in the game theory video about how Toy Chica is William Afton, but then there's also like two shadows, and sometimes we associate the shadows with William, and there's like a Bonnie outside, and that could be William. And there's just a lot of like, are the animatronics the animatronics? Do they stand in for specific people? Like, I have a video talking about how...
Yeah, what's going on with like a desk guy being there?
Like,
the idea that you could potentially
specifically
find
Gray
out
Man,
what's in the
desk guy.
box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I have a video talking about how
Do they
the...
call him desk guy?
They describe desk guy. It's like
Yeah, they
it's
say
like
there's
when
a guy
it's like
at
when
a desk.
it's like when it's like when we read Drowning, and it describes the girl in Drowning, and I go, oh, they're even describing her monochrome outfit the exact same as the Charlie sprite in FNAF 6. Interesting that. Like, it's one of those where it's like, oh, they're describing Desk Man.
Yeah, it's like there's a gray man sitting at a desk.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
here.
and it's like, okay. I think some people were at certain points bringing up, like, is this also potentially the like gray person
dude.
in Midnight Motorist? But they have like, it's like a gray body with like a just flesh bald head that's like a few pixels. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably not. I would think I would go to
But
Desk
like,
Guy
who knows?
first.
It could be.
Yeah, until we see it, which we may see it, we may not. I really think we are. It's one of those interesting situations where sometimes with this is we almost have to theorize about it pensively, as we might get this mini game in something later, and this is like a
And then we have to
teaser
do
or
what the
like
book
a hey, this
says.
exists. Yeah. And or a help, or this was something that was supposed to come out earlier, and you know, whatever it was going to be, it has been delayed, so Scott was like, put it in the book anyway, as like a teaser for that, because it's going to be a bit later. That would be with people theorizing that it would be in like 5 laps or something,
Which is crazy, because like this book came out back in December of last year, and I don't know about you guys, I don't think FNAF is coming out this calendar year. I think it would have been mentioned if that was the case.
I mean, again, and it could be because they're like focusing more on other projects, but if it's taking this long, I would be surprised if there isn't some crazy shit going on behind the scenes with FNAF, because like the game was glitchy that we got, but it was like set up like you would think, oh yeah, another year, a few more months.
From what
seeing how long it's taking, it's like they're doing more. They have to be doing more with it, or they're going to
my
release
guess
it
is
and
they're
say, yeah,
trying
put
to
on the back
implement
burner.
multiplayer. And that's harder than they anticipated, because originally it didn't have multiplayer, and everyone's like, what do you mean this isn't going to be multiplayer? And they're like, oh crap.
Yeah. That is also a huge, like, multiplayer adds a lot of other factors. So yeah, that is true.
And then working out the bugs after that point.
Yeah, like adding multiplayer is a massive undertaking. I do get that. Yeah, that does make sense.
What I think is interesting, with FNAF and Chica's Secret Party is like 5 Laps at Freddy's has a FNAF world level. And Chica's Secret Party talks about like, oh, there was this game in 2016 that Chica's Secret Party was totally in, and the game that released in 2016 was FNAF World.
I would not be surprised if, especially because of like people's hopes about FNAF, that there will be some extra, even if it's not like a whole different game, like some people are theorizing, having a bunch of secret levels that you can access. I could 100% see that happening, especially Chica's Secret Party, because like with the certain areas, from what I remember or see of Chica's Secret Party, or the one of the images you could see looks like Midnight Motorist. And there is we know there's a Midnight Motorist level with they have the Midnight Motorist house. You just can't get to it unless you go off track. And that's already there for us to find. I would not be surprised if you ram into the house full force, you end up at Chica's Secret Party. Like you have to bust into the house like a movie, and then you clip into Chica's Secret Party. Like, which I could also see if they want to do multiplayer. Those accessing secret areas with multiplayer on is probably a bitch to figure out. If whether they're just going to turn it off, or they have to do multiplayer for everything. Or they have to figure out like this person suddenly getting moved away from
only available in single player.
Yeah, like if they are adding secret stuff like that, that plus multiplayer could be like really holding them of like, what do we do with this? And when they do figure something out, coding that in and getting it to work.
Yeah, like if something's supposed to trigger an 8-bit minigame, then it can't be available if you're racing online because like you just lose the race.
Yeah.
Didn't
I mean,
some
yeah,
people
you would just like leave the thing, and
Yeah.
you know, if it depending on how, you know, they're probably not expecting huge lobbies. Like if enough people go to the 8-bit minigame mid race, like you probably just have to end it because like no, you know, there's like 2 people left on the track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think ID you were one of the people who got some sort of like glitched message and like people thought it was real lore.
So yeah, that was basically there was a functionality where like if you glitched hard enough by like ramming into vehicles, it would like sort of trigger a thing that was like supposed to be for like a debuff, sleep kind of thing, and you would have to like shake the whatever to wake up. And I spent a good 30 minutes trying to replicate it. But it was basically just, they had stuff in the files for stuff that they were going to be adding in later, like with power-ups and debuffs and sort of thing. And I managed to glitch into the
a debuff, yeah.
Yep. You glitched
I'm
into
sure,
a secret mechanic that wasn't actually supposed to be there, and people were like, is this canon?
Like an early access thing, I'm guessing it's not like a
yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they came out and
to
mentioned,
get
oh yeah, this
files
was
and stuff.
meant to be something for later that's like just a power-up related thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they had the you
like,
mentioned it, but the no lore here
no
under
secret
the mound.
lore here.
Yeah, and then they, it's funny that they removed that. I think because my guess is they meant
so they
like
did remove it.
No, it is they meant like not in general, but in FNAF, if you glitched under that, there's like, okay, we're not putting anything here in the 3D map. But I think people took it too seriously to mean generally and be like, oh, so the mound means nothing, which is a bit stupid because again, it's a small pixel game. They took the time to pixel out that mound. Something's going on there, so they were probably like, yeah, let's just get rid of it.
Well, I'm not sure what you like. The mound is still there. It's just like there's the text. There's this random box underneath the mound that within it says no secret lore there.
Yep.
And while I could very easily see it being like either situation, I don't want to like flat out say it is a case of like there is no like, because you could take it literally and say there is no lore under the mound, because if that stays in the final game, the text, if the text is still there,
I think, well, that's what I was
then
talking
that would
about. I think they
potentially
already got rid of the text.
Okay. Because if the text was still there, that would mean, okay, there's no lore under the mound.
Yeah, because people took it too far, and then you
just saying. Because if it's
but you do have to remember, like with these types of games, we're given so little pixel-wise. They took the time to pixel out the mound and specify it as like a sprite, which means it means something. This was the same issue with like when people were like, oh, the 1983 at the end of the little secret video you get doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean it happened in 83, and now we have like the week before that's like there was also the bite of 83, but that one's a little different. It's like, so now we just know it would happen in 83, and and people were like, what else would, like, this is in here we have the approximation of a living room. We have a TV and a couch that isn't even facing it, and a rug because that's the approximation of things. We are getting the approximation of things in general. He wrote out 1983 in pixels, which is hard to do, which means that does mean something. It's not like, oh, some weird random real world thing that, oh, well, it just aired or was made in 1983. Why would that be? Why would he put that there?
Because it's a
video game. What is the purpose? Yeah, this is a video game. It's there for a purpose. And shocker, it was there for a reason. He was telling us that happened in 1983. So, like...
But that's what I was kind of trying to say with the no secret lore here, is when it first came out, I could very easy, like, it was very easy to see that and be like, they deliberately put the text no secret lore here and the mound to tell us that the mound doesn't matter. I don't think that's the case. But I can, but that thought process does make sense of, oh, they put this here to tell us there's no secret lore. But in removing,
but you have to put it in context with everything else and all other information, and other information is
like,
usually something
so,
like that means something. And
but
it's similar
that's what
to
sort of saying, but like it doesn't really.
What you do, whatever you believe it means, what we've been saying about it, you deliberately have to choose to put the numbers 7 and 8 on a 6-sided die. you could just get a dice model, you could just throw some numbers on there, but for some reason they did deliberately choose to put 7 on 8 on a dice that isn't supposed to have those numbers. And whether or not you believe, you know, whatever people are saying about why those numbers are there, they did put them there deliberately, and we have to at least agree on that, of those are there for a reason.
Yes. You know, I've heard the with the text under the mound, you know, there's two sort of schools of thought that you guys were talking about. Is some people think it means that in Pizza Sim, in Midnight Motorist, they're telling us that there's nothing under the mound. The other school of thought is that they're just saying that in FNAF, glitching under the map, they have not put it there, and they will not be putting any lore there.
Which was what I
that's what I was trying to
figured
get at.
was going
Yes,
on.
yes.
Yeah.
I think it's the second one.
Yeah.
That seems the most likely.
Yep. We have
they were like,
It would
You're
be
not-
funny if it was the first one, though.
Yeah, it would be fascinating, because it's like that, because it's one of those where it makes less
Scott, I
sense
changed
for
my mind.
Scott
There's
to
nothing
have
in the box that I know about.
like it makes
there is
less
something in the
sense
box,
for
but he
Scott
just-
to have like an off area that you could drive to with a random mound that is like
and,
a
and it's
full
not even just the
sprite.
mound.
And then he just
like, there's also the
with
silhouette
a
of a
whole
floor.
empty lot.
Yeah.
Yes, there's like a whole empty lot it's on. A lot of people have talked about, like, is this a building that was teared down? Is it the opposite, where they're like gonna put a building there and that's what that means? Is it someone's grave, which is another popular thought. The idea that that's where Crying Child was buried, which even it could be multiple, where they're gonna build a building there. But William said, you know what? Perfect place to put the body of my kid. No one will find it if there's a building on top of it.
If the mound in
impossible.
FNAF is like accurate, then Susie has a really big dog.
Yeah, if it's a dog, then
Susie's
yeah.
dog.
Which is does not fit with the other mini game in that game itself, where the dog is like, it's very similar to, like, okay, what was it? Ironically, I think it's in Coming Home that Susie says her sister reminds her of a specific type of dog, and it's that
Ooh.
type of dog that actually looks like the dog in the sprite. And it is like a smaller dog. It's like a baby, it's like a little dog.
I do not recall this, but if we can pull up Coming Home, maybe we can look at it. Tyrion,
Which could
$2.
imply that Samantha is in that universe is her dog.
Is a dog?
And in a different universe is a dog. Which I only say this because that was a plot point in Doctor Who, where Rose went to an alternate dimension and they had a dog named Rose instead of having her.
That's so
So
funny.
it's not.
All right, Tyrion, $2. Fun fact, Chica and the guests all relate to the MCI. And then we have Pickle Pepper saying, did anyone ever scan the physical copy of the book? A lot of people are asking that second question. Yes, we've looked at it.
I
yes.
have the first page in front of me right now.
Yeah, black lights don't do anything. Looking through it through light doesn't do anything, etc. But yeah, maybe I have Coming Home digitally. Maybe I can look up dogs. But going back like 10 minutes, let's read the home office where the gray man appears.
Yes,
Because he is
I
weird.
just want to read the entire thing first so that everyone has the context of the entire thing.
Sure.
Yes, he is. He
Because
is
there's so
weird.
much.
He is weird because so often when I look back at FNAF World, out of everything in FNAF World, I look at Deskman and I'm like, the only thing that makes sense is that Deskman is Scott Cawthon, because like it could be like it's I don't exactly think it's Henry, it's not William. Circus Baby never like killed her creator in that way. Even looking back at like, could it be an Edwin thing? It's like, maybe
He still didn't make
if there's-
Circus Baby.
If there's, it could be a
He did not
mimic
build the
thing,
Death
but
Claw.
I don't know if, yeah, like even if it's a mimic thing, that is a little odd and a little weird to have at this point. Like if there was any Edwin hinting, it's not going to be in in FNAF World pre-sister location. It would be afterwards, like. Because I believe Scott said he was talking to Steelwool about the VR game very soon after sister location, which is when I have like, okay, any of this stuff could that, and also, as I've said, the novel series I think is proto the mimic storyline, very much so. So anytime he was writing those, I think any type of Edwin mimic stuff he could have been putting in the games already. However, it is it's weird. Deskman is weird to look at in general because as I look at it, the only thing that makes sense is Scott Cawthon / the game developer, the guy in oh my god, I'm forgetting his stupid last name.
Steve Snodgrass.
Snodgrass, that's it. I love how Scott was like, I'm gonna make a self-insert, and actually he's even worse off than I was, because he was like working at a Dollar Tree or whatever, but he had a wife and kids that he loved. He was like, no, Steve Snodgrass, he's bitchless, and that's his problem. It's
And I'm gonna give him a fake wife and kids who are actually all robots.
Yep.
And
yeah,
trying
because
to,
I'm
like,
again,
ruin
I'm
his life.
sure, similar to with Scott, anytime he needs to show that a character is a bad person, he makes them a bad father. He's like, I love my kids, but what if I didn't? That's scary. I think the idea of him like, I love my wife and kids. What if they weren't real? That's scary, and that's where that whole story came from.
Yeah.
I mean, fair.
Yeah, and Bunny Call too, with him being like, I'm not prepared
Oh,
to take care of
yeah.
my kids. Yep. So Samuel Doherty, 2 pounds, says try eating the book to consume its knowledge. That'll be a last resort. We'll do that if we can't figure this out, okay? The poll for if this is solvable is at an even 50-50.
That's great.
It's a bad omen.
Yeah. I think I would if I was in the poll, I would have the dumb secret third option of we might not have all of it yet, and this might be a teaser for something that will come up later. And if so, who knows when that will happen? But if so, then we're not supposed to be able to solve it. And that's the issue with a lot of new age FNAF stuff, is especially Steel Wool era, where Steel Wool era, we're not supposed to be, like, we weren't supposed to be able to solve the Mimic before, like, Secret of the Mimic. We did not have all the information needed.
Nope.
You know, like, you know, there's a lot of theories that happened pre-Secret of the Mimic that are just completely moot now, because we got more information. But when it came to the first 6 FNAF games, you were supposed to be able to look at just those 6 and be able to solve stuff. Whether successfully, like, written so that you were able to or not, that was the intention. But with Steel Wool era, and even this, you know, what is a hinting towards later, and what is a hinting towards you need to look deeper into this and look back and be able to solve it. And sometimes discerning between those two is difficult.
I am wondering if, because it does mention like, hey, this was a game that totally existed in 2016. I am wondering with this specifically, it doesn't really feel like it's super connected to the most recent lore stuff. It feels like it's connected to FNAF 1 through 6. Because like it's got the Midnight Motorist, it's got the stuff in from FNAF 2. And in general, so what I'm kind of thinking with this is it might be more similar to the old lore where, you can use this and you can figure it out. It just might be hard until we get new information.
But
like,
what I'm using with it is not Chica's
4,
Secret Party like, as a whole. It's the Chica's Secret Party as shown to us in this book. Is this all we're getting, or is this a teaser for what we're getting later? Not like Chica's Secret Party as a whole. Because if we get a whole game later, then totally we can use this for old lore, and we can use what we have here for old lore. However, my thing is like, do we have all of the information yet? Is this all we're gonna get?
Yeah, no, but what I'm basically trying to say is more like we couldn't have, like, we didn't necessarily know in FNAF, like when Scott had Pizzeria Simulator planned, we couldn't use like just the first 5 games to know that. And that sort of like gave us information to know stuff about the earlier games. But we could still, with 1 through 5, figure things out. So what I'm thinking is more like, we might get more later for Chica's Secret Party, but I do think that like from Chica's Secret Party, we can figure things, like at least some things out, even if there's going to be more later.
By setting it, you know, instead of just releasing this, right, they made this whole fictional thing where, it came out in 2016. I agree with you. I think that's telling us if this had come out in 2016, it would have been solvable at the time. And I think that's the reason they made this fictional thing.
Which
the interesting thing about that,
add,
so Pizza Sim had,
I believe it was Kata Kato. I believe it was her, but I could be wrong, who looked at like the Wayback Machine for Scott's site, because she was like, there is a certain time period in 2016 where like, no, so in the time period it would have been released, there is only like 3 days where the day wasn't logged. So there are 3, like, so because with Wayback Machines it would save almost daily. There was 3 days in 2016 where it wasn't. However, those days were at like a height of FNAF hype, and people would have seen it had he dropped it on the site during those 3 specific days that it would have been like, you know, it would have not been on the Wayback Machine or the Internet Archive. But I think I think it's a bit unlikely unless he had like some ARG thing going on with his site where you had to like click on stuff to get to it. And again, something that hasn't been discovered on the current site and would have maybe only been up for those 3 days for some reason.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever
it's
real.
It would not be impossible that he started this minigame or made this minigame in 2016 and then just never
didn't
used
post it.
That might be the more viable option, is that he did make it back then, but he never used it anywhere. And he's deciding to reuse it now.
Yeah, well, so the interesting thing I was saying is Pizza Sim and therefore Midnight Motorist hadn't come out when in 2016. So if this, it's showing screenshots from things that look like the FNAF 2 minigames, and then also a Midnight Motorist
that look
screenshot.
like Midnight Motorist.
Yeah, so it's like proto Midnight Motorist, or it's either all meta, or it's like, this was an idea I had before I finalized Midnight Motorist.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of lean in favor of it being more of meta, because it does have the Midnight Motorist stuff, and like it doesn't really make sense to show this without us having the context of Midnight Motorist. And at this point in time, Sister Location hadn't even come out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But FNAF World had. Ooh.
Yep.
Yep. I personally think
has a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think Deskman. So I can't find this quote, but I know I've read it before, where Scott said that, like, he had nightmares about Bonnie when he was making FNAF 1.
Yes.
And that Baby is like the scariest thing he's ever made, and he's like, oh, I've now had nightmares about Baby. And so I think that Deskman is probably Scott saying, like, look at this new thing I designed.
I've created this thing. It's horrible.
It's horrible.
Because it's not in character for William to be saying it, and it couldn't be any of the other characters because William made Baby with the murder design.
Yeah.
And again, if
it can't be William,
if it was somehow Edwin, it would be quite a stretch, not for theorizing, but a stretch for Scott to present it that way.
Yeah. Back then.
Like, if it was like an Edwin mimic thing, then that would be weird.
It's like, Edwin, why did you build it like this?
Yeah, well, and I'm not saying like Edwin made Baby. It would even be in a way of like, there's mimic stuff within Baby, and Edwin made the mimic, and it would be something with that. But even with me thinking that he had some of this stuff planned out earlier than other people do, I don't think it would have even been this early. It would have been a sparkle in his mind, if anything. Yeah. And it would be weird to do it this early. This before Steelwool approached him, and like this oddly. So just because of logistics and real world timelines, I don't think it is Edwin, even if that is someone you could make a case for. It would be very, very odd if it was. So it's someone in chat that makes the most sense is Scott.
Yeah, and someone in chat just mentions, he also literally says, you deactivated my games, talking about the random stuff Scott made for Update 2.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that Scott literally had a dream where he was sitting at his desk and Baby killed him, and so that's kind of what that scene is depicting.
That would make sense.
That's my
or like
interpretation.
He's sitting at his desk late at night making that game, and he's like, oh.
Yep.
Like, oh, something moves in the night, and his Baby sneezes from the other room, and he's like, oh my god.
All right, so we have a good comment from Railroad Spike. So people have talked about how this book, and then in addition to Chica Secret Party, just like the whole book, reads like it was written by ChatGPT. And listen, you can say that
Chica
about
Secret
like
Party as a section is the only section that doesn't read.
Hey, I've heard something like that before.
You can say.
I know they were like, oh, we're not. I know they've said, oh, we're not using AI and stuff. I would check all of the authors who worked on it and check like the Google Drive and see if they were copy and pasting and stuff, because I would not be surprised if people who were working on it and stuff did, and it flew under the radar if they're saying it so confidently, because it really reads like that. I mean, I had Connie looking at it, and Connie, who has a degree in creative writing, was like, this reads weird. Even if it's not like a robot, it is weird.
I think it's intentionally written that way, though.
Normal. Well, so I think the book itself... Are we
talking about Chica Secret Party or everything else?
Everything else.
Everything else. Chica Secret Party is the most standout.
I'm so smart. I've been paying attention so well.
The book could be slop. The book could be whoever. But based on DJ Sterf's comment... I think, and this comment I pulled up on screen.
Is the only part we care about.
Yeah, Dawko asks Scott, hey, what's Chica Secret Party? And he says, Scott's left the chat. Thanks, everyone. Gotta run. I think it's everything in Chica Secret Party is intentional. Yeah. But what Railroad
Spike... I think it's the only part of the book that is intentional. I feel like they almost released this book just to hide Chica's secret party, and they didn't care about the rest of the book.
Yeah, makes sense.
They ignored 200
Which
pages
could be
of
why
notes
it's like
from
that,
DJ
where they
Sterf,
just didn't pay as much mind because they needed to get the Chica Secret Party section released, and they were like, "How do we release this idea of like a teaser
Just not
or
run it
whatever?"
through AI. We'll stick it in there.
Yeah, which if so, I would say I doubt
At Grok.
Scott would have okayed that because
Oh yeah.
I don't know the man, but I know his art, and he was the solo writer for
Side-Eyes the
Secret of the
Mimic.
Mimic. And I also read The Storyteller.
Yeah.
And I think he has certain opinions about the usage of generative AI, and I feel like he would not be okay with it if it was used.
But with the
I
quality
feel like
checking
if
of the
it
other
was
Freddy
used,
Files
if it was
books.
used, it was sneaky by like a specific person or a specific like someone involved. Less so like I don't feel like Scott would have okayed that.
So
And the Scholastic guidebooks tend to be a little iffy on the quality checking.
Yeah, it's
side,
more against Scholastic than anything
Yes,
else.
that's what I'm
Scholastic's
saying.
always been interesting.
Yeah,
Scholastic pretty much does the ghostwriting for Scott.
Exactly.
For these books.
Who knows if they bothered, to not use AI. But Railroad Spike's point is it's possible. It almost reads like in universe these pages, this chapter is written by an AI. As in, like, they took data from the FNAF 2 minigames, Midnight Motorist, FNAF World, and they fed it into the Storyteller and said, make us a new 8-bit FNAF game, for the Pizzaplex. It spat it out as
this. It says Scott Cawthon's minigame guide.
I agree.
My only potential pushback against that idea is then what would the point be? If it was like, oh, in universe they ran this through the Storyteller and it's not a real minigame, but it's something it made up, then what is the point of it in the book here? It's because if it's telling us that like, oh, the Mimic's messing around stuff, or oh, generative AI stuff is going on,
it's like, we already know that.
That's information we already have. That wouldn't be telling us anything new, and then it wouldn't have been as big of a deal as it is. That's the reason I would push back against that idea.
Hallucinating, then it's largely like, okay, but what's real and what's not? And like not only that, but like also like in universe, the indie dev was Steve Snodgrass, if the Tales books have anything to say about it. But this says Scott Cawthon. So it does seem like this is meant to be like, and Scott specifically said that like in universe, he and the FNAF fan base do not exist as they do in our world.
Yes.
I
think if it wasn't for the top section,
and even like I would love if the rest of the book being kind of weird and AI soundy was on purpose and not because Scholastic is bad. And it was like, oh, that we are gonna like doing a commentary thing. If they were trying that, it fell very flat because Scholastic isn't great, and we were all just ready to accept that Scholastic would just say run it through AI to buff it up a bit.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for this section, like the intro, then I could buy this theory more. But the whole story behind it being that it was a mini game from 2016 that no one found
on
Scott Games, that to me tells me that it's not in universe, that what we're reading is meta in some way.
Honestly, I think the mention of the name specifically Scott Cawthon does tell us kind of where something would lie, because again we can't like 100% say his name is Steve Snodgrass or whatever, but if that's Scott's intention, then yeah, even mentioning him or Scott Games could very well be telling us like, and even a direct year could be telling us that this is not like an in-universe thing. Usually in-universe things are very open about them being in-universe. To take the security logbook and Tickets to Fun, like those are very like, this is in-universe, this is a thing you get. Michael's writing stuff on it. Michael's writing in either his signature red pen or Blacklight because he's bored and wants to do some doodles, and he should have been an artist, but his dad didn't like want him to pursue an art career. Let's be real.
SMA.
And it's very, I feel like the books that release that are in universe are very open about it. Now obviously there's the like, is Tales like or Tales and whatever an in universe book series, that's a whole different conversation. But I do think the guides are so out of universe that like you could make an argument, but I wouldn't see them as an in universe thing.
Let's actually read through just this intro section.
Yes, the intro paper is, I think, very
Fascinating.
important of the Scott Cawthon's minigame guide.
Heckin' fascinating. So, Chica Secret Party, Chapter 13. I think we all agree that Chapter 13 is just spooky number. Despite it saying Chica Secret Party, all the screenshots say new party.
If anything, it could the only connection I was seeing with, like, the UCN numbers is, again, it is the puppet. If then it just does more mini-game connections, because the puppet is usually very connected to these pixelated
the puppet's FNAF 2, and it looks like there's kind of FNAF 2 stuff.
Yeah, like, it could be just the puppet does this with mini-games sometimes, so that doesn't tell us a whole lot, other than puppet involvement, but even then, most mini-games I will look at and go, okay, is there puppet involvement? Because a lot of the mini-games have puppet involvement. If even just as a character in the game or leading you through somewhere is very common for the puppet. You know, in FNAF 2, I'm pretty sure the only game that doesn't have the puppet involved in some way is Foxy Go Go Go. Because one is like the death of the kid that haunts the puppet, and then you have Give Gifts, Give Life, and then you have the puppet leading you through. And then in
Save them.
FNAF 3, you have, you know, you have Follow Me, which, you know, Shadow Freddy has very similar to the puppet in Save Them. There's a lot of puppet imagery and stuff. There's, again, you play as the puppet in the final thing. So the only thing it could be telling us number-wise, I think, is that puppet is involved, which doesn't surprise me, if true.
Mm-hmm. So all the screenshots say Chica's new party. I think Pinky Pill said on Twitter that she made these screenshots, so other people were talking about that in chat, like, where did these come from? Are they AI generated? I think we know who made them.
The AI generated thing is weird. Like, I don't think, if anything, the images in this book are not AI generated.
It's too consistent.
Yeah, no, wait. Oh, it's too consistent of pixel art.
Yes.
AI would not have consistent pixel widths. There's no way.
Yep. I like
and, like, neither does Undertale, but that's human error and not, like, weird AI messing up.
I like the third screenshot because the dog looks like Scooby-Doo. Like, I think intentionally, because, you know, you don't usually have a brown dog with those black spots. And I just think that that's funny.
Yeah, the build isn't very Scooby-Doo, but...
It does look like it. Like, does look almost Great Dane-esque, but yeah, it's not built like a Great Dane. It's very chunky.
Yep. We've all, everyone's looked at these like a million times, and the top three, while resembling things, you know, the top one kind of looks like Mangel's Quest with the windows, but the windows are a little different. The next one doesn't look like anything. The kitchen, we've never seen a kitchen in a minigame before. And then the bottom one is just literally Midnight Motorist. It's so weird.
It's not like exactly Midnight Motorist because the bush placement.
It might actually be like exactly Midnight Motorist though.
There's slight differences, and the footprints are different.
Footprints are not the same, but I think the bush and like that area.
The bushes are not the same.
Yeah,
there is no bush by the house.
Yeah,
I have the map pulled up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. So it's
like both of the bushes are in. Hang on, I'll just put it in the chat so you guys can see it. But like both of the bushes in the Midnight Motorist are like more back away from the house.
Yeah, and they're like, much bigger.
They're much bigger, and also like there's like the rabbit tracks coming from one of the far bushes.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's cut off in the Chica Secret Party. The bush where that would be is cut off.
That's the interesting difference, is that in Chica's Secret Party, like in Midnight Motorist, the footprints are kind of like you can't really tell what's going on. But in Chica's Secret Party, the footprints are like going towards the house instead of away from it, which is fascinating.
It's very weird.
And then I don't see like the big animatronic footprints either. It's just the human ones that are going like towards the house, which could imply like, you know, he says, oh, when he gets back, he'll be in trouble. This could imply this is after whoever he is gets back and is going back in through the window, but Dad already knows. Like something like that could be what that's implying. Or it's implying that because it doesn't seem like it was someone like. Because with how it was set up in Midnight Motorist, the broken window is someone escaping. It has to be.
Yes.
Like, it has to be someone like breaking in.
And the footprints
or
have
breaking
to be
out
someone
instead of breaking
leaving.
in.
Because, like, no one's coming to the house at that point. Like, someone...
Yeah.
And no one's present, which means they have to have left. But I really like the idea of this being, like, later when whoever it is gets back.
Does get back, yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, because the way that the footprints are, they're walking toward the window. Unless they're supposed to be Chica's footprints. I don't know.
Her feet do not look like that.
Yeah.
I don't need to be a foot finder genius to know that.
Let's count the toes.
Like that. Yeah, I know enough about chickens and about Chica's design that her feet don't look like that.
Oh gosh. Guys, I'm sorry the chat moved. I forget who just said this, but someone said that in the Midnight Motorist image is the only one where she doesn't have a cupcake, which is also a weird detail.
Yeah, that's true.
Does it mean that someone ate the cupcake? Does it mean she doesn't have it yet?
That she gave the cupcake? Because it looks like it's like it. From what I remember reading it, it's almost like a giving the ice cream to, or giving those cupcakes to kids in the Circus Baby game. Like there's also that Circus Baby game as an element here, where it's like you have
You're
to
trying to stop
take
the
up.
kids
You
from
have
crying
to
by giving them cupcakes.
Yeah, you don't. I think it's you don't just give them cupcakes. Like it's not an infinite respawn. Like you have to find the cupcakes as well.
Yes.
From what I'm gathering from this,
The descriptions.
From the descriptions, which could imply that they just gave the cupcake to someone, or they're trying to find another one. Like there is. If these screenshots were like,
because it does talk about in the book having to find the cupcakes.
Yes. Okay. Brain blast. Okay.
Yes.
Right to the left of where this image cuts off, is theoretically where the runaway would have gone up. Right. Like the footsteps go to the left and then they go up. So what if the runaway is just off screen and Chica has just fed him the cupcake?
I could see it. I could see it.
That would then bring back the question of what's up with the footprints facing the window, and it's not the animatronic footprints.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, is it there?
Shoes.
Because there was also like, I don't think you could go in through the window, but there was multiple like bedrooms, like child bedrooms that are covered in the description, and any one of those could be like where the window leads, and I believe all of them have kids in it, but I'm not sure. They'll have at least one kid in it.
Yeah, there's a bedroom and a master bedroom and the office. Like, there's a lot of rooms, which is why it doesn't map perfectly to the Midnight Motorist house. It doesn't map perfectly to the Afton house.
Well, because the Midnight Motorist house
the Midnight Motorist house is very, very simplified.
It's got 3 rooms.
Yeah, nothing will ever... The only, like, connection I can think of with the Midnight Motorist house is that you open it up and there is a couch and a TV to give you the general idea of a family room, and you also open up into the family room with a similar TV in FNAF 4, and that's the only connection I can fully make, because all of them are so simplified and not meant to be mapped to a house that, like...
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at the Midnight Motorist map, the child's bedroom doesn't even... Like, if you look at the map, the child's bedroom doesn't even exist. Like, it goes straight to that. Like, you have the door and then the broken window on the other side. Like,
yeah, the minigames are very non-literal. Yes.
Yes.
Goofy
and that's
plays...
With this, a lot of it's probably metaphorical.
Yes. Goofy plays $5, says, the 4th image is telling us that William was the animatronic, as in the animatronic footprints outside the window, and that William is not Orange Guy.
The thing is, the footprints don't go, the animatronic prints don't go to the window.
So if Toy Chica... So I think that this is basing it on the fact that, Toy Chica's William Afton. So if Toy Chica's outside...
The thing is, you could also then argue that Orange Guy in the minigame goes around back, finds the broken window, and maybe that's what Chica's doing here.
And that's what I was thinking. That's what I was almost thinking they were talking about, because I believe you have to interact with the window to end the minigame, so you could say, oh, these are the footprints instead of the other person of... But once again, it's similar to my argument of this takes place after Midnight Motorist, of whether it's the runaways or the person who found the runaway. Then it is a similar idea of this is happening after Midnight Motorist, after someone would have approached the window instead of running away from it.
Yeah. Because, whatever you think the animatronics footprints are, I personally lean Shadow Bonnie. The thing is, those footprints stay by the bushes. Like, even whoever it is or whatever it is, they're not the one who takes the kid out of their room. The kid leaves.
Yeah, it's not like the animatronics. That's why people will say either of the Shadow animatronics or Golden Freddy, because it's like they're there,
just
but there's
standing
no
there,
walking away.
beckoning.
There's no walking towards. They're just standing there, and it would make sense if it's one of the teleporting animatronics.
There is evidence. Yeah. Okay, so right here, the master bedroom. When Chica looks out the master bedroom window, she mysteriously sees Bonnie walking back and forth in the backyard. Does that mean the animatronic footprints are Shadow Bonnie / Springtrap?
Shadow Bonnie.
Or does it mean Orange Guy is William and they're just calling him Bonnie walking back and forth? Like, it could be either. It could be all of the above.
Yeah. If Toy Chica's William, it's probably not William, I would assume. Bonnie?
Well, the reason I would assume that Toy Chica isn't William here is because of the opening thing of Chica's throwing a party. At this party, there are plenty of guests to feed sweet cupcakes and some very unwanted guests that crashed the party. that almost harkens back to like FNAF world of, you know, there's things that are infecting us and they look like us and they're, you know, unwanted guests almost. And again, you know, giving cake to children is a very
my
like,
thought there was more like
even if it's cupcakes
how
and they're
William
called
sort of
crying
presents
babies.
himself, because he builds Circus Baby, and Circus Baby's giving cupcakes up until she kills Elizabeth, and like William presents himself as this friendly person. Ah, yes, I take care of the children. Hey kids, come follow me. I have cake, and then he kills them.
I could see it.
And like in the Silver Eyes
on...
trilogy, and in the Silver Eyes trilogy, he's like, oh, I've sort of like saved them. They're like in the he's not like exactly like that, but he's like, oh, I've created this family.
He says that them possessing the animatronics was their happiest day. That's how that's used in the Silver Eyes, which is odd.
That's why I'm sort of like, if it could be a thing where if Toy Chica is meant to be William here, it's sort of the way William is viewing himself or presenting himself to the kids as, I am saving you, even if, and make it looks to William like this is what he's doing, and he's actually saving them, but he's not. And it's very metaphorical.
If true, you could bring in a metaphor of like, you know, a cupcake versus a full cake. If a cupcake is only a hint of a cake, it's not, you know, it's not filling or whatever as a full cake is. But it depends on, for me, who the unwanted guests are. Because, you know, say FNAF World, some weird William Ghost whatever would be the unwanted guests. Where here, depending on who the unwanted guests are, would
that's
very
the thing.
much decide.
Could be the shadows.
In this, there's like the shadow animatronics. There's Fredbear and Golden Freddy, and Desk Dude, Gray Man.
Yeah. Speaking of FNAF World,
Golden Freddy does not care much for William. To be fair,
I'm gonna get to Railroad Spike super chat, $10. So this is the same person who was saying earlier that this could be like in-universe stuff. The point of it being in-universe is to show that all the mini-games are literally connected to each other. So I think that would be similar to how Shadow Bonnie can, like, glitch between all the mini-games in FNAF 3. Like, they're literally connected. / the mini-games in FNAF World are, like, FNAF World's the overworld, and you can access the mini-games like a video game. So they're saying the meta stuff is like FNAF World. If FNAF World 2 is the next game, Chica Secret Party could be one of the mini-games in it.
Yeah, but even then, I feel like that is something, it's not like crazy information to drop and have to create a whole secret game.
They're all connected to the story. Like,
yeah, like you could just by a choice description of the FNAF 3 minigames, you could get that across without having to make a whole ARG about it.
Yes, unless, you know, for some reason, you know, this is the thing we keep going back to. Is this unsolvable until FNAF World 2 comes out? Because a lot of people think that Scott's comment in Daco's video, when he said something to the effect of, like, we're working on another game, but it's a 2, not a 3. And everyone's like, FNAF World 2, FNAF World 2. So is this nothing until FNAF World 2 comes out? Because that would be lame.
Right.
Alternatively, Security Breach 2 and FNAF World 2 are going to be in the same game.
That would be dope.
I would not be 100% surprised.
I think it would be very cool. Like, one of the mini-games, Arcade Cabinets, is FNAF World 2.
Yeah, because FNAF World was a minigame in the movie. It was an arcade machine. And the second one.
Yeah, which I kind of figured when it came to FNAF World. It is weird to have an arcade game that's kind of an RPG, but if it is meant to be like, especially because you already have a set of characters
in Secret of the Mimic.
If it's supposed to be like shorter or like a shorter RPG that you could just play on the arcade game and they already set you up with a party, then like I can see it.
Yeah.
No. Renegade, £5. Is it possible it's just an out-of-order strategy guide? No codes, no ciphers, etc. We scan the pages so we can cut them out and rearrange them. So, if you actually read through all 4 pages, it tells you sort of how to beat the game, because it's like, to beat the dog, you need the pizza. To beat this, you need the cheese.
Yes.
And so, we've done this. We did this on the last stream, where if you take each section and you assign it a number, like, okay, the bedroom's going to be 1 and this is going to be 2, you can get, you know, a series of codes. You know, you can get that if the kitchen, let's say that we're supposed to go to the kitchen 4th, but it's the second thing mentioned. Okay, so the code is 341, whatever. But the issue we keep running into, and Tom was talking about this too in the video, you know, there's nowhere to enter a number
it.
code. There's nowhere to put it. It's not
Yeah,
Scott's
it's
website.
what
It's,
now what we have
Yeah.
these numbers, what could this apply to?
Yeah. And, you know, that's why I was looking at, you know, Jeff's Pizza, because I'm like, what if we take every room from Into the Pit and, like, we apply it to where we're supposed to go in this, and it just, like, it doesn't map to anything. Because, you know, my thing is always, like, so few buildings in FNAF have, like, bathrooms, and so that immediately, and a master bedroom. You know, none of the pizzerias have a master bedroom, none of the houses have bathrooms, apparently. And so it's really hard to, like, combine this into something coherent.
The pizzerias
and that's the
have
thing, is, like,
bathrooms listed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
least the
they
first two.
presumably exist somewhere, but we just don't see it.
Well, in the
Because
FNAF 1 and 2,
simplify
they
for the
show
name.
on the map where the bathrooms are.
Oh yeah, I was talking like the houses.
Yes.
Yep.
Like in FNAF 4, we don't see a bathroom in the house, but logically speaking, it's not just William's kids' rooms and the living room.
Yeah. It is interesting. In FNAF 4, if you look, when you first enter, there is a door to the left that you cannot open. There's just a brown door there. Where that's supposed to lead, who knows? If that was intentional or just like, oh, I want this house to feel a little more open, or if it's supposed to be like the brother's room, you know? Like, it could be anything.
Yes. Samuel Doherty, 2 pounds. T-Drez acting like the kid at the back of the class. I think you scared him away because he left. And Pablo has donated 5 memberships. Thank you, Pablo. Yeah, I think that, you know, one of the bigger problems, one of the things that I feel a lot of us think is hopeless about the situation is we don't know what, if anything, we're supposed to actually be doing, because we don't know if we're waiting for FNAF World 2, because we don't know if we're waiting for 5 Laps at Freddy's, because we don't know if we're waiting for Scott's website.
Or are we waiting?
Yeah. I think Scott...
So in the meantime, I think we might as well just work with what we've got, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I everyone else, like, gave up on it, but back in January, I was like, I'm not going to give up, I'm going to solve this, and now, you know, it's been 6
I will
months.
also, something I will add when we were first discussing this, is I was being treated like I was crazy for saying when you go, because they mentioned a basement that's, like, flooding, and there's a bunch of kids down there. I was being treated crazy because they were all, because you know who I was talking to was like, oh, does this mean William's house has a basement or whatever? And I'm like, well, if we're connecting like his house or whatever, the Midnight Motorist house to Edwin's house, then the basement probably is like those underground tunnels and stuff.
Yeah,
and,
I was thinking
which
like
we know
babies.
from Ruin and shit is flooding. And I was being treated like I was crazy. I was like, well, think about like the lake. There's like a whole waterfall going into a red lake in Ruin that we see. That underground area is flooding. It's a sinkhole. And they were like, no, that's crazy. It must be just William's basement. And I was like, I don't understand why I was being treated like I was insane.
Yeah, like that makes sense. Like my first thought was, oh, basement of William's house. Like the house presumably connects to circus babies, and that's now
And the other stuff.
I didn't even think about the actual
Like,
flooding. I was a little confused about that, but that actually makes sense with the ruin stuff. And like
and again, as I've
connections,
described,
Red Lake.
how a sinkhole happens is most of the time it's because it's nearby a lake that's like seeping into stuff. And if again, Red Lake, we see the red water in the sinkhole, it's probably just telling us it's from that lake. Is the basement flooding is less so that, oh, William's house has a basement, and more so their quote-unquote basement would be these tunnels and rooms underground, which is technically a basement, and it's flooding, you know, because we know for a fact that it is. There's a sinkhole.
And this makes me wonder, like, so yeah, we see the Midnight Motorist stuff in the Chica Secret Party, but like, is all of this happening during, like, right after Midnight Motorist, or is it like pulling things from different points in the timeline, like the basement flooding?
Right.
Because if it is pulling from multiple points in the timeline and sort of meshing it all into this one game, I do wonder if like that would make it easier to solve if we're not just focused on, okay, how does this fit with Midnight Motorist, or like taking the FNAF 2 similarities or Circus Baby similarities, how does it just fit into the early timeline stuff? Because yeah, even if he was coming up with this in 2016, it's releasing now during the modern lore.
Yes. Which I think the main thing that would affect this is, well, one, Midnight Motorist exists now, and two, probably the basement flooding, because we like have seen these areas, we've seen the in-between, and it floods. There's water.
Yeah.
All right, I want to read the dark basement thing, but first I want to address like 3 super chats. First,
Yes, yes, yes.
Tax the Toaster says getting flashbacks to the Feb 5th ARG incident. So yeah, right after the people were talking about it, someone made a fake ARG, and now if you Google Chica's secret party, that pops up first, which is annoying because people are like, "Oh, it's all a hoax."
Oh, I hate that.
Very silly. Eric, I guess $5 says, "By the way, Corey is a graphic designer. Congrats on the degree, and I'm sorry for the job market you've graduated into."
Yeah. It very well could be interesting. Thankfully, like, it's right now, thankfully, just because of the family and the channel and all that stuff, like, where I'm comfortable, so I don't need to jump into a job. I'm actually currently waiting to hear back from my university if I am accepted into their master's program, and if so, then I have another year. But there is job stuff I am working on and working towards. Mostly, I need to lock in on getting a team together because I would love to start a little spoilers, but I would love to start my own indie game company because I have ideas but cannot program. So, don't no one email me. I know programmers. I graduated with them. All right.
You don't get.
I don't want any emails
flooded.
or anything about this. I'm working through it in my own time.
All right, Samuel Doherty. Samuel Doherty, £5. What if the screenshots are telling us where to go in 5 laps while playing as Toy Chica, but because it got delayed, it means nothing at the moment?
Ooh,
interesting thought. It would almost be like...
I mean, it's worth a shot whenever it comes out.
We got to crash into the Midnight Motorist house as Toy Chica. And Tyrion, this is actually interesting. Each room relates to one of the 10 mainline games. So it would be like the Dark Basement could be Ruin, and the Desk Man could be FNAF World, something like that.
I could see that.
Time for me to
I could see that
thing.
Yeah, let's try to associate.
I'm sure someone made like a grid listing out all the rooms. Maybe not placement, because I don't know if that'll tell us anything, or if they tell us the placement. But
I'm going to read through Dark Basement, and then we can try to do that. So not only is the basement dark and creepy, but it also has a pipe. But also a pipe is broken, and the basement is filling up with water, kind of ruin coded. There are 3 crying babies that need to be fed cupcakes and saved, each one strategically hidden within the dark basement. Once you feed a baby, the little one stops crying and floats happily onto the rising water and safely out of the basement window.
I don't think that's how that works.
Chica must save the babies within a 3-minute time limit.
Yes.
So weird.
Which, who knows if they mean once you enter the room or once you start the game and you need to get to the basement babies first. Which, by the way, referring to them as babies is so weird. Yeah.
Because that implies children. And, like, if this is Ruin related, we've got Cassie and Gregory maybe, because Gregory's voice lines in the elevator are pretty interesting. He says, like, it's been stuck down here a really long time, as though Gregory is also in the vicinity, and and he's able to reach you better from the basement. My current theory is he's in the sister location area underneath, and that ruined, like, post-ruin,
or they just know, like, the general, or he's
there.
Because he was, like, trying to contact Cassie all night and stuff. It's possible with how the radio works, they just needed to get closer, so they could even be above ground.
Yeah.
So Tyrion is saying...
it is a matter of closer. Yeah.
Tyrion, it looks like you're saying that the order of the paragraphs on the pages actually correspond to 1, 2, 3, 4, sister location, pizza sim, help wanted, security breach, secret of the mimic. Is that likely? Or is that accurate? Let me pull these up. Oh my gosh. I have so many pages. So we have Chica, the crying babies, the shadow figures, so that doesn't really tell us anything on page 1. So the first thing on page 2, like the first room we learn, is the house. It's a maze of adventurous goals with 10 crafty levels. Oh no, that's not the levels. Okay.
It does say there are 10 levels, though.
10 levels, the levels. So it would...
There's 2 bedrooms and a secret room, a bathroom, a kitchen, a dining room, a living room, a home office, a garage, a basement, and an attic.
So it would be saying that the dark basement is FNAF 1 and the kitchen dining area is FNAF 2, but FNAF 2 famously doesn't have a kitchen.
So what it could be...
The dark basement, I mean...
What it could be, looking at the order it's mentioned in the house section, you've got 2 bedrooms. FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 at the restaurants. A secret room. William Afton is found in the boarded up safe room.
Oh, in the secret room,
A bathroom is in a house. So, like, FNAF 4 is a house, which would have a bathroom.
And it's the most, like,
Yeah.
And a kitchen
And dining room.
Maybe not the most connected to.
Well,
wait, would that be
a living room? Would be sister location. So the bathroom, kitchen, and dining area could be for living room and sister location because for watching TV.
I could see a kitchen for sister location, mostly because of Circus Baby's own soliloquy about being a freshly opened pint of ice cream.
This is true.
And she's also delivering the cupcakes, and I could.
And if a dining area for Pizzeria Simulator, you're building this fake restaurant or whatever.
That's true.
Yeah. So wait. So the order is in here says kitchen and then
bedrooms.
Dining area.
Yeah, a kitchen and a dining area. So it could be those are the same thing.
That sounds like a kitchen and dining area could be the same thing. Could be two things that are connected. You know, like a kitchen where it's like a kitchen where it opens up into a dining area.
If they're separate, I think it brings it up to 11 total. Which could actually fit better.
But if they're separate, that would, I think,
because there are like 11, aren't there?
And if separate, that could make sense for sister location and FNAF 6.
Yeah, it always depends on if you count FNAF World and if you count Ruin as separate than Security Breach. Like when you're counting the games.
And are we counting... AR...
right.
Yeah, and I was going to say, are we counting Special Delivery? I could see it
probably
working,
not.
though, potentially. But, like, the first bit seems to line up well, but it gets kind of harder as it goes.
So the attic...
Yeah, what's after the kitchen and dining area?
If we get to, like, the end with, like, Help Wanted 2, basement, and an attic...
Secret of the Mimic.
For Secret of the Mimic, maybe, because that's where, like...
Edwin's office?
You have to get to Edwin's office, like or, like, David's bedroom. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, and yeah, so would basement be
crafting levels.
Help Wanted 2, or would it be Ruin?
Both are in a basement.
Yeah, Ruin definitely, 100%. And that would make garage
Help
either
Wanted
Ruin
2
or
also. It's in the
living
Pizzeria
room,
Simulator
home office,
location
garage,
underneath.
basement, and I could also, because of like
home office could be special delivery.
Yeah,
because you're at home.
Because attic could represent the release of Secret of the Mimic because of like you have to because
you
of
have to
how
go up
you
in order to get the stuff.
Yeah, to be able to get to David's room, but also to get to like his office as well.
Yeah, that's what I was
attic.
Like it's both.
You could even like because of the tunnels say that their whole house is an attic in that in that situation. So I could definitely see attic and basement. A garage and a basement could be separating Security Breach and Ruin.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's why I was saying a basement would be Help Wanted 2 because a garage would be Security Breach and Ruin. The game Security Breach. And you would get like home office for special delivery. You are in the basement
in Help Wanted 2 in all technicality.
Yes.
Yeah, because like we are in the sinkhole underneath the Pizzaplex.
100%.
The question is living room and home office. Like what does...
Yeah.
What is that covering? Like,
yeah.
Because, home office could be AR, or it could be Pizza Sim, but, like, why would it be Pizza Sim? So, yeah. Very odd.
If we were talking office, ultimate custom night, but then there's, like, where's Help Wanted in this?
That's true. Living room to home office, right. if you're counting, if you're doing... But I would feel like, because the ironic thing here, especially with the next paragraph, is... If they are laid out like this and say, sister location is the kitchen, then why is FNAF World left out of all things? Like, out of all of the games, like, why would we have AR but not FNAF
Because this
World?
is FNAF World 2.
Yeah,
because potentially...
So you don't need to show FNAF World, especially because, like, FNAF World is kind of weird, because, like, there's stuff that is related to canon, but also Scott had the one thing in the interview where he said he regretted trying to connect it to canon. So it could be, like, he's focusing on the, like, I don't think, like, FNAF World isn't, like, when you're doing the games, you've got FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4, FNAF World isn't FNAF 5, sister location is.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I think FNAF World could be excluded here, is because, like, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, sister location, Pizzeria Simulator, maybe Ultimate Custom Night, but, like, Help Wanted, and so on.
But then, because my thought process is, if we are excluding FNAF World, then I feel like that would automatically also exclude AR.
True.
But that's just a very general thought process. Again, if this isn't a weird FNAF World 2 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so
And
vague.
we could exclude AR. And then it's like, okay.
Yeah, unless that is like the home office. I mean, we could even like when you see
maybe
these levels,
home
when
office
we talk about
is
these
help
levels
wanted.
later.
Maybe home office is help wanted because Vanessa brings glitch trap home in her head.
Where does
yeah, I could see
there
help
are some
wanted
things
as
that are
home
more
office.
of a stretch than other.
where does Into the Pit game fit in this?
Oh God.
Different continuity.
Well, they don't mention
I
a ball pit
agree.
room, so it doesn't.
A straight up ball pit room. DashCon.
Yeah,
That
in
would
my
be
house.
so funny. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want a ball pit room in your house?
It sounds like something William Afton would have.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
He loves fun.
He's already got circus babies hooked up to his house.
Oh yeah, he's a crazy motherfucker. He would totally do that.
Yep.
You'd be like, yeah, my kids love it. Meanwhile, all 3 of his kids are like, Dad, the ball pit smells like piss, and he's like, shut up. You love it.
Oh my gosh. So people are asking about the coffee stain. So using coffee stains as like a cipher or something, they said it was in the Book of Bill, the Gravity Falls ARG, and it's also
Yeah,
in
there
a
is
series
like
of
little
unfortunate
circles around
events.
certain letters that I could.
So this
It'd be
coffee
like
stain,
NT,
this is on every
D.
single page. This exact
Yeah,
coffee
that's
stain's
tasty,
on
'cause
every page of the book.
They tend to use. I mean, it could be a thing
Oh.
where like all those letters are meant to be important, but the thing is, like, it's also like, even in like the logbook, they were like sort of stock bloodstain, coffee stain images that they just
Yeah.
used to make it look more worn.
Those who remember Cry Theory. There was in
I,
the Secret of the Mimic teasers.
I don't remember Cry Theory.
In the Secret of the Mimic teasers, yes, there were, there's a bunch of glitch effects throughout all the teasers, and we were going through it frame by frame, and there was every like 230 frames, the 2 glitch effects would line up in a way that it looked like the letter CRY appeared very small in the video.
What?
And so T-Dreads was like, this is accurate because like the robots are crying because they're possessed, and then we figured out that it was just the glitches lining up and it was a coincidence.
Yeah, that was probably.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It's like it could be one of those where because there's pure coincidence, and then there's the Lion King SFX that most people would look at that and say, oh, that says sex. Like there is something like that could happen, but honestly, it could very well just be pixelated glitches and stuff lining up.
Yep.
In a way that they never thought could happen.
Yes, I don't think they would have put, if the coffee stain is a code, I don't think they would have put it on every single page just so it works on this page.
And they also might have moved it around and it would have been easier to tell.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, so one of the things for like this kind of puzzle solving, has this book ever been translated into a language that's not English?
Also, if so, was it translated accurately? Because in Security Breach, the translation had Patient 46 referred to as a she, because the translators assumed it was Fanny.
Yeah.
And
maybe
quite
a few translations.
Gregory, but
yeah, many translations. I mean, what we're learning via the translations is that Gregory is trans. In which direction, you'll never know.
What we're learning via the translations is there's no way Scott would have been like, okay, I need to find someone who speaks Spanish and French, and I need to tell them exactly what's happening.
He's not being like as anal about it as like Toby Fox.
Terminology.
Yeah, if the code is like counting words, then it's like you got to make sure it lines up in every language, which it would not. Flight 8371, $2 says, "Take my money, keep being background noise. Good job."
Yippee!
Awesome.
Yay. The Greek translation of the Ultimate Guide. Yeah.
Oh, dude. Oh yeah, with different. Whole different alphabets. That would be interesting.
It just straight up wouldn't work.
Dude, what's the Japanese Ultimate Guide look like? Probably much shorter.
One of the things that I talked about in the game theory video is that theoretically Chapter 13 should be where Into the Pit game goes, but it just straight up doesn't have a chapter in the book, even though it's like on the front cover and like the pixel art is everywhere. So I definitely spent time thinking about how it might apply to Into the Pit, but it doesn't. Period. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
it's a mini game. Into the Pit has mini games.
The rooms only generally match up. Obviously, there isn't a secret room because there is 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a dining area, a basement, an attic, a family room,
a garage.
But there's a hallway. There's no garage. you know, it only adds up minorly because there's actually 2 hallway rooms technically. There's no garage. It doesn't seem like they have one.
Is there not? Where do you get the You can like hide in a chest or something to get an item. Is that the basement? Not a garage.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
No, it's a basement. Because you go like down some stairs and there's a like it. It has a lot of stuff in it, but as far as I remember, it was called the basement, like on the house map. It wasn't called a garage. So the rooms almost line up, but just barely don't. There's no home office. There's no secret room.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And like you can try and like finagle things into working, but if things don't line up, it's always something you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, you can only finagle so much before you have a Theseus ship of a theory.
Yeah.
Speaking of, let's
Well,
go. Let's go back 45 minutes. So I have Coming Home opened, and it says that Samantha looks like a Pekingese dog. One of those dogs used to live
It was
next
a Pekingese,
door.
that's right.
The first time Susie saw it, she laughed because it reminded her of Samantha.
Yeah, if you look at, hold on, I'm gonna send you a picture. It has a very similar floppy ear to the sprite.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be an intentional connection, because looking at the pictures that I'm looking at, they don't seem to have the spots. Unless, are we talking about like
the ears go up a little bit more than I thought they did. But
I think we're talking in general about what Susie's dog may have been in Pizza Sim, like the one that got hit by the car.
Okay.
And if
If
they would have named it Sam.
then it could very. The other option, like looking at this thing, could very well be a Chihuahua, which I would not be surprised at all about.
Yeah.
I've seen how that thing acts. I've seen how the cupcake is. I've seen the movie. That's a Chihuahua.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I think in the movie, in one of the scenes, one of the background things is like a poster for a missing dog, and it's a Chihuahua.
Interesting.
Like in the restaurant, like that was been left there. So I mean, either way, very very small dog. We were talking about the if the mound was like or a very big dog.
Yeah, so Pickle Pepper donates $5 and says that through reading through the book, there are unanswered questions. So the box, which we can talk about in a minute.
Yeah.
There's
and the
something...
box is mentioned in Chica's secret party.
There's something very significant at the bottom of the bathtub, and the living room has a number of kids that isn't specified. So let's find the page with the box, because it's very weird. Very, very
Scott,
weird.
didn't you just say that you didn't... You had changed the story to the point you weren't entirely sure what was in the box at this point? And now we're getting this.
From what he said, what I remember, it
has a purpose.
I had an idea of what's in the box, but it's less so he changed the story and more he moved away from the box. He was like, opening the box was meant to be this whole thing and a story, but we've just moved away from that naturally.
Yeah, the way I remember him sort of describing it was like he had sent those threads out and they just never ended up connecting to anything. So now he, like, I'm pretty sure I do remember him saying something like, he doesn't know, he doesn't think he can find it again. Whatever was in the box.
Yeah, like the plot thread isn't being picked up because like the story and the focus of the story has changed. But I think that that interview with Daco,
but maybe he figured out a way to
go back
work it back in.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he talked to Daco.
Steelwool, was it before or after this came out that Steelwool was like, yeah, we're interested in going back and re-exploring some of the Scott era stuff and answering some of those questions.
That was long before this.
It was very much before.
Yeah. So, between...
Which I would not be surprised if this was part of it. And, working on, like, laps and other stuff. And even, like, that point-and-click game that Scott was thinking of. And I hope is a thing that happens, because that looks like it would be really cool. But either any of these could very well be... I think what it could be doing is Steelwool either went to Scott or whatever, and they were like, hey... this is a franchise, we can have multiple lines running. We don't have to 100% fully focus on Steelwool era. We can have extra stuff that goes back and focuses on fully answering those questions from the first thing that are disconnected from like Ruin and Secret of the Mimic, and they don't need to be connected to that.
Yeah, I'd love a classic like click team style game. Get a team of a couple people to make one.
Absolutely.
That would also
and they
help
totally
all the
could
fans
do
who are more
that.
put off by the modern style.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you have people would have been begging for and would love more Defend the Office style games.
Yep.
That's why fan games are so popular, because most of them are that setup and the original FNAF gameplay, which is part of what set FNAF apart to begin with. Not to fully put the newer like Secret of the Mimic stuff down, but the Defend the Office gameplay was very much a huge part of why people loved FNAF. Mostly because the setup as a whole makes you feel helpless. You cannot leave this room.
Yep.
You have to defend it instead of being able to run away and hide. And having games that also go back to that, honestly, if you look at like other franchises, now these are much bigger franchises that don't have as much of the same problem, but look at now both Resident Evil and Silent Hill are running remakes while they are running newer games. Silent Hill came back with the Silent Hill 2 remake. They gave us Silent Hill F, and now they announced they're doing Silent Hill 1. They're probably going to stagger, similar to Resident Evil, staggering the 2, 3, and 4 remakes with their newer game releases, so that older fans who like this stuff can play really good remakes, but people who are into the newer stuff or want to keep going are also fed at the same time. Not exactly the same time as they're staggering them, but this is a thing that they've been doing incredibly successfully. The idea of Steel Wolf FNAF stuff doing something similar, and even with Into the Pit, I would say, even if it's not old school FNAF style, it is maybe not like gameplay wise, it feels very old school FNAF and has the the general idea of old school FNAF. Even Scott or whatever, when they were gonna put Vanny and stuff in the game and they nixed it and kept it like only old school FNAF stuff. The only thing I think that's like later is the GGY reference, which was just too easy to do, so they had to. Like
it's kind of like it's kind of like making 2D Mario and 3D Mario games at the same time. It's like here's the different styles
Nintendo's
of games.
Been doing that for a while.
Yeah.
Sonic has been kind of
Yep.
trying to do that, where they had Frontiers and then they released Superstars. So they've been, kind of trying to level things out. I mean, they did Origins at some point. Theirs is less perfectly staggered as, say, like Resident Evil is planned out to be. But even the Sonic franchise has been, they're releasing Origins, they're releasing DLC for Origins, they're releasing this, they have a Generations update. Like, they are kind of, finding a better way to manage doing 2D and 3D Sonic at the same time, instead of it being in the exact same game, like with Sonic Forces, where it didn't make sense.
Yeah, I think that Scott, after his interview with Daco, there's a year and a half between that interview and this book coming out. I think he went, they really want to know what's in the box. I'm going to make it important. I'm going to come up with a fun way to reveal it. It's going to be a hard puzzle. The community is going to have to come together.
I don't know if I can find those words again, and
Yes.
I
think it got stuck in his head. I think he did it.
That, or even around that time.
He was like, wait,
why,
I just said this and I just figured it out.
Wait, why can't I find those threads again? Something of like, wait, why can't I? Why can't we go back and figure this out? Why can't we go back and open the box? And, because for him it was, oh, this was going to be like a big finale thing. And you know what? We ended up with something else. We ended up with a fire instead. We ended up with, and, one of the things Matt Pat pointed out back in the day that I still think of is that when the middle room disappears in FNAF 6, it does look like the box, and that could very well be significant, but who knows why. Potentially just, here's your box, here's your finale, but, I
Here's
think
the stuff you need to get happiest day.
It very well could have been the thought of, why can't I find those threads again? And just that freedom of, oh yeah, we can do whatever we want.
The box was also like in the overworld of FNAF World. It's what's in the overworld that you use to pick up items. So there's definitely the FNAF World connection. I said in the game theory video, 2016 would have been, we would have expected. It's been 2 years since FNAF 4. Now, the next big release is going to answer the box. That's the year Sister Location came out.
Before he started teasing Sister Location, right?
Yeah. Because Sister Location was the update of FNAF World. So the box was in, FNAF World version 1. So it's like he was still thinking about it. It was still present. And so 2016 puts us in the realm of box speculation. And this, I'm going to read the paragraph. The secret room. Unbeknownst to Chica, the secret room can only be unlocked after you've cleared the 2 bedroom levels. The secret room has an interesting and useful secret tool, one that can help her finish the game. An essential golden key. It's here that you'll also catch a glimpse of a box that longtime fans will be familiar with, as well as a peek inside, which won't be spoiled here, to those creative enough to find their way to it. Which to me is like, you got to use this book. If you use this book, you'll find the box. You got to be creative. We got to solve
it's like
the puzzle.
if you do something in the book, if you get all of the, if you
The golden
hit
key.
the 3-minute mark, if you save all the kids, you can open the box or something like that. If you get which does imply the golden key potentially doesn't go to the box.
Yeah.
But I mean, shit, like you find the box, if there's a number code, then you could, pull up the number code y'all figured out here and be like, okay, maybe it's something with this,
This is just what tells me, like, the solution to this puzzle, whatever it is the box. That's what we're going towards. I just don't know how.
Yeah. And the weird implication of you have to clear the 2 bedrooms to access a secret room. How? Where? Doesn't tell you. Because that could be huge for if there is a secret room in the master bedroom or even whatever child's bedroom we see. A secret room could be crazy. Where and what it looks like. Like, what is this secret room? We're not told at all. For all we know, it's the kind of walk-in closet that's in FNAF 4. Like, it could be something stupid like that, where you walk in more and you're able to access a secret room. Like,
yeah, so in, the 2 bedrooms are the previous paragraphs. The master bedroom is where you can look out the window and see Bonnie. So that's like the Midnight Motorist imagery. Cupcake, she approaches the bed. She notices pink frosting on the floor. Moving closer to inspect, a golden fuzzy hand snaps out, nearly catching Chica by the leg. Chica hops out just in time. Chica needs to figure out how to get the guarded cupcakes from under the bed without getting snatched up. And then the kid's bedroom is, there's toys everywhere. She puts them in the toy box. And then a drawer opens. So, like, once you clear those, the secret room
every room has,
is
like, a
available.
puzzle to clear.
Yeah.
Master bedrooms being like a golden hand that you hand a tiny top hat, so
Yes.
the implication of Golden Freddy / Fredbear, or either or, because for some reason they list both of them here. I don't even know if I want to get into that.
I mean,
amount of people that the amount of people that instantly came to me and Connie like, look, it's proof that there's 2 Golden Freddys, and I'm sitting there smoking a very big cigarette, just so tired on my face. Like, guys,
I will avoid saying what I was going to say.
Yeah, I was
listen.
Guys, I don't think this is a.
Well, and that's the thing. There's a lot of different ways you can interpret it based on your theories. So, like, I took it more as, like, okay, you've got the kid who possessed it during the Fredbear era and the kid who possessed it during the Golden Freddy era. Because I do think they're separate people.
Yeah.
But like, if you have other
and
things...
again, I don't
down,
think that, but also it's like, there is a separation between the two, if anything, color-wise, but I always thought it was, like, a time period shift. It's like saying that both Freddy and Withers Freddy were there. Like, that's a little weird.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's why I kind of went like, okay, would this be symbolizing the crying child and a separate 5th missing kid? Because they're both in there, and they're sort of like, they are represented differently, because there's like...
Yeah, and the reason why, like, it's
like,
so
in
weird to
Ultimate
me...
Custom Night, it switches to Fredbear.
Yeah,
and you need to
coin
that, like, the reason why I would view this as so weird, because other than, like, the weird jump scare in Ultimate Custom Night, which you have to get through Golden Freddy to get, which, obviously they are connected, is that nothing, so far no other... one of our biggest arguments for there not being 2 spirits in Golden Freddy is that if there would be, they would have shown us that in Help 1 and 2 specifically, where they have multiple graves, these poppets, all this stuff. There would have been something on the poppet, on the body. There would have been 2 Golden Freddy poppets. It would have been split in half, something like that. And there was nothing even close to that. They very much were cemented in the Golden Freddy puppet and the other 4. And and
I have thoughts on that, but
even in Ultimate Custom Night, you have to go through Golden Freddy to get the Fredbear jump scare, which I very much, think just relates to back to like, you set it at 1, you kill them, there's the one you should not have killed thing. That's probably what it's about. And it's just odd that from what I've seen, nowhere else has disconnected them as 2 separate animatronics that could exist in the same space.
Maybe that's why they're putting it in this book.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean,
I don't know.
Everyone can look at the same evidence or just the same thing and come to different conclusions. Like when I see the death
example,
coin,
I'm not trying to debate on it.
Yeah.
Like with the Help Wanted 2 stuff, the reason I didn't think, oh, that just means there's one spirit in Golden Freddy was because I saw as these are all of William Afton's victims. The crying child wasn't one of them, but Cassidy was, because that's what my personal
which
on it
would
are.
be
So,
the argument which I at least tentatively
we have different thoughts on it, and that's fine.
Different thoughts,
but,
because
that's
this
one
would
thing,
be
like we all
and
have
this would be the first thing to like
yeah.
really
hammer
and the reason again it would be
potentially.
weird is because we have spent a very long time showing that nothing else really shows any weird duality or two-ness with Golden Freddy, and yet this would be the first thing to do that, which is odd, even if that is what they were trying to say, or if it is or isn't what they're trying to say. It is odd that this would be the first time it's like separating the two so succinctly. Like after all this time, after all this confusion, why now? Why after when you have like the Poppets whole thing, and the Golden Freddy Poppet is on a table with a severed head and a and a Glamrock body, where look at Security Breach. There are 2 places with a severed head thing with the staff bots. There's the crying child at the table, and then there's a severed head surrounded by 4 other staff bots that looks like Happiest Day with Golden Freddy in the center. And then you have Glamrock Bonnie, where if you look at Glamrock Bonnie, once again surrounded by 4 those 4 cleanup bots that also looks like Happiest Day with Golden Freddy in the center. And I look at like that table and the Poppet on there, and that there's not any others, and I go, then what was that about if this is like a 2 separate thing here? That's my confusion, is you could have done this earlier. If so, why here, why now? If it is what they mean,
Yeah, I think like just in general, like whenever there's new stuff, like sometimes it's like, wait, were we right to think this in the first? I'm not saying you're. I'm not trying to like be like, oh, you're actually wrong. You need to rethink everything. No, it's just like there's a lot of things where things come up, and you have to like sort of rethink your thought process for like why things might be relevant. And it's always, it's always just like, okay, time to redo my entire thought process after Secret of the Mimic or whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean the not only Secret of the Mimic, which was big for that because so many people were using the books for so long, is the biggest version of that I experienced in like fandom, video game, whatever, is Little Nightmares. Most, if not all, Little Nightmares series pre Little Nightmares 2 and even the podcast are basically moot. Honestly, any Little Nightmares series pre-2 are moot. It's because no one knew what was going on, and it's trying to figure out what is going on, and there wasn't enough relevant information out there for us to even figure that out. Little Nightmares 2 gave us a lot more information, and then the podcast, the most information about what even the setup is. And sometimes, and that's the most dramatic version of that I see, where after I saw Little Nightmares 1, I was looking up theories, and they were like talking about like Snow White allegories and all this stuff, and then 2 comes out and the podcast is out, and suddenly we can't even look at those anymore because they are so focusing on the wrong details and seeing different stuff, and we need to completely rethink our thought process of everything about this game. And that absolutely can and has and will in the future happen again. Secret of the Mimic, again, because people were using the books for so long, didn't even have Fiona as part of the equation. And, whether or not I agree or disagree, I can majorly disagree with people thinking that she's, like, much more instrumental in haunting the Mimic and, like, more in control than I think, that I actually think she would be, just based on it acting very different and saying different things and all this stuff. We could argue about that, but we wouldn't have gotten here pre-Secret of the Mimic, where in the book she was just the dead wife. There's very different. Secret of the Mimic had to rearrange a lot of people's thoughts about specifically Mimic-based stuff previously, and there are probably some old theories pre-Secret of the Mimic that are just completely moot at this point, just because of what's been shown.
Yep.
So the box.
The thing, the difference is with a lot of these things is once you see like Secret of the Mimic, is now we can go back to even the mess that is Security Breach, and by mess I mean Scott didn't tell them enough, and he kicks himself for that. Even in that, you can see where that came from. It's almost like, you can see, you play Secret of the Mimic, and then you go back and you go, oh, that's where that was. That's what that meant. That's what's going on here. You can see a lot of that. A lot of it is, I mean, Fazbear Entertainment specifically has pointed out quite a bit of like environmental storytelling that makes sense. You could see it in Help Wanted and Help Wanted 2. Leading up to Secret
Scott
of the
did mention
Mimic,
he intentionally told them, like, hey, put this in here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there is stuff there that is very deliberate, and also, like,
and
even if it wasn't
where...
originally intended, the game is still canon, so, like, new stuff coming out will be taking that into account.
And you can see, I mean, shoot, you can see that with Little Nightmares as well. It's not like the first entire game is moot. Is once you know what's going on, the first game just makes more sense, and certain details are a bit clearer. That's where my confusion with this would be, is if you are separating these two, I have spent a long time not being able to see that connection. So, it's one of those where it's not me going, I see where that came from now. It's like, what led up to this? But, with FNAF stuff, and not every FNAF thing that comes out will have you having to do a whole reset of your brain, but there are things like Secret of the Mimic where you do have to sit back and be like, okay, I need to rethink a lot of things that were in here previously.
Yep.
And I would hope if we open the box in Chica's Secret Party that there would be something like that, or it would be a confirmation of, a lot of people are saying generally either Golden Freddy head or like the Golden Freddy plush or something, metaphorical in that sense, or a Golden Freddy mask. Any of those three would maybe not change the game, but it would confirm a lot of people's suspicions. And that is important.
Yeah, especially if it
it
only like touches on the old lore and not the new stuff, Scott might be more willing to put it in something like a book, because it's not going to give us a hint towards like what the next game is or something like that. If it is something like, Golden Freddy's top hat, then we can go back and be like, oh, that's what FNAF 4 meant, without impacting, because, they're writing actively, Ruin 2 right now, and they don't want to like pigeonhole themselves. They don't want to write themselves into a corner by declaring what the box is. So if Scott decides what's in the box is only relevant to the old lore, then it still allows them freedom in writing new stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that might be I'm hoping that's the kind of middle ground they're finding right now, is that, Scott can clear up some stuff with old lore and have it not be connected to the newer games, and not affecting the newer games, at least not majorly. Because the newer games are much more about like the mimic is a mimic arc, while the old games are very much more like a William Afton arc of what's this guy doing and killing kids, and obviously they both affect each other, but it's like two separate seasons with two separate big bads, But something I have noticed that's interesting about FNAF, and if I'm wrong, then let me know. But when it comes to minor confirmations, it tends to happen after the fandom as a whole just kind of goes, yeah, that's probably true. My example being Plenty of Things in the week before. None of these were like saying there was a bite of 83. Nothing revealed in the week before was incredibly huge
like, wow,
or monumental.
Chica, we knew that.
Out of the blue, yeah. It's not out of the blue. It's Susie is Chica, Jeremy is Bonnie, bite of 83 happened. Only major thing is potentially that, yeah, maybe William had control of the animatronics in games as well as he's had in other media at a certain point in time. Which, again, it's in other media, so, probably just a little more there when it comes to hinting. However, all of those like minor confirmations happened after the fandom like just settled. then later there's the name dropping Gabriel in the Dead by Daylight menu thing. It's like people just like have settled on this, or generally just like, yeah, that's probably true. And so it gets soft revealed, which is why I will always side eye when the fandom does soft agree on something, and within a few years it hasn't been soft confirmed. Because then I go, okay, is this truth that they don't want to just say, or has it not been soft confirmed because we've landed on something that's not exactly true?
Well, yeah, that's the thing in general. Like, I think the fandom is pretty quick to start calling things confirmed, even when they're not.
Oh yeah.
And just because
it.
something isn't officially confirmed to be the case, that doesn't necessarily mean it won't be. Like, there was a good amount of time between Pizzeria Simulator where we were like, okay, we're matching up which kid is in what thing, and later games that are like, yes, Gabriel is in fact in Freddy, because like enough time. There was a
good amount of time,
good number of
and
years.
there was discussion. While even at the beginning, the general thing was, oh, that's the 4 kids, and the 2 that are kind of hidden away. That was the general assumption. There were people that fought that. There were people that said, no, it's all the night guards that died. That said, no, it's all whatever. And once people were just calling him Gabriel or just whatever, is when we get the week before, and it's like, yeah, no, that's Jeremy, that's Susie, like. Because it's one of those where we kind of been new, but that's not a horrible way to reveal or confirm or soft confirm information, is that people have kind of been new. So it's not like it's, a complete turnaround. It's just, okay, it's nice that we have, instead of the little link at the bottom of the document with sources being a variety of theory videos that over explain things, we could just link something in canon and go, yeah, according to Week Before Dead by Daylight, these are just the names of the kids.
Yeah, I think also to some degree there's a factor of, okay, there's so much stuff going on, we need to give them some things that are set relatively in stone so that they don't die.
Oh, I wish.
I wish they did more.
Yes,
even
yes.
if what kids
like
die
when
are
Didophobia
different
came
depending
out,
on the canon.
Like Didophobia specifically is what I'm thinking of here, where it's like, okay, they're kind of stuck on this one, nightmare hallucination gas, and we're all like, oh, okay.
Yeah, depending on how literal that story is, it has helped with
some things I take literally, and some I don't. Like, I think of different
Yeah,
characters.
like for me, it was always we've never heard of nightmare hallucination gas before, but in multiple canons we've seen like illusion disc stuff. So if anything, it's just a swap out. If it's not gas, it's probably fucking illusion discs. But like especially because it had a similar effect on Snodgrass. Yeah. If anything, like a general idea or something of the like. I think sometimes people take that. My only issue with Didophobia is I think people take it too literally. Of this exactly happened in the games, that I don't think so.
As many things related to Tales ended up being taken.
Yeah. But even then, it is there. It was published the way it is for a reason. And the same with Chica's Secret Party, is that it was given to us like this first. I could even see if it is, I hope truly that it is a guide for a later game that will come out. And it's a game that is potentially very difficult to get right, which is why the guide would be helpful. Again, you have to get to them within 3 minutes and all this stuff of how to actually do things, because otherwise it would be FNAF 3 where you have to punch in numbers to the wall, and it's a little esoteric.
Here's my thing with that, is it seems kind of like a spoiler. Like when this first came out, a lot of us thought, oh, we need to like go to Scott's website and we'll find a link and then we'll download a game and then we need to do exactly what this book says to get to the true ending. And the more I've thought about that, the more I've been like, well, that would be kind of lame if like the strategy guide literally told us the solution, because we did solve FNAF 3 within a week. We did figure out how to dial the tiles. And I think it would be lame if Scott just told us the answer before the game came out.
By this point, Scott knows. And that's actually, I think it could be like, this is one of the paths you can take through the game to get an ending, but not necessarily the ending. And also like it seems very intentionally vague about how to get to the box. It's like the box is there.
Yeah.
But you have to be creative to figure it out. I'm not going to tell you what's in it or how to get there. but just be aware it's there
Yeah.
and be ready.
And the bathtub, which was part of like the 3 mysteries
Yes.
that this was brought up, is there something like in the bathtub or under or whatever that isn't specified. If anything, like this book could very well give us like the main line solution where you have to pull some happiest day glitching stuff to get like the actual, because like, oh, you freed all the kids and now there's a party, but it's not like real. You need to open the box, you need to whatever.
It's just so odd because like when Security Breach got delayed and Scott made Fury, whatever
Fury's
that game was
Rage?
called, Fury's Rage, like he
Yeah.
made that in his spare time because he was upset that the game got delayed. It's been now 6 months since this book was published and longer since it was written, I assume. So like where's the game? Why not release it yet? Why give us this puzzle
Again,
and
unless
then not
it's
touch it?
the general assumption is it's part of a bigger game.
Yeah.
Which
So
Scott couldn't just make
lame.
in his free time.
Lame.
Yeah.
You know, he planned this. This came out like a day or two before or after the movie, and he was obviously incredibly busy
That
writing the
too.
movie and then going to the premiere and all those things. And I just feel like if this was supposed to be like the biggest puzzle ever, he'd kind of like want to have his eye on it, or he'd want to give us literally anything. That's kind of what Tom talked about in the video. He's like, we don't know what to do, not just because it's a difficult puzzle, but because we literally don't know how we're supposed to use what we would even find if we got the puzzle. Longest donated $2 and just said, ID's Fantasy mentioned.
I think more than mentioned is going on right now.
I think present for, an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Someone,
Almost do.
It's a...
Yeah. Someone wanted us to look through the book and find all the italicized words, and I did that, and they are unwanted, not surprised, cha-cha-cha. So I don't think that's the solution.
My favorite song, because everything else, like, okay, that kind of fits. Unwanted, not surprised. That could be an interesting
And then
ghost
cha-cha-cha.
thing, and then also cha-cha-cha.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, that is a funny song lyric.
FNAF help not wanted. Yeah, I don't know what else that could possibly mean. Imagine that Scott did make it just like the italicized words, and we were going through and like counting and jumping over whatever and inputting the numbers places, and he's like, guys, it's just the italicized words. What are you doing?
I would be interested about the bathtub because it's like, oh, there's something in there or whatever. What the fuck are you? There's not a lot of water stuff going on in FNAF. The very few I could think of is like drowning related things. So again, maybe Charlie related. I don't know why she would be in the bathtub, because that actually happens. No, that happens in Drowning. Is the Charlie ghost jumps out of the bathtub. There is that, but I don't know.
In the bathroom,
what the hell?
Chica is tasked with capturing a floating cupcake in the bathtub to appease the wailing baby sitting on the floor. Chica must take out all the floating duck toys in order to drain the water from the tub so she can grab the cupcake and feed the impatient baby. Surprise, there is something else that is very significant at the bottom of the tub. So duck, that makes me think of the Mr. Hippo story, where they were feeding the ducks bread, and then he's like, I noticed, a decrease in the duck population, which a lot of us took to mean, William's killing kids. So you take out the kids' toys, and there's something at the
Toy
bottom.
Chica's William Afton and taking the ducks out of the bathtub.
Yeah. Like, it fits. But what would he... And he gets a cupcake. Maybe the kid on the floor is Elizabeth. And he's feeding the baby. But, like, that still doesn't tell us. It's like, oh, guess what, guys? If you solve this puzzle, you'll get a hint about, like, sister location or something. It's like, okay, cool. What?
Yeah.
Where?
It also makes me think of, honestly, when it said, like, you have to take out all the ducks, it made me think of the stupid duck pool game in UCN.
Mm-hmm. In
just full
Pizza
gambling.
Sim.
Yeah. Yeah, Pizza Sim, sorry. Very similar to that. again, why it's similar to that.
Yeah, and there's just no... You know, even if we read that and we're like, oh my god, Toy Chica is William, the ducks are the children because of the Mr. Hippo story, the baby on the floor is Baby, the animatronic, and draining the water is... We don't know. So, like,
Yeah.
what are we supposed to do with this this
what?
information? What do you guys think, chat? First of all, chat, you all gotta like the stream. Oh my gosh. Can't believe there's almost 500 people watching and only 300 likes. Gosh. And then, I have been reading it every once in a while, but does anyone in chat have any ideas about, like, what we're supposed to do with the book, where these things are supposed to go? A lot of people are mentioning that Billy's mom in P7 died in the tub. But, like, let's say that that's the solution.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's Billy's mom. Now what?
Yeah. Yeah, what's the
Yeah.
significance? Also, it's she died in the tub because she committed suicide. Like, that's... I don't think that's significant to this.
Yep. Well, you see, B7's the most lore-important book in the entire...
See, this entire series was actually about therianthropy. In this essay, I will...
Chica's Secret Party is going to answer something in the next game. Cassie is Toy Chica. The wording is
Plot
weird.
twist.
What if it is about Edwin, and the two unwanted guests are William and Henry? Okay. Yeah, talking about this just being a thing for other games. Okay, people are asking about the shadow figures. Let's talk about the shadow figures. In a stealthy game twist, there are two shadow figures sneaking through the party as well. Chica needs to follow one of the shadow figures to discover who the person is behind the shadow. When she finds herself toe-to-toe with a shadow figure, her best bet is to run in the opposite direction and hide. Beware, it's very important to not follow the wrong shadow figure, or else.
I mean, yeah, that one is much more clear.
It's clear if, Shadow Freddy is William in Follow Me, and it even says follow right here. Or is Shadow Bonnie the bad one? If we're supposed to follow one of them to learn who it is, but run away and hide from another one. And Shadow Freddy relates to Follow Me, and you follow him and it's William.
To find out who it is, but do not go toe-to-toe with it, because then you die no matter which it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are your guys' shadow theories? Because I know that's another, like, no one can agree on this thing.
I have a whole video on this. So the way I think of the shadow animatronics is like, so I think Shadow Freddy came from the crying child getting bitten. I think Shadow Bonnie came from Charlie's death, with it taking the Bonnie figure because, okay, William Afton represents himself as a rabbit. Even his ghost has bone rabbit ears. And so, and like Freddy, like Fredbear kills the crying child, and that's why it's a bear. Anyway,
my thought with
meanwhile, sorry, I was still going.
No, you could finish.
Yeah, and then so I think there's that going on, and like it's the agony, for Charlie of like her death and stuff, and with the crying child, there's also like the experiments, and FNAF 4 stuff that was done to him, and that's potentially why it's more connected to William, because William was even more involved with that. Meanwhile, the FNAF 2, in FNAF 3, there are all the extra shadow animatronics. I think that's what makes the DCI important in FNAF 2, is those shadow animatronics came from FNAF 2's murders, and then that they help put together Happiest Day.
I very much, when it comes to Shadow Freddy specifically, is I very much look at the original instances of Shadow Freddy, that being on the camera and then potentially in the office in FNAF 3, and obviously in the minigame, where the reason Purple Guy is purple is because he's like a man in the shadows. Purple here is like representing being in the shadows with a limited color palette.
Yeah.
Which, as someone who knows a lot of color theory, that is incredibly apt. That makes sense. Purple is the opposite color of yellow, which we associate with light. So therefore, and a lot of shadows are very bluish and purplish. So yeah, no, purple would be a guy in the shadows. And, while Shadow Bonnie is honestly an enigma and a full silhouette.
Yeah.
Shadow Freddy is more purple and has more dimension. And if you look at Shadow Freddy on the cameras, it's sitting like Golden Freddy. In
Yes.
fact, it's the same model of Golden Freddy in that game. Similar in FNAF 3, is it looks exactly like Golden Freddy. And I would not be surprised if in both games and in the Pixel game where he's the most purple, is Shadow Freddy is more of just Golden Freddy in the shadows. If anything, Golden Freddy with the help or whatever of the puppet, who eventually ends up in a recolored Golden Freddy that is very similar to Shadow Freddy. And I would not be surprised if Shadow Freddy is some type of weird connection between Golden Freddy and the puppet. If even Follow Me being like, the puppet / Golden Freddy / both, trying to lead the kids to have them see some shit, and William comes in and messes that up for them. Because again, Shadow Bonnie, I don't think is ever given like dimension. It's always just a black and white silhouette. Shadow Freddy is very different there. Shadow Freddy, if any color is given, it's a purple, and I think that's just like shading of. If anything, I think mainly Shadow Freddy is just Golden Freddy in the shadows, whether that means puppet involvement or not.
I'm also seeing like something in chat, someone pointing out RWQFSFASXC is not necessarily called Shadow Bonnie officially, where all the other Shadow animatronics are. Except for like
right.
I think even XOR is referred to as Shadow DD at one point.
Mm-hmm.
But like but then you do have XOR, and like, yeah, that's a
programming.
I feel like
but she's very much not in the shadows.
In the file, like I wouldn't be surprised if in the files he was named Shadow Freddy because it's Freddy in the shadows.
Yeah, like I could see that.
It's Freddy from the shadows. I don't even. It's
you can
not saying they couldn't be different entities, but honestly, I don't even think they are. I mean, there is an argument to be made again with Follow Me of one of the things from the second movie that I did take note of is the puppet being able to wear the other animatronics, mimic style. I would not be surprised if Follow Me and Shadow Freddy was the puppet wearing the Golden Freddy suit to try to figure things out with the other kids, since it probably doesn't have an endoskeleton with how it's slumped over. And Lefty is a different version of that, where it was made to trap the puppet, and there was like, you know what the puppet likes to get into? Freddy-shaped animatronics. We'll make one just for her, and that'll trap her. Which would make sense if she's done that before, with potentially specifically the Golden Freddy suit, and that's what Shadow Freddy is the Golden Freddy suit being moved and walk. And, as you can see, there is a difference of, Scott has been very particular that Golden Freddy doesn't move. Even if he's standing like in the movie, you never see him walk anywhere. Shadow Freddy's different. We see him walking as a sprite. He's standing and moving more in, UCN. I wouldn't be surprised if it's able to walk because the puppet's in there moving it around, working as an endoskeleton. Because Golden Freddy can't do it. Do that on its own.
It is a different entity, and that's the thing.
Yes, that's
if it isn't Golden Freddy.
Yes.
So we have first a super chat from 24 pounds of copper, $2. I only got to listen for a bit, but I must go. And Chill User has an interesting comment. They're talking about Edwin being OMC, but I just think applying the bathtub to Old Man Consequence's lake could be interesting, because below the lake is Happiest Day. We know what's below the lake.
Oh,
it's
and
weird
draining
glitch
the
thing.
lake. Yeah.
So
this is true.
What's at the bottom of the bathtub? It could be whatever the Happiest Day thing is, which is so interesting.
Because my thought always, and this goes into a whole thing that hasn't been a video yet, mostly because of Connie. Don't tell her I'm mad at that. Is very often it's like, oh, what's that? Is Happiest Day is at the bottom of the lake. Why? There's multiple reasons. There is a very spiritual, ghostly reason, and I want to pose, maybe not fully here, a very scientific reason of why the lake and going into it in a very difficult manner represents a freeing of the spirit. But that does imply there's something at the bottom there. Oh, hi! Do you have things to say? Hey!
Oh yeah, they'll solve it.
You want to theorize too? Is it Inky's turn to talk? Okay. I know you like candies better because it has a cat in it. I know.
Oh my god. So, okay, Railroad Spike, $5 says, the Chica Secret Party chapter is 16 sections. There are 16 tapes and help wanted. It could be a mimic connection. If, going back to the bathtub thing, baby on the floor could be either OMC or whoever Adventure Freddy is. Like, if
You could also see it as, like, a potential, like, whether all in or adjacent kind of shatter victim thing where you have to take everything else out of the lake to be able to drain it and appease the other child. Something, again, whether fully shatter victim or something just generally adjacent. There could be something like that.
Because in this case, Toy Chica, there's two people in the bathroom, right? There's the crying baby on the floor and there's Toy Chica. And then in Old Man Consequences Lake, there's two people. There's OMC and then whoever you're playing as. So could that give us any information on the identity of Toy Chica or the identity of OMC or the identity of Fredbear?
I mean, OMC is fishing, so you could say you're fishing the ducks out of the lake. But again, there's not any good description of the minigame. If the minigame is a fishing the ducks out of the lake, then it would be very OMC.
I mean, there's a fishing minigame in FNAF World.
That is true.
Yeah. I don't know if there's ducks involved, but it's
hypothetically,
there.
Who's playing the duck minigame in Pizza Sim? It's Michael.
Yes.
So that's another...
Which I do like to think about him sitting and playing all this stupid mini-games. He's
like,
just
I need some sort of joy in my life.
Like 10, 20 years decayed corpse, just having a ball.
Gosh.
I mean, maybe
having
he
so
got
much
better.
fun.
I think he got better.
Depending on the theories yeah.
Everyone thinks I'm crazy when I say that we have yet to see Remnant have any, like, regenerative properties, like it'll regrow his skin. I don't think it'll do that.
In the games,
Scrap Trap is evidence of that, but that's anyway.
I don't think Remnant could regrow your arm. I think it could just help the wound heal faster, and you would have an arm wound. You would still be missing an arm, but that wound would heal very well and efficiently and good.
It
maybe it would just heal the organs Mike has left. He looks normal even if he doesn't have organs.
It always goes back to how much from the books can we take? Because if we're all in agreement that we cannot take the mimic from the books, but then in Frailty, there's literally a guy who dies. Like, the kid is dead from the car accident, and then
I mean, she said,
"You're alive again."
My interpretation of that was always, she said she got there just in time, and I think part of it is, you are, quote unquote, technically still alive for a good, like, few hours after you die. He's not fully dead.
The
He's
spirit has not
mostly
left
dead.
the body.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like she was able to just get there in time so that, like, it's not like you could find a corpse, like a 15-year-old dead corpse and put some remnant on it and
it's
it would
like,
be fine. Like, I don't think you would be able to do that.
There's no blood or oxygen in his brain, but if you start it up, he won't have major brain damage.
Yeah, it's like a defibrillator more than anything else. A very efficient defibrillator.
But it does cure that one other girl's cancer.
Yeah, that one's interesting, but again, I think it's just helping the body's immune response of like, hey, remember when you were healthy? Which, honestly, because Remnant is so memory-based, I always assumed it was a memory-based thing of, hey, remember when you were healthy and didn't have cancer? Let's do that again. And the body's like, okay, yay! Which,
I mean,
again,
what's stopping that from happening to Michael?
Remember when you had two arms, bro?
Yeah, you could make the argument that could regrow an arm, but the body... I've never seen Remnant or the human body have the capability of regeneration.
That's fair.
You could tell the body. Remember when you could tell
an ear?
Like, yeah, you could tell. You could tell the body, hey, remember when you had an arm, but it won't be able to do anything with that. Unlike with cancer, where your body can fight it off and do its best, your body doesn't have the capability to regrow an arm. That's just not something the human body can do. And I don't think it's something that Remnant could jumpstart it to do. That is true.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just a matter of,
I just don't fully believe.
If Mike in You're the Band is Michael Afton, and this described as looking like a college kid in the year 2015.
My thought has always been that Molten Freddy, which is post, later entered, is said in the blueprints to have the most remnant of, like, anything ever. Why would it be after that leaves when Michael stops decaying? Because it's while he is in there, and while the most remnant Michael would have ever had would be in there, that he's dying and decaying, and it's post that he would start, getting better. And he even says he's been living in the shadows, which,
I
I mean, obviously,
have an
shadows,
explanation.
purple, yada yada, but even that shows that he's had to be living underground for a reason.
Yeah, so the way I think about it is I think remnant healing is something that takes time, and if it is being actively disrupted by something such as a whole bunch of animatronics stuck in your torso, keeping you dead progressively by like damaging your body and making it so that things can't fix themselves, then it can only heal so much, and in favor of things just getting worse. And that's why, like I mentioned, Scrap Trap earlier, being like, I think that Scrap Trap having more flesh and more bones and like an ear and stuff that like Spring Trap doesn't, I think that's like William's broken off his arm and you see the bone regrowing. I think he's like removing the animatronic bits so that there's room for his body to fix itself. But it's a process that takes time, and that's why Michael would be like, I've been living in the shadows, because he hasn't recovered yet. But that's just my thoughts.
Again, I don't. It's one of those where it just brings
You can
the
interpret it
question
a whole
of,
bunch of different ways.
yeah,
and it really
oh
just
yeah,
depends
and
on
it
how it's
does
going to
bring
get
the
applied.
question of, can and will the human body regrow itself in this way? And so far, we just haven't gotten
Don't
anything
know.
of like
Yeah.
this. But if in Frailty she was like, this kid was missing an ear, and I put on some things and his ear grow back, like then I would be like, okay, yeah, that's fair. But we
it's
just haven't
very
seen anything
ambiguous.
of that. Like, yeah, it's ambiguous. And honestly, is it that Scrap Trap has more flesh and stuff, or just that we can see more of it because there's more holes? Because you can't look at the base model and be like, okay, well, he's gonna model the guts that you can see on Spring Trap, and you would say the same for Scrap Trap. And it's less of like, and I would always think, is it
I mean,
because
he's got the bone
see more
fingers
of it,
on
or
Scrap Trap,
Yep.
but like in Spring Trap, presumably, I don't think the bone fingers would work.
Slightly
But who knows?
controversial theory, just because I know a lot of people don't agree and there's no like set in stone facts. I think Scrap Trap is a different suit. I don't think it's the same Springlock suit as Spring Trap. And when you see things like his tendons growing over, it's like disgusting. He has like stuff growing over the physical cloth of the suit. I think that he's definitely regrowing to an extent.
Yeah.
He's definitely healing to
it's
an
like
extent.
a sort of mismatch of suits that are like modified and stuff.
I feel
Yes.
like it's like it probably the
Oh, yes,
idea
that
was
is my
that it
thoughts.
originated because it's called Scrap Trap, is that parts of those are from the original thing, but post fire and post all that, he's just been
He had to
sticking stuff
try and
in
fix
there.
it up. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's like
Yep.
there was that one video where it was like theorized. It's like, hey, it kind of looks like Golden Freddy, like Withered Golden
Yes,
Freddy's
the muzzle and
snouts.
feet look like Golden
Yeah.
Freddy's. Yeah. Which is of note.
Maybe that's how Ultimate Custom Night happened,
Yeah. Or how even Golden Freddy would have been in the fire to begin with, is this is the one character we don't see, and it's like, well, it could potentially, because William said it's bring your kid to work day, stuffed some Golden Freddy stuff on him, and was like, all right.
I've seen the theory before that the reason that the Vengeful Spirit is attached to William in UCN is because he repaired his suit with Golden Freddy. So,
Yes,
similar
that was
to
we were talking
that's what
about.
yeah, similar to Man in Room
His own
1280.
thing.
It's like they're connected now.
Mhm.
The cupcakes in this chapter, stuff is referred to as life force, which
Remnant.
Yeah.
is remnant coded to me.
Very remnant.
But it's also so unclear. Like, if remnant is literally life force, let's throw away the description from Frights and say in the games it's life force.
I mean, it does say life in
Yeah.
Frights.
I just mean, like,
Power,
It
life,
is a
eternal.
type of life force, yeah.
it's memory made
Power, life,
life force
present,
mixed with metal.
whatever.
Yeah, and there was
past
that
and the
Jake
present, yeah.
sort of got the impression specifically. Like, there's it's intangible mixing with the tangible.
Yeah, that's it.
And what that sort of creates is a source of power in life, is the way I've sort of interpreted it.
Totally agree. But this would be the first time that let's assume that this is games canon. This would be the first time it's stated in games. This book is games canon.
Oh boy.
Oh, let's just pretend Chica's secret party exists and none of the rest of it does, honestly.
I mean, yeah, basically. D.A. Sterf did only
think
say
that's-
chapter 13.
That's true. I had a dream once where I was at a bridge and Scott Cawthon came out from under the bridge like a troll, and he said, "The only canon FNAF game is 5 Laps at Freddy's." And that is the kind
That's
of...
so funny.
That was a vision from God, dude. It's true.
The amount of FNAF dreams I have is significantly higher than I think the general population is aware of.
I've had like none, which is crazy.
I've had a couple. One where I got eaten by sea bonnies.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
My younger brother got brine shrimp right around the time I read that story for the first time, and I was like, no, I hate this. I think they're disgusting.
Like trying to eat spaghetti after like after hearing about like worms. It's like, okay, then maybe not today. only potential thing that could stop me from eating spaghetti. So I'm really feeling
the
ill that
concept
day
of a
for-
worm.
No, if I was like watching something or watching someone talk about like specific tapeworms, then maybe it would be like,
gosh.
okay, maybe I'll save this for later. But it wouldn't even stop me that bad. I just save it for tomorrow or even later that day.
Yeah, don't read Pizza Kid, I guess.
Oh, I wasn't planning on it. Connie hates it.
Awful story. Disgusting. Worst fright story.
Yeah.
Yep.
GiBi has heard Connie's thoughts on it because of her essays.
I have not heard the thoughts.
Connie thinks they should have gone harder. I think Connie thinks they should have been actual cannibalism, and then they chickened out.
Yeah, the ending of that one's bad.
It's bad. It doesn't make any sense, and I think it's because they chickened out.
Yeah, people in chat asking if we used a UV light. Yes, and that's not in the book. And first of all, you can't use that for the digital ebook, so I don't think that would be part of the puzzle. And then it's just
Ticket to
not
Fun
in the
came
real
with a
book.
black light, so that's how that was able to work.
Yeah, is there a Ticket to
That's
Fun
what-
ebook? Because I don't think there
I wonder
is.
where my black light went because I knew I had one, and I'm like, "Where'd my black light go?" It's in the kit. I put it back in. That okay? Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, I forgot that's where I got it from. I'm like, where did I get that, and where would I have put it? Because I can't find it. It's in the kit. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and then even if you look at Tickets to Fun, it's like you can kind of see the blacklight messages even without it.
Yeah,
Which
that's what
is-
people don't realize about blacklight is that
Yeah.
it's never truly
Yeah.
invisible.
Yeah, so I can assure everyone it's nothing to do with blacklight. It's nothing to do with looking through the page like with money, where you can see like a thing embedded in it. That's not how it works. Whatever it is in the words of the text, because even things like the splashes and the copy stains are not unique to this chapter. They're on basically every page. The one guy asked to scan the book in a bookstore. That's why I'm thinking about it. I think what DJ Sterf meant was like, we really only need to look at these.
Scan it with your eyeballs.
Chapter. Scan it with your eyeballs.
Yeah.
And if a librarian were to make a copy of just these 4 pages, just chapter 13, you could solve it.
It wouldn't have black light anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, the last time they used blacklight is not only can you kind of see it, but like they let us know.
Chica is important. Oh, okay. So this is. Oh my god! I cannot believe I didn't bring this up. I was like all last night thinking of like what we're going to talk about on here. The end of the logbook. What's the final page of the logbook?
Weird
Oh, I wish I had it
Chica
on me.
with
Weird
Endo
Chica.
with what looks like Endo 02.
It kind of looks like she's
What do you mean
like.
by weird Chica?
It kind of looks like she's like on a chair and she's
It's
like
not a
being beaten
specific
up.
Chica
Yeah, I'll get the picture.
because it's not withered Chica. It's not phantom.
Yeah, but I don't have
Chica.
my logbook on me.
It is
Hang on, I've got a picture of it somewhere
like the most
because I
disturbing.
talked about it in video.
I think it's like one of the most disturbing things in FNAF because it could possibly be implying
Right?
like.
No, I remember weird Chica.
Yeah.
I'm pulling.
Okay,
I'm
no,
grabbing
I
the
remember
pic-
what you're talking about.
Alright.
Okay, I was thinking of like the
Oh, well, I
cartoon
just-
dog. No, it's the
If
the
you send
dark
it-
Chica.
Yeah, I'll put
dark
it.
and
I'll put it
evil
on
Chica.
screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Dark and evil and malicious Chica.
like if it's supposed to be a depiction of like Susie's body or something. I just like ugh. It's like genuinely disturbing. But we have this lingering mystery from the last puzzle book, which is Weird Chica, and now this is all about Chica. It's so odd.
Again, with all the stuff we get about Chica and then all the information we have about Susie, you'd think she's the vengeful spirit. Goddamn.
She's the only one who gets her own fright story.
That's favorite.
Definitely.
Potentially. And there probably is some significance to her being the first one.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So a lot of people in chat have never seen this. This is that when you get to the end of the logbook, this is just the last page. No context, no explanation, never mentioned anywhere
People
else.
thought because this came
never
out
brought
a
up
little bit
again.
before FNAF 6, people thought it was a teaser.
Yeah, and then
it just wasn't.
It's nothing.
We don't know what this is.
It's so weird. So there's not, again, to me it looks like she's in a chair or a stool. It looks like she's slumped over. It looks like, part of the costume is falling away, just like with Scrap Trap and Spring Trap, etc. But yeah, I don't know how it could or would relate to this other than it is Chica.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People are saying Fiona reference. Back in 2017, we go crazy.
Oh, actually, with the logbook, that is not out of the question. Again, this was a few years after he was already talking to Steel Bull, and this is the book that has a maze, and Mike draws all of the FNAF characters in Halloween costumes outside of the maze one.
True.
So the logbook,
What's up, Connie?
the logbook having stuff relating to that is not out of the question.
As the controversial David Toyshink believer, I think that he, in
Very
fact, came up with the Murrays while he was doing the logbook, like that era of the
I would not be
series.
surprised if he had come up with it around that point in time, especially considering my current theories on the dirt pile.
Heck yeah.
I apologize.
Yes, I think currently what he did in this era.
We had an odyssey getting home.
Connie is leave little things of what he was thinking at the time, because we don't even know if this idea was fully formed in his head until even Secret of the Mimic. Let's be real.
Yeah.
But
yeah, because he might have come up with like parts of ideas, but then developed it later.
Yes, he wanted to use the maze. I mean, again, he was like he was already in works with Steelwool to make Help Wanted, and then the DLC is a scary Halloween maze that is showed in the security logbook. So, like, the idea of that was in his head. Potentially, the idea of the character of Chica being important was in his head. So it could be Fiona related, if even loosely, of this is something I'll come back to later.
Yeah, which is what, Chica's party world and sister location. He's like, oh, here's a thing. And then we don't see it again until Secret of the Mimic. Did he have every single thing about it planned out? Probably not. But he always knew it was a thing that existed out there.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's asking, did the Murrays live in Utah? So,
I mean,
Arnold
Short
says,
answer, yes.
Yeah, he's told that he's the closest technician to Murray's Costume Manor, which is why he's sent. So theoretically, Murray's Costume Manor is near all the other
William
Fazbears.
stole Edwin's house.
Yeah.
And and we know that at least FNAF 6 is very much in Utah.
Yes.
There was a hiccup where someone noticed newspapers in Secret of the Mimic that specified Arizona, but then it turned out those were stock assets that got replaced. Yeah, they were stock assets that got replaced.
Yeah, those were stock assets that. Yeah, I think. Well, there's multiple.
That, but they did not replace
a lot of.
FNAF
I think a lot of timeline snafus have happened because of stock calendar assets they put in a security breach.
Yeah, that
a bunch of those assets are just stock that they just used. I didn't think about.
And then the FNAF 3 map. Which, I know, ID, you think that it's
there.
on purpose. Yep, it's an annoying one for me.
It is still there, yeah.
Personally,
they didn't get rid of it.
My theory on that is that Steelwool and Scott said, what would piss people off the most here?
I applaud
I mean,
them.
my general thought, and I've said this before, is it's probably just establishing that that was a location that existed.
Yeah,
in that
was my thought as well.
That's a building that was there.
Yeah, and maybe the Fazbear Frights people, even if they didn't set up the
said,
attraction in that building, they might have looked at it as a reference for, we can
model
our
some people
thing
have
off
said
of this
we're
stuff.
where Freddy, the 1983 Freddy's that we see was probably built over where Murray's Costume Manor used to be. The idea is that that's the map of Fredbear's, which is still in operation and still around this area. And then eventually that they use that building to set up that, which wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah. I think the FNAF 3 map being there works in the lore. It's just a bit of a shock at first to see it. Wait, hold on.
It's just why? Yeah.
It means that they,
probably just this building existed and has for a while.
Fazbear Frights or Fazbear's Fright was a Freddy's location that they then retrofitted into the horror attraction. It's just weird because they never say that. in the game.
Yeah.
In FNAF 3.
Well, that and with the whole.
But
like,
we
VHS,
do know that they were very intentionally trying to make it as authentic as possible.
Yes.
So even if it's not outright stated, it would work.
With the tape recordings, like Tape Girl is like, yeah, no, they hired the indie game developer. I would not be surprised if that's what was going on.
If Fazbear Entertainment hired the Fazbear,
because we have seen that they've done that before, and I would not be surprised if that could even be how they got access to the location or the locations in general. Is they were like, hey, you can go raid this building if you want, like. Even though it's already been destroyed, it's like, hey, you have access to go raid this building. You're allowed. And even could have given them potentially even the derelict Fredbear's building as a building to use for it. Probably during like Spook Fest or Fall Fest or whatever, if it's in that same area.
Yeah, that's another, not to like derail anything with David Toyshink, but for me it's like, if he had the idea for Spooky Fest and Pizza Sim, and if he, introduce the character of the one.
Yeah, I've said this about other stuff, but not just about like Toyshink, because I feel like with Toyshink, again, there's the whole Golden Freddy. You set him to 1, you kill it, you get a game over. The 1 AI 1 you should not have killed. Deathcore. There's all of that. However, even with all of that, I feel like Toyshink doesn't feel like a teaser. There's things that feel like a teaser. This feels like a teaser.
Yeah.
There's things of like, there's been things in Security Breach and Ruin where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to fully touch on that because this feels like a teaser. The Candy Cadet stories in Help Wanted 2, I was like, this feels like a teaser, and I was totally 100% right. It was. I'm thinking of the Ruin Candy Cadet story.
Yes.
I was like, this is a teaser, and it was. It was for Secret of the Mimic. And I was proven right years later. Toyshink and all of that doesn't feel like a teaser. It just feels like a thing that exists.
I think
it could go either way.
Yeah.
I think, and I know that like you guys half agree with me, and that no one agrees with me fully. I think the names in the log. I think the names in the logbook are Cassidy and Dave, and I think Dave is David Murray.
I would honestly
I'm down for that.
Is this in the sense of like
Cassidy would be crying? Cassidy
or...
would be crying child.
Okay.
David would
David
be
Murray,
David Murray.
Again, if it is, it being Dave instead of David would be interesting, unless like there's a third party that called him Dave instead of, because both of his parents call him David.
Yeah.
I remember even asking that when it first came out. I was like, because Fiona or human Fiona only ever calls him Ed. Later on, computer Fiona, fake Fiona, only calls him Edwin, but she only ever calls him Ed. I was like, okay, can we look at how she talks about David? Did she ever, refer to him as Dave? Because she does seem to have a nickname thing. She only ever recalls him David full name. So Dave would be interesting, unless again, I'm sure someone's found 3 different Foxy Grid solutions that lead to the full name David. Because again, the Foxy Grid is like that, and also 3 and 4 letter words are very easy to find in any cipher if you're looking hard enough.
Someone in chat just said,
we can just hear Inky screaming in the background.
Oh yeah, she has thoughts. But,
someone in chat just said that they found the name Adam in the logbook. I'm like, well, that's a new one. Let's have that. Timmy, Evan. Yeah.
If you look hard, the Foxy Grid as a puzzle, if you look hard enough, you can find anything. But also 3 and 4 letter words in general are incredibly easy. Which is why, like, Dave over David, if it was David, I would be like, yeah, it's probably David Murray. But it being Dave makes things a little more interesting. She does this. She just walks around and talks to no one. It's pretty. She does this though when I'm talking. Especially on, she loves to talk on the phone. If I am talking, she is part of the conversation. But if despite all of my holdbacks, the solution is 100% Dave, then I would think this is not like a crying child thing. This is referring to David Murray. Because again, as we remember, while Crying Child was born like a year after David's death, the Mimic was not active and out and able to be in these areas until 79.
87? Yeah.
I think it's 79. because that's when the game takes place. And it's like, there were people immediately with theories of like, oh my gosh, the Mimic's been pulling the strings. She forced William to have a kid and name it David. And it's like, okay, that just doesn't match up with the timeline. Okay, the Mimic was not in the cuck chair while this isn't how, even though it would have been able to learn how to mimic that via mimicking Edwin, it is not doing that. Just laughing from the other room. It's, we do have to understand that I don't think there's any mimic involvement with that. Although someone once stated the idea that if William was involved with David's death, he could have named his kid David as a fuck you. I could see him doing that.
Naming my kid after my first kill.
Because he is shown to
stealing everything else from Edwin.
Give the toys of his victims to his kids. I would not be surprised. Which is what I think is going on with like the FNAF 4 toys in David's room is like, we've seen him giving the toys of his victims to his kids. That's what happened.
Even if he didn't kill David, he conquered Edwin, steals all his stuff. He
conquered, yes. It's a conquer. It's him coming back with his spoils for his kids. Yeah. Like, and it, that's what the toys being there means, is that those are his spoils of war and he's giving them to whichever kid ends up in the FNAF room.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking about David and Cassidy Afton in the logbook, and I just have this mental, imagine you're like a normal 5-year-old kid and you just want to play with your ball and your weird robot babysitter or whatever, and then you die and suddenly you're in like ghost purgatory hell limbo and you're talking to this random kid who looks eerily like you and keeps crying about his stupid bear, and you're like, for the love of God, we need to kill your dad.
It would be odd in the logbook, again, if it was David, because a lot of things with the knowledge and stuff could very much more point to, say, Charlie, because that's her job. But if it is, after playing Secret of the Mimic, I could see it more, because the white tiger ghost, which is probably David's, it says Mimic lines, and there's a lot of weirdness, probably because if any ghost is connected to the Mimic, it's David's. He just probably can't do anything, hence the projecting outwards. My thought is the weird teleportation and projection is you are in a metal body, but you cannot control it, you cannot move, therefore weird projection, weird Golden Freddy shit, weird white tiger shit. And the connection between those two of they're in a similar space could potentially bring out this conversation of them being able to be in this similar space and talk to each other.
Could also be that William, like when he took over MCM and everything, he did something that connected it, like in some way.
Yeah, we just wouldn't know what that would be.
We don't know because
we could find that out later, or we won't find out because it didn't happen. Yeah, like, it's one of those,
the same way that like
giant time gaps where we have no idea what was happening and we're all just making assumptions.
Yeah, the same way that like security breach and ruin are unsolvable until Secret of the Mimic. Secret of the Mimic's probably unsolvable until the next game, which really sucks.
Like they don't explain the moon, dude. They don't explain the white tiger. They're just there. They'll probably show up again.
I will
maybe
never let anyone
more answer. And that's the issue with the Steel Wool era and theorizing about it in general. Scott has been very like, now we can use stuff from Steel Wool era to help with the first 6 games, but they are generally self-contained. Like, there's multiple stuff in Steel Wool era stuff, like, say the poppets and everything going on with those and all that other shit you can use to help with the first 6 games, but those are generally self-contained. The like whole Mimic era and all of this, we don't have all the information because not all of the games are out yet.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part of theorizing with it. Is that we're not gonna, honestly, we probably won't be able to solve everything until the arc is done, and by that point it's over, and that's a different thing.
Yeah, I think, there are some things in the individual new games that I think are solvable and that the community has been pretty good with.
Yes.
And so I think that there will always be little things like that. But yeah, the overall story, I just think we can't do until it's over.
There are sometimes there are little things that people make bigger of, okay, this little thing, we can disagree about it, but it doesn't matter overall. It doesn't affect the plot. Honestly, biggest thing that's maybe be able to see things like that, real shit, Christian theology and arguing about that. There are little things that people will go to die for, and it's like, that does not matter.
Unwithered
that is
goat
not the
is
point.
here.
Why are you fighting so hard for this?
Hello.
Like,
Hello.
and people do that
turn you
in
up
Pretty good.
fandom as well, and other interpretations. And sometimes there are little things that people will fight to death for, and it's like, okay, we can disagree about this, but it isn't important to the theorizing.
Not to mention, it's with FNAF, it's a video game.
You're
not gonna kill anyone if you disagree on a theory.
I tell that to Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with that.
Oh yeah, there's a reason I'm not on
kill
Twitter.
you.
Mostly because I can see the attack dog within myself, and sometimes Connie has to hold me back from getting very angry at people.
Oh yeah.
In the moment, of course, like a few moments, like a few minutes later, I'll be like, sorry, that was a bit mean, even if I am unleashed. But because I get passionate about things, and sometimes I see things a certain way, and I'm like, how do you not see it? How are you ignoring this? Whatever. And we can all get passionate, I'm sure. It's just being able to learn how to keep that down, or
for the record, Unwithered, the cat is fine. She just likes screaming.
I was just wondering.
It's about 30 minutes
about
until her dinner, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah. We have $2 super chat.
I didn't eat lunch.
Oh.
I need to go eat food.
That's
I
right.
might come back.
We'll tag out.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks for being here.
Have it.
All right. $2 super chat from Tarian. David haunted Cassidy into being a suitable host. I wonder if Yuji has any thoughts on that. And Gura Lager.
Oh, like
maybe the toys of David and Crying Child are infected with their agony, stuck in the box, forgotten. That's how they communicate.
I think was it you? Or no, it might have been right. I think it was Ritos who pointed out that coming home, the thing is like Susie needs the toy to go on, to move on. And then like
David, you have 3 boxes that you put with 3 of his favorite birthday presents. The 3 birthday presents his mother was able to give him before she died. And he didn't get birthday presents again.
Because his dad is stupid.
It would be like, they each are sort of in like a little toy, kind of like, that's like a real Jakeism, It's like he's in a little doll, not a robot.
Yeah, like he's very connected to that doll, even if it's not metal.
And
which you could argue goes with like the guts theory of natural possession versus like forced physical possession, whereas there's the forced physical possession of stuffing a body into something, and then there's a natural possession which can happen easier to something that isn't metal, say like a toy or something like that. Although I would be a bitch here and argue that with the idea of Michael in the FNAF 4 room, is if you look at the logbook, when it's do you recognize these toys, and it's a variety of toys. None of the toys are any of the ones we see in the FNAF 4 bedroom. It's 2 dolls, a bike, a Jack in the Box, nothing that matches what we see in the FNAF 4 bedroom. And I will add, when it says like a plastic purple telephone, I do think that is different from the plastic telephone we do see, which would imply that these toys that we see that were Crying Child's favorite aren't present in the FNAF 4 room, and aren't present ever. We never see these, like the bike or the Jack in the Box or the whatever. Meanwhile, these toys also show up in Oswald's room and Into the Pit, which, I'm not going to go into the real world logistics. If you go into the potential, like, overall meaning of why did they put them there, other than a reference, is this is a kid who's crawling out the window and knows about, and his dad is a yellow rabbit, murderous yellow rabbit, but he can't tell anyone because no one will believe him, and the murderous yellow rabbit lords that over him.
I think it's a parallelism.
People have pointed out a lot of Michaelisms with Oswald, even climbing out the window, and there is a potential, because Crying Child never seems to care about or mention any of the toys we do see in FNAF 4, other than the plastic purple phone, which again might be a different toy entirely. There is an argument to be made that those aren't Crying Child's toys, and those are Michael's childhood room toys, which I will add, with, again, William giving his toys, giving his victims or his victors, his victory trophies to his kids, his other victory trophies, that Mike would be about the same age as David. And not enough people talk about this, because I remember me and other theorists talking, our general estimation for Mike's birth year was 71. Which
they'd be the
could
same
potentially
age.
be months after David was born. He's around his age, and I would not be surprised if he gave them to Michael specifically as almost as a thing of that.
Yep.
Of
So
like, look, my kid made it and yours didn't.
So Nada Masso in chat is saying, GiBi, you said yourself the box is unsolvable. So me and I believe Unwithered agree that because Scott said that, the box was a dangling plot thread, that it's not, what it originally was or what it was intended in FNAF 4 isn't knowable. But since that interview, he has released the FNAF 2 movie, in which Vanessa takes the MCI kids' toys out of the box. He has released Chica's Secret Party, which we're looking at right here, which says, what's in the secret room? In the kid's bedroom, she cleans up all the toys, and she has to put them away, and that gives her access to the secret room, where she sees the box.
With the box.
So these are things he wrote after that. Secret of the Mimic, you put the tiger, the blocks that say his name, and the ball into chests. And then in moon.exe, if you pick up the phone, you can hear a child crying. So the connection between David and Cece and toys
even
and boxes.
David, or as I've said, as far as we know, the issue is it is a crying child, so that is very apt. Even in 79, when crying child is still very young, very apt. But again, if it's a weird connection thing, that phone is in FNAF 4, and if that ended up with Michael instead, Michael would be old enough for him and David to potentially know each other, and even Michael at that point to be the crybaby who's like, I hate my fucking dad so much. He never sees me. And that David's like, yeah, me neither, man. Get over it.
I mean, it's so tragic that, Charlie definitely knew the Afton kids, regardless of what happens to Cece or what the death order is. Michael's now,
or regardless
lost all
of
these
how
people.
well she knew them. She could have even known them in passing.
Yeah.
Maybe she went to a few parties or something. I don't know. Even if she knew them in passing, that is, honestly, which kid she knew the best would depend on her age, and that is also debated along with her death year, because the novels didn't make things any easier.
Scott made the novels specifically to piss us off.
Yeah. Okay. So I hate this. I've said this a couple times.
There is that. Also the Mike being around his age kind of goes with because the theory that, which I don't fully agree with, but I could, if it came out that was true and there's other stuff that came out later, I would be like, yeah, okay. The idea that Will did kill Dave in some way or had a hand in his death is, as Fredbear Entertainment has pointed out, it's very similar to Charlie's death. And when we were talking about it, he was like, if Charlie is a bit younger, then she is probably around the age of Elizabeth. And the idea of him taking his rivals and killing off the kids that are the same age as his kids to prove his kids are the victor or whatever. No, my kids are the alpha children, the dominant children. They survived because I killed yours.
Yeah.
You guys are winning.
It is not. It's a thought
me.
process I could totally see him having. The issue would be, is there any kid around crying child? It wouldn't seem so, because again, Michael's about David's age. And crying child is potentially, Charlie is around more Elizabeth's age. I'd
look at it more as
or you could say that Charlie is around crying child's age, and the girl who was around Elizabeth's age was Susie, and looked enough like her that way that's part of why she was the first one. You could make crazy arguments. You could make a lot of arguments in regards to that.
You're gonna kill every child around my kids' age so that they become the superior ones.
Yeah, I honestly, I was honestly thinking of, it could even be a weird friendship thing. Is I was bringing up, probably not a lot of you know, the Every Heart a Doorway book series, but in the second book, this girl gets an adoptive vampire dad, and it's not cute. He's pretty not great. And anytime she makes a friend in the village, this girl has a memory of when she made a friend in the village with him, and he ends up dragging that kid's corpse in, and is like, you don't get to have friends outside of me, kind of thing. A very possessive thing, which I could also see being a thing of his kids are not allowed to have friends.
Hi, Yankee.
Connie, there's gonna be echo.
I know. I'm sorry. I just
here, mute your mic at least for now. It could be a very possessive thing of, my kids aren't allowed to have friends outside of me. They're not allowed to that kind of thing. It's a very similar thing to that book, where it's a weird possession thing because he views them as possessions and not people.
Speaking of possessions and people, so I hate this theory. I talked about it on TJ the podcast when we were talking to Tom. But if you follow through with either David Toyshink or God David or whatever, there's a strong implication that the Fredbear plush has mimicness in it, like the way that hand unit is clearly
GiBi,
dispatch.
you don't seem to understand that this was one of me and Connie's whole video, that we've been thinking that Fredbear plush had the mimic in it since a while, well before
a long
Secret
time.
of the Mimic.
Yes.
So it was before Secret of the Mimic. We were like, this thing is a mimic.
Different. Now, when we first thought that, it was different.
Yeah.
And that theory has kind of changed to go along with things. But the idea of it technically isn't William speaking through like a walkie-talkie or whatever in the plush, because he threw some mimic program to keep an eye on his kid, and obviously it didn't because it can't move. Something, you know, that's why we think it's even in the sister location bunker, is the next time we see the Fredbear plush is the sister location bunker with weird mimic stuff that is in Circus Baby.
Yes.
We think he even could have taken that program out of the Fredbear plush and, you know, changed it around a bit, shoved it in Circus Baby or all of the animatronics there, because they have a weird exosuit thing. Because for some reason the mimic program would be in her exosuit and not in her endoskeleton, which is weird. There's a lot of other stuff going into that, but that's the general idea. That's why, like, you can see William in the back and why it's like kind of weird or ambiguous if he's talking through a walkie-talkie or something.
Yes.
He's not. He programmed a mimic with his voice.
And I have a wild extrapolation from this. Here's the wild extrapolation. So, you know, if we're all kind of, and again, John kind of said this too, that the plush might have mimicisms. If the plush has mimicisms, which is also Davidisms, and we are going with this idea of the toys being in the box, which then connects, that would be what connects Crying Child and David Murray, you know, to have them talk in the logbook. It's because both of their toys would be in the box or whatever. The reason that, in this case, Vengeful Spirit David can see and Crying Child can't would be that Crying Child's essence is still in the box and the Fredbear plush is on William's desk. So it's literally, it's not in the dark box anymore. It's out and about. So that's why it can see and Crying Child can't, because he's locked in the box.
Sorry,
maybe
you know the Twilight Zone episode where all those random people are locked in the box, and at the end of the episode you find out why, and you're like, oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now.
Because when the thing we always posed with the mimicism, and it was also potentially an answer of like, is there like a weird M3 thing going on? And the idea is that, you know, potentially that Fredbear plush learned a bunch of shit and became the weird extra mimic thing that showed up, and then M1 and M2 are like, who the fuck is this guy? We were talking about less so in a haunted way, because if you look at what the Fredbear plush says, most of it is reminders. He's doing this again. He always does this. Remember what happened last time. Remember what you saw. It's a lot of remembers, reminders, repetition. One of the outliers would be he hates you. Some other stuff, but most of it is repetition, which is very mimicky to me. Of it takes in information and it repeats it, and it saw a thing happen and it's reminding Crying Child that it happened because that's its programming. It's its programming to say your brother's doing this again. He locked you in again. He left you here again. Remember what you saw. Remember what happened last time, because that's so much of its dialogue, and I would not be surprised if that's because it's a mimic chip in there, which I will add, with the idea that there is a mimic thing going on with Helpy. They did put that mimic chip in a small little helpful bear, which I think we say in the video in some way. Which, you know, our thought was more mechanical over haunted. If it is, it could be a copy of the program. It could be just M2 directly. It could be not a new one. If it's M2 directly, it could have David in it. If it's a new one, it's less likely to. If it's a copy paste from either of them, it's less likely to have some type of spirit. And I would say it is interesting, where one of the logbook things with the faded text is, does he still talk to you with the Fredbear plush? Which could even be a thing of, these are two kids that were kind of more raised by machines than their parents, which I think might be a very overarching theme in FNAF, is don't let machines raise your kids. Whether, hey, I'm going to just sit them in front of a of an animatronic band so I can go get wasted at the Freddy's, with the 90-cent Freddy beer, and let that do it. Or if it's literally I programmed a robot to raise my kid, whether, more overall, it's the idea, this idea of don't let technology raise your kid. And, I feel like there would be almost a weird camaraderie there of does he still talk to you? Of like, yeah, I had a mimic raise me too, kid. This is
yes,
like, yeah, no,
Scott
I get
clearly
it.
cares
I get
about
it.
that kind of thing.
Mine had the voice of my mom, yours has the voice of your dad, who isn't dead, but he was just lazy. But mine was too, so you know what? We're in this together.
All right, chat, I've created a goal. If in the next 30 minutes we get 5 super chats, $5 more or more, then I'm gonna make Unwithered read Chica Secret Party page 1 in his beautiful accent.
Yay!
Someone in chat who is behind, so they will not hear this for a while, said that the timer for Chica's Magic Rainbow is 3 minutes, and so that could relate to the 3-minute whatever thing we were seeing earlier. I don't know if that's
to save
true.
The kids in the basement.
I just don't know anything about Chica's Magic Rainbow, but that would be a
give
really
me a sec,
good
I can Google it.
Yeah, I was gonna do it, but Connie's got it.
So there's something interesting about this minigame, and I apologize if I repeat any talking points, and if you have, just tell me and we can move on. There's a couple of things that are very interesting about this game in particular. One being that obviously we're very clearly recalling Chica's party from FNAF 3, obviously, right? It's the happiest day, one of the happiest day minigames. It's the one where we get Susie's soul. It's in a house, and it's Toy Chica running around, and it's the same kind of house. Mangle's Quest also takes place in seemingly a similar house. Hyperdroid theorized that one of them's inside, one of them's outside, to parallel FNAF 4, the Mangle toy being inside and Toy Chica being outside.
And they are outside, directly like the Elizabeth's bedroom is a tile above the park with the girl who, is dressed and colored exactly like Elizabeth and has the rest of the toy set, which I will always say when I talk about her, because again, people like to think I'm crazy for thinking that girl, not the circus baby looking one, the Elizabeth sprite looking one who is in front of Elizabeth's room and has the other 3 toys in the set and has the Fredbear plush with white eyes looking at her, which only happens there and inside the Afton house, is Elizabeth. It's almost like she looks exactly like her or something. They're like, oh, well, her hair color is a little different. Yeah, and guys, she's wearing the same outfit with the same colors. What are you talking about? She has the same rainbow.
Okay, I agree that it's not crazy.
I have Magic Rainbow information for when you guys are ready for it.
All right, before that, I just want to read 2 super chats. So Tax the Toaster, $5, says, I want to hear Inky's opinion on David Toychink, and Terrian says $5 for the accent. So we're 2/5 of the way there.
I will have to find her.
Well, she'll start screaming. It's
there she is.
That's been very interesting.
There you go.
Hold on. Is that it? Yep. Well, there you have it.
I also think that girl outside could definitely be Elizabeth. She could also be Susie because her arms are in the same position as Withered Chica.
I think she's Susie because she's hitting the Withered Chica.
I think it could be either.
I think she has to be. I think there's more. She's hitting the Withered Chica, but I think there's more evidence for her being Elizabeth. Again, there's the Afton family inside house eyes that only show up inside the house. There's the rest of the set. The fact that she's right in front of her bedroom. The fact that the only thing she says to you is, why are you crying? Look at my toys, which is such a little sister thing to do. Like, I think she could be Susie, but there's way more evidence leaning. And then again, she does not fit Susie's color palette exactly, but she like 90% hits Elizabeth's color palette and outfit. Down to pink shirt, denim, blue skirt, red bow, those shoes. She hits that 1 for 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I think either way. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, I think either way, it's like, either you argue, oh, her hair color is different, or you argue, oh, her dress color is different, or because both of the Elizabeth and Susie assets were made after FNAF 4, so we couldn't have known in FNAF 4, like, oh, that's Susie, because we didn't know what Susie looked like.
Right.
And we couldn't have known,
I will
that's
say
Elizabeth.
It's the next game where we see an Elizabeth sprite that looks incredibly
similar, and it makes more sense.
Okay, no, this is a sister. Which I think, again, FNAF 4, FNAF or Sister Location has a lot of, okay, people missed some things with FNAF 4. And if anything, it's, hey, here's what's going on with the sister. And it's the sister of the crying child, which means if William Afton's her dad, William Afton's his dad. It's a connection thing.
Also, the fact that the sister, the toy girl, is hidden. Like you have to find that
area. Yeah.
It's the mound of FNAF 4.
Yeah.
Oh, and why was Tiny Toy Chica missing her beak? So Scott's not against putting small details in those side areas that apparently solve everything.
I think Toy Chica was missing her beak because I think Toy Chica's missing her beak because I saw that mangle. That toy was destroyed. Elizabeth is very rough with her toys.
All right, Chica's Secret Rainbow. Magic.
Okay, Chica's Magic Rainbow. So it's not a 3-minute timer, but it is its main damage attack takes 3 minutes. The rainbow cannon takes 3 minutes to charge. Once the 3 minutes is up, it unleashes a rainbow-colored beam that deals fatal damage to the player's party.
It is the final boss fight, not the mini game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But then I did notice there was in the mini game, it's if you die exactly 33 times or disable the voices, she'll attack and kill you with laser beams.
What is the...
Bizarre.
I'm trying to think of there's got to be something with 3 that connects also to the basement, because there's also 3 kids in the basement. 3-minute timer, and there's 3 kids.
There's a lot of 3s throughout.
A lot of 3s, and chapter. I can't just put it aside and say Scott is a Christian man. Of course, he'd use a lot of 3s. Like there's a purpose to this.
3s, 30s, chapter 13. You know, there's 3s throughout, but it's also like, is that just because 3 is like a reasonable time for like a short game to occur? And so it's just like, you know, it's easier to say 30 seconds than 45 seconds or what, you know, it's just rounding.
Everyone in chat is saying FNAF 3. You know, Happiest Day is where 3 of these 4 mini games come from.
Yeah, that is Happiest Day. Yeah. Yeah, that could. I was first thinking like, what's the third? Like in the what's the third kid that died? But I think that's like. Actually, I think that is Freddy Gabriel. If we go by grade order, the third kid would have been Freddy. Which, I mean, it's the namesake, but that's about it.
One of the
FNAF 3 is much better of a connection. That makes more sense.
3-2 might be real.
One of the things Tom said in the game theory video from today is that with the dark basement, you know, when you feed the kids, they float upward and escape, and that was very, you know, masks floating upward at the end of Happiest Day. You know, coded.
Yeah, that's why I think, especially because we're Toy Chica powering up her life force, I think we are supposed to be William. We're also in the Midnight Motorist house of, you know, whether it's metaphorical or literal, we're in some form of the FNAF 4 Afton house, right? Because it's like Midnight Motorist, it's the kid's bedroom, it's got Fredbear walking around.
They only show the one, which is weird, like the one kid bedroom. But what's funny is I remember as on a YouTube comment when we were talking about whatever in the video, and they were saying, "Oh, I always assumed that with the bedroom, with like the crying child's bedroom, that the bed is just like drawn weird, and it's actually a bunk bed, and the boys share a bedroom." And there is no evidence for this. I think that would be funny.
Michael does come from under the bed.
Michael wakes up from under the bed.
Michael wakes up first and is like, ha, and just locks Cassidy in his room for the rest of the day, and is like, I don't need to go.
I could see him doing that. Like I could, you know, like it's one of those where there is no evidence for this. I could see it and it would be funny. And it would be sad in like say FNAF 4 or something where it's like, yeah, that was just a single child's bedroom, you know.
So
like,
okay.
There was a brother in here. There's
really cool things from chat. Well, yeah, like the Golden Freddy hand. Okay, so Rocco in chat says, if you beat Chica's Magic Rainbow, the mini game, in under 3 minutes, you get a different character than if you just beat it.
That's what it is. But
Mind
also
blown.
it's 3 minutes to charge. So, but we're fighting more 3s.
More 3s.
It's 33 deaths, 3 minutes to charge the beam, 3 minutes to get another character. What character do you get if you beat it under 3 minutes?
Let's look it up.
I think it's Anim Dude.
Oh, wow.
Is
that would be crazy. Finn chat also said, you know, you give cakes to the children in order for Happiest Day to happen. You know, throughout FNAF 3, you need to give them all cakes, and then that puts them in Happiest Day. So in this, you're giving them cupcakes.
It is Anim Dude.
Wait,
no.
What could that symbolize?
If the player takes more than 3 minutes, they get an Anim Dude. If they take less than 3 minutes, they get Mr. Chipper.
Mr. Chipper.
Ah.
Chica is the third character on the roster in UCN. We're pulling out 14 theory stuff here.
Chica 3 theory. Oh my god.
She is always
that is
listed
interesting.
as third,
She is the third.
right?
I mean, but if anything, it just connects all of that back to Chica, which we knew. Wait. Connie, what year did Fiona die?
Was
it 1973?
It was.
The third birthday.
It was 1973. Nice, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Huh.
Yeah, 1973, 1983, A Crying Child.
As I've said, Scott, like, all important FNAF things happen on an interval of 3, 5, and 7.
Yes.
Truly.
Something I also was talking about earlier, I said it in chat, don't know if it came up, I had to leave the stream, but that the secret room, quote unquote, I think it's the Midnight Motorist part of the level. I think it's going outside, and that it's being called a room in the same way that, like, it's a part of the level. It's not a room in the house, because they never mention going outside. Right, because they
never talk about her going outside, but they show her outside.
Yeah, which I would say if you have to go out and maybe you can go through the rooms, through the rooms, quote unquote, or levels.
They have the secret room after the kids' bedroom in both places.
Well, yes.
I mean, which would imply that after putting all the toys away, you could go outside.
Through the window.
Out the window, yeah. Because they mention in the bedroom, that's where you see the person outside. So if you figure your way out, and people who are clever enough to figure their way out, that's somebody's in the Midnight Motor or in the FNAF 4 bedroom, and they go to the window and they hit interact or something, and you go out the window, and then you're in the Midnight Motorist part. And if that's the case, then we could say the mound is the box. That's what I was thinking. Is what's outside in Midnight Motorist?
Yeah, because then the box would be outside, and then the box would be buried. Which would go back to the idea that what's in the box isn't even a symbolic representation or a toy. It's the crying child's body, and they need to find it to help the spirit, which again is established in Alone Together.
Can we talk about the bathroom, the thing at the bottom of the tub? What is that?
We were talking about that. We ended up, so I was bringing up the duck game in UCN. We were talking about Old Man Consequences, or sorry, not UC. I keep mixing up UCN and FNAF 6 for some reason. I don't know why my brain mixes those two names up.
Same thing.
There's the duck game in FNAF 6. There's OMC stuff where there's a floating cupcake, and you have to take out all of the ducks to drain the tub, and then once you drain it, there's something like specific there. There's something special, but they don't tell us, and then you get the cupcake and give it to the child. You could. If the lake, the idea is like, oh, it's at the bottom of the lake, is when you get there at the bottom of the lake is happiest day. So would it be something regarding to that? Would that not be the cupcake you get by draining the thing, or would there be something else representing that? And the idea is like, is this like a weird, could this apply to like some type of shatter victim theory idea? Or you have to get all of the ducks out to drain the thing, and then you can do happiest day, or something like that.
So
that is if the item would be relating to happiest day and not be like Charlie's music box or something. Oh god, oh no, it's her feeding time.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well. Oh my.
She does this every day.
Good lord. Okay, so let's talk about the bathroom for a sec. So if we assume that the tub is like an OMC lake-ism, it could either be that it's depicting just from a different angle, from like a parallel-ism, the OMC scene, or it could be an inversion. So like in this case, the baby, there's a baby on the floor and there's Toy Chica. So either one is Fredbear and one is OMC, or one is OMC and one is William. Because, in UCN we see William screaming.
The idea of Toy Chica is William Afton. Yeah. I miss being in a server where they had that on the soundboard.
If he's screaming, in the OMC scene, then it's possible that this is like, oh, this is the dark version. This is the bad ending where William is there, and instead of Fredbear going into the lake and getting happiest day, William drains the lake and removes the cupcake, which is, the happiest day.
There is also,
thing.
As I was talking about with the weird sinkhole and flooding basement, there is something to draining the lake almost into the sinkhole. There might be some, I don't know what it would be, but there is something there as a weird potential connection.
Yeah.
Gurlogger says, William burying the box. Perhaps some things are best left forgotten, sobs, for now. Because he loves crying child.
Yeah. Me about the child that I kind of caused the death of, like, oh well.
Yeah.
I'll just forget he existed. What second child? Why do you think no one knows this kid's name? He just chose to forget. He was like, okay, whatever, child. What?
Oh my god, like digital circuits, they forget the name. Oh my god. See, you know why he cares?
They get to Ghost Realm and he's like, I don't remember my name. And Charlie's like, that's okay. What do you think of? You're right, terrible.
You know why?
Dude, how do you think Shadow Body got his name?
Kane, yeah. You know why William cares that his children die? Is because his wife left, so he can't just make another one. That's why it bothers him so much.
One of the funniest real-time fandom games thing that me and Connie reference at like the end of one of our videos is the she's like holding a kid and she's like, dude, we need to get her to a hospital or something, and the mom's just like, oh, I could always just have another one, Mom.
Good lord.
Well, that sucks what you just said.
With Chica's party bathtub, I hate to be that person, but
I already mentioned drowning, don't worry about it.
Good. No,
I did it for you.
There's a Charlie at the bottom of the tub.
I'm your greatest advocate.
Yay!
I brought up a lot of Charlie stuff because the drowning girl does show up in the bathtub in that story.
This is the thing though that makes me think that there's more to be discovered, or that this game is going to be playable. Either we have to find it, or it's already playable, or it's going to be in a new game. Because this kind of thing is not like, it's not even giving you the kind of the pieces to put together what's at the bottom. Like, oh yeah, and there's something, they don't even use any particular word. It's just very significance at the bottom of the tub. And it's like, what? At the bottom of the tub? Where did this come from? And it's just, it feels like when we eventually are able to figure out if there's a code or something, that we'll be able to use all this information to like put something together after that. But
although, if all the pieces were here, they don't tell us how to open or what's in the box. What could be if the idea is at the bottom of the lake is happiest day, the very significant thing could be the keys or whatever to unlock the box. And you have to do this many games to be able to unlock the box. That would be if everything was here.
Yeah, it's just so odd. Because, like, is it going to be that we put together, like, a certain code, and then when we go to each of the words, it'll be like, in the box is this, like, it'll spell out a sentence? Like, is that the kind of code?
Your mom is in the box.
I just want to know if it's like, are we looking for something to put somewhere, or are we supposed to put these pieces together in the book, like the logbook?
Is this just a piece? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it an ARG?
We are not given the front of the box or Lego instructions. We don't know if we have all the Lego pieces.
Mm-hmm. We have Shadified says Slime GiBi. And Springlock James says, Curse of Dreadbear suggests the Murray household is the FNAF 4 gameplay house. Could you map the rooms to the Murray house?
Oh, well, as someone who made the Murray house on The Sims, the answer is no, not really.
None of these houses have ever had a garage.
To be fair, just because you can't really map the rooms to the house doesn't mean anything, because it's a video game and they pretty much never match rooms to houses ever.
Can you match the Murray house to Chica's secret party? And I think he doesn't have a garage, right?
That would
I don't remember there being a garage.
Yeah.
I don't remember a garage. Not impossible, because it is a car path up to their house, so they probably did have a car, which would assume a garage. It's just potentially that we didn't get to see it. Mostly
Again,
because
I built the
entire thing in the grounds. Okay, let's be real. He was boarding up like the front door. A garage door is a big entryway point, especially if like the Mimic could absolutely lift up the garage door, like where he probably fully closed off that room, if there was a garage.
I don't recall there being a garage, and I usually remember garages because in The Sims
there wasn't.
Cars, so I have to remember.
That's why I was making the case
garage,
that there probably is in the house. We just don't see it.
Fill it with something else.
The other thing is that could explain why there's only one kid's bedroom instead of 2 or 3. Then it would be more linked to like the master bedroom, which we see being Edwin's and Fiona's, and then the kid's bedroom being David's. But again, if this is a weird mixed, it's because we were talking about like, would this game happen at a certain point, or is Chica's Secret Party just a mesh of time periods? And if so, like, we take that into account. And if it is a mesh, then it could explain one kid's room, one master bedroom.
Yeah, so like if kid's bedroom, if we're going Murray house, then it would be David Murray's bedroom, and it says there's posters on the wall of Freddy Fazbear, which I don't think would be the case for David Murray.
Which isn't there, yeah.
What's weird, I was trying to think of like, is there a way of lining up each of these rooms to like one game in particular, or rooms in the games? Because like the kitchen is listed as kitchen.
That each room was representative of like a game, and we were trying to figure out if that was.
I do think there's something important to lining up the order in which we have to play the game, because the game is clearly listed out of order here, and we have to figure out like, oh, you have to do the cheese before you do the garage, and the garage has to come after this. And I feel like maybe then if we line something up, we'll get numbers in a certain order, or we'll get words in a certain order, or we'll get something that we have to like.
GiBi and Co.
Yeah, we did that
found
6 months ago.
A number code, but they just don't know what to do. Like if there's a potential number code, but if it goes anywhere, we don't know where.
Yeah, like
what's also so funny is that I'm in the exact room I was in when we did that that stream like a year ago.
Like if
not my usual stream.
If Scott's website had like a password box and we did this, we'd be like, oh, okay, it's 1724 because that's like the order you do the rooms in. We have nowhere to insert a number code, which makes me think that right now that can't be the solution, assuming that it can be solved.
What is the order of them in terms of like, what is the order of events? Do we have that written down somewhere?
It's in the last stream. Shizu might have it. Someone in chat posted it earlier. I don't think I would still have it.
If anyone in chat is watching now, post it.
Yeah, it's that same person. Post it again, please.
Yeah, because it's basically if you follow through the walkthrough, then it's the order of rooms that you would have to do it in based on the items you get.
Because something that would tell me, okay, this is interesting. If that's important, right? Because I mentioned this earlier, and again, I don't know if it's actually in any way significant or it's just a coincidence. But the numbers that are the page number for chapter, the start of the Chica Secret Party chapter, the page number is 234, which is sequential. 2, then 3, then 4. So if we're supposed to line things up, it might be a hint that like go from one to the next to the next. You know what I mean? That might be a stretch, but I just find 234 very interesting to be the very first like page that we land on, because it's kind of like an unusual number. You know, it's a completely sequential sequence.
Yo.
So, Storyteller Nerd says living room, kitchen, basement, garage, office, bathroom, master bedroom, kid bedroom, secret room, attic.
Okay.
Let's
screenshot that. How do I do
secret room and then attic is interesting.
Because attic's definitely last.
So let's go through those, I suppose, one by one, and just see if there's anything that stands out.
So
living room, kitchen, basement.
1, 2. So living room is 3. Kitchen is 2.
So you start with 3. Interesting.
3, 2.
What is what? Yeah. I hate. You know what? I hate that there's a Chica 3 theory because like, why is Chica connected to so many 3s?
Yeah, UG, read out the like what the order is for them, and I'll count.
Living room
3.
Kitchen
2.
Basement
1.
Garage. Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9. Office
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did I miss one? Oh my god, yes I did.
What
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the 7th room. In the order of the book is the 7th one.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I see what you're doing. Bathroom
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. Master bed room
2, 3, 4.
Kid bedroom
5.
Secret room.
6.
Attic.
7, 8, 9, 10. Because there's only 10.
Okay, and then it says a little wiggle room, which I presume is like kitchen and stuff.
Yeah, because maybe it doesn't have to be a strict order. So yeah, 3, 2, 1, 9, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 1, 0. Because having 10 rooms is kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
is there okay? Let's go in that order and read those sections, right? Like let's just see how that lines up, right? Like living room.
Yeah.
And you have to do it in your wonderful accent.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I think the counter didn't seem to be going up for the super chats, but we were getting.
We got 5 super chats, but one was under $5. But I'll let it slide.
All right, all right. So let's go living room. Hang on.
You should get it.
I'm just watching you adjust it on stream.
Oh yeah.
The impatient babies were more than a little distraught and knocked over things in the living room. A circuit has blown and the lamps are flashing off and on. Each time the lamps flash back on, the babies have moved into a different spot, leaving Chica confused. Once you step into the living room, the timer flashes to 1:30 and begins a countdown. And, yikes! One of the shadow figures might just catch Chica when she's not looking. Chica must find the hidden cupcakes and catch the babies in the right place when the lights flash on in order to feed them before the timer runs out, or before she's caught off guard. So the thing that sticks out to me there is 1:30, right? That's a number. It's around, again, 30. So, and it's 13 as well, which is
like a timer. Yeah, it's a 13. It's a I mean, probably the major thing is it's another 13 / another 3. But I mean, it's also a time. I mean, if they said the thing was 1:35, then people would have way more, would have said way more about it.
Okay, so let's
What's
just.
the next
I'm just
room?
going. Yeah, 1:30. Next room is kitchen. Sorry, kitchen is listed. I'm dumb. So kitchen. Just kind of wait for you to adjust it on stream.
Yeah, kitchen and
it's
dining
really
area.
a very little delay. All right. 3 babies are crying and sprawled across the kitchen and dining area. There are cupcakes hidden within the kitchen cupboards. The challenge is a very sneaky dog, wanting to jump and gobble up the cupcakes once Chica opens a cupboard. In order to distract the sneaky dog, Chica must grab a pizza cooking in the oven to entice the hungry hound away from the cupcakes, giving Chica enough time to feed the needy babies. The sneaky mutt eats quickly, and Chica can only grab another pizza after 30 seconds. Chica may or may not need a power-up in order to feed the babies. So 30 seconds, I guess.
3 babies, 30 seconds. So many 3s.
Gosh.
Susie, come get your dog.
Okay, wait. Real quick, did they mention how many babies in the living room?
Living room circuit is blown. Chica's confused when you step into the living room. Figure she's fun. You're finding cupcakes, so there's 0 kids. There's no kids. You're just finding cupcakes.
No, it's you have to find the
catch the
cupcakes
babies.
and catch the babies in the right place. It doesn't say how many.
Okay, it's true.
Okay, it doesn't say how many. Gotcha.
Yep. Okay.
So we should also take note of like thematic things, because maybe this is like a timeline order thing, right? Like, okay, so impatient babies knocking things over, lights flashing, shadow figures.
Yeah, I'm
all of this stuff.
That's a lot. So I'm just noting down the numbers I hear currently.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, because the second one is a dog, right? So maybe we'd go, okay, so that's like Fruity Maze, that's the MCI, that's the second event, right? That's just something to keep in mind. Third is basement.
Basement. The dark basement. There's the weird water one.
Oh yeah, okay. Not only is the basement dark and creepy, but also a pipe has broken and the basement is filling up with water. There are 3 crying babies that need to be fed cupcakes and saved, each one strategically hidden within the dark basement. Once you feed a baby, the little ones stop crying and floats happily onto the rising water and safely out of the basement window. However, Chica must save the babies within a 3-minute time limit. 3 this time is not written as a number, it's just as a word. I guess because it's only 3 and not 30 or 130 or whatever. So 3 babies, 3 minutes. More 3s. Great.
So many 3s.
Yeah, I don't understand. what it means for them to float onto the rising water and out of the basement window? Because like,
I think the
wouldn't
idea is
Chica
that
be
they're like
drowning in it
under
as
the
well?
water, and once you feed them, they just float to the top and get out the window.
Yeah, or the pipe is burst above the window, and so they just like go into the stream like Minecraft and like rise up the stream and out the window or something.
Yeah, I could see that.
They go to heaven like to call in chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then the doorbell rings. This is what the note says beneath it, and this is where they get the cheese, and then Fredbear is ready to talk. Right. So then let's see, garage. We go to the garage next because we got the cheese. Dark basement is UCN, maybe. It's flooding.
There we go.
I guess. The dreary garage is filled with garage is filled with boxes, old bikes, rusty tools, and a broken down car. Bum 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 bum. There are four crying babies and cupcakes waiting for Chica. However, there's a problem. Scurrying rats are trying to steal the cupcakes. Chica needs the secret tool of cheese in order to distract the scurrying rats from stealing the cupcakes. With the rats distracted by the cheese, Chica can accomplish the task of collecting cupcakes and feeding the bellowing babies. So this is 4 babies, and that's the only number mentioned,
Well,
right?
the first 3 were all 3, and now this next sequential
now we're on
is 4.
Very odd.
After the babies are and this is after the babies are appeased, an old static radio flickers on and starts repeating a series of numbers. Chica remembers these numbers, which we find out later. Do we find out the numbers later?
I don't think we find it out, but this is what got people thinking, like, oh, this code that we're getting needs to be remembered for something important. You know, so if the code is 330330044, you know, but what do we do with that?
The sequence of numbers is just 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Yeah.
3, 3, 3, 3.
Next one.
Office?
Yeah.
There we go.
See, home office. The home office is quite small, with only 2, crying babies, and a strange gray man sitting at the desk.
Yeah, that's
with
wrong.
only 2,
sure that means nothing.
crying babies.
That's
and
grammatically
that's
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With only 2. The obstacle is finding the undisclosed cupcakes. Chica looks around but doesn't see them. Aha! That is, until she discovers a locked mini-safe. Chica must discover the 4-digit code in order to get the cupcakes. The gray man doesn't seem to want to chat, so Chica leaves to find the 4-digit code. See, this actually tells me that the 4-digit... This comes before
the radio.
We go to the base.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this says she leaves to find the 4-digit code. So that tells me this should actually be before getting the radio, right?
But then we theoretically have to come back here again. So it'd be like office...
Right.
Office, whatever the cheese one is, office again.
Oh,
yes.
Wait. The TV is telling you the code to a safe.
Yes.
It's 1983.
Aha!
The radio is telling you to a safe.
Oh, it's a radio. Okay. Well,
Okay.
If it's a radio, that's different. If it was a TV, it's like, okay, well, we know what purpose that served at one point.
We don't know that the gray man doesn't want to chat.
But honestly, it's a 4-digit code in FNAF. It's probably 1983. William does not keep his stuff safe. We know the code to all of his shit.
Is there a note on like the next page that tells us what happens if we get the code? Because I feel like there is, right? It's like, oh, once you get the code, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, right there.
Yes. Later on, yeah. So this is achieves the 4-digit code and opens the safe, quickly feeding the babies. Finally, the gray man decides to speak, giving a hint about something scary under a bed. All right, so that's then.
So yeah, if we're readjusting our order, then the office comes before the garage.
Yeah, in terms of a puzzle.
Says later.
I think the puzzle is saying, like, what I'm saying is, I think the book is telling you read the bit about the radio after the bit about going to, and then this note comes after that.
Sequentially in puzzle solving, you have to do this afterwards.
Yes.
Although there's 2 crying babies, there is another 4 with there being a 4-digit code.
4-digit code, yeah. So then bathroom is listed next.
Which is already
in the bathroom. Yeah. Chica is tasked with capturing a floating cupcake in the bathtub to appease the wailing baby sitting on the floor. Chica must take out all the floating duck toys in order to drain the water from the tub so she can grab the cupcake to feed the impatient baby. Surprise! There's something else that is very significant at the bottom of the tub.
Okay, so okay. So we equated the ducks earlier to the kids William kills because of Mr. Hippo's story. So what if the wailing baby on the floor?
King George and the Ducky?
No. So what if he's getting the ducks, he's killing the kids to appease the wailing baby? He's like, I've got to kill all these kids to bring back crying child, the wailing baby. So he
are all these babies crying child?
Because they're crying, yeah.
You could see the kids in the screenshots they provide us.
And they got
look like
green,
the usual, like,
green shirts.
They look like the same kids in Chica's party who have green shirts and blue pants.
This is Chica's new party.
This is Chica's new party. Surprise! There's okay.
So much better than that lame-o last party.
Yeah, this bathroom is the one that it's like I don't see that it's anything in particular saying, oh, we have to do this in any particular order. The significant at the bottom of the tub feels like it's like, oh, this will be a thing used later, but then it doesn't seem to come back up. Master bedroom?
Yeah.
There we go.
When Chica looks out the master bedroom window, she mysteriously sees Bonnie walking back and forth in the backyard. In the bedroom, there are 2 crying babies. So this is interesting. One is on top of the bed, and another is in the closet, with cupcakes nowhere to be seen. As Chica approaches the bed, she notices some pink frosting on the floor. Moving closer to inspect, a golden, fuzzy hand snaps out, nearly catching Chica by the leg. Chica hops out of the way just in time. Chica needs to figure out how to get the guarded cupcakes from under the bed without getting snatched up. So this was warned by the guy with the gray man. He warned us about.
Wait, but where do you get the hat?
The hat we get later, right? Or do we? I think we find out where we get the hat, right?
We're given it at the front porch, I think. Like, I think someone comes to the front door and gives it to us, right?
I thought that was the cheese.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, because it says in the garage, it's like someone, like a doorbell rings, Golden Freddy is ready to talk.
No, that's Fredbear is ready to talk. I thought we got the cheese at the door.
Because this book is separating them for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did we just intuit that whatever's in the bathtub has to be the hat?
Well, let's find out if we find the hat later.
Okay.
It says like the doorbell rings, Fredbear is ready to talk, which that's what people were. I think is like Fredbear is ready to talk, which means you get the hat from that doorbell ringing and you can give it to Fredbear so that he doesn't kill you.
I'm almost certain the cheese is what's delivered. Go check the note that says the doorbell rings from the garage.
Ooh.
Gosh, which page? Office is it page 4? Yeah. So you need the cheese to do the garage. Where do we get the cheese?
So then where's the doorbell? Is after the dog or something?
Cupcakes. Yeah, doorbell. Yeah, it's the cheese.
Doorbell. The package is it's the block of cheese.
So we never get the hat, so it must be what's in the bathtub. Which I think we've discussed before.
Would make sense with Freddy going into the lake. With all the weird theories.
Yeah, Curse of Dreadbear, Freddy in the lake.
And Curse of Dreadbear, Freddy in the lake. Yeah, there's a lot of Freddy in the lake, so the hat being would make sense.
We said living room first, but this is telling us that Fredbear is giving us the hint on how to fix the dog problem.
So,
at least one of these hints has got to be like that bit in Over the Garden Wall where she's like, "Oh, don't go visit my sister Adelaide. She's evil," and it just cuts to like word with like the most unimpressed face.
So, dark basement. Then we get the cheese, and we're given the hint about the kitchen with the dog. So I guess those could be in either order, but we do have to start with the basement then?
So basement, okay, so order. I'm just going to take notes on a different order just because I think it's confusing, but we should just be because I might be missing something entirely. So basement.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
Do we need something for the basement? Does it tell us we need anything to get into the basement? I don't think so.
Nope.
So basement, we get cheese, which leads to the garage, right?
Wait, but real quick, while we're doing this new order, what numbers are in the basement? Just like 3 and 3 minutes, right? That was the basement. Yes, that was the basement.
Yeah. So we get cheese, which is a how to do the garage, and we get a hint for how to do the living room.
So I would say that comes next. Yeah.
So then, yeah. So, oh wait, well, where's the area where we talk to Fredbear? Because it says he's not ready to talk. So that's first, presumably, right? Because that says he's ready to talk, which means wherever we talk to Fredbear, he can't talk to us first, and then we go back later.
Is that just
So
in one of the white sections,
in the
though?
hallway or something?
Oh, I don't remember.
That's not listed as a room, though. But they because they say that like Fredbear gives you hints.
Yeah, no, I think that's before the rooms start. That's in the levels section, so that's not one of the rooms.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
great.
Yeah.
So it goes levels, then base. So levels. I'm just doing like in terms of the segments of the book.
Mm-hmm.
So levels, learn about Fredbear. Basement, get cheese, which is to do the garage, and a hint for the living room. So presumably living room or garage next.
But it's a branching path because we could do either the kitchen or the garage once we have the cheese and the hint about the pizza, right?
I would say yeah. Yeah, because the garage does not say, oh, we need a secret tool to fix this. It says the secret tool of cheese, presumably meaning that we've already read that section, so we can move on from here. You know, like the other segments, it's like, oh, there's something we need, and then you have to go read a different part of the book and come back. Whereas this is like the secret tool of cheese, so we already know there's cheese. So garage, even though we need the tool from earlier, we have it already in terms of the book as it's considered. So then I guess, is it like a layout thing? Like, does living room make more sense to go to garage than? Yeah, I guess, does it make sense to go from basement to living room to garage? Let's go to the living room again.
Living room. Circuits blown. I don't think we need any items for this. Like, we could have quote unquote done this first.
Yeah, because it's listed like early. Would it make sense to say that it's like earlier, like in the house wise? It makes sense to go from living room to get, like, I don't know, because we don't really have basements or garages the way you guys have. So like, does it make more sense to go through the garage to go to the living room to go to the basement, or does it make more sense to go
it depends. Honestly, that always depends on how you're getting in. If you're parking your car in the garage, then you have a garage door that goes right into the house, unless you have it like an off
yeah, but that's it would be.
But if you're parking
like
in the driveway,
unlikely.
You're going in through the front door.
Yeah, there's no universal.
Yeah, but it'd be unlikely.
But both are technically house entrances.
But it would be unlikely to have an entrance to the basement through the garage, or is that wrong?
Depends on the house layout, but I'd say generally unusual, but like not unheard of. Like depending on how your house is laid out.
Okay.
I'd say the answer is like 90% no.
Okay, so we know anyway that the garage starts the radio,
the basement,
and we know that before we go to the garage, we have to meet the gray man for the first time, which is where again? That's in the office. So it goes office. So maybe it goes basement, living room, office, garage?
Which could be, garage definitely on first floor. So the office and the living room on the first floor with the garage.
Yeah, I like the idea of like us ascending up the stairs, right? Because we go to the attic last.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So we're rising through the house. So I guess it goes basement, then we come up, we're in the main house, we go to the living room, then the office, then the garage. The garage gives you the radio, so we get the answer to what the gray man says, and the gray man says worry about the bedroom next, right? He's like, oh, watch out for the guy under the bed.
Yeah, so Shizu DM'd me
Yay, Shizu!
what the order they figured out, which would be...
Okay.
By the time this game is out, we're all gonna already know how to speedrun it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why I just sort of don't think it's legit, you know? Flameheart, $2.
Scott wants speedrun records immediately.
Yeah, could the stains be hidden code? So we talked about this. The stains are the same on every single page. So the coffee stains and the splotches are the same on every page in the book.
Yeah, it's just a copy-paste asset.
Yeah.
Maybe someone faked this, or I'm misremembering or something, but wasn't it someone like, who's the one that's been really active on Twitter lately, the ex-artist from FNAF? Is it
Pinky
Pills? Or
Yeah,
I think Pinky Pill. Didn't someone say that like they got like a screenshot from the server and they were like, oh yeah, I made these like 3 years ago? Screenshots from Chica's.
Yes, she claimed
so
that she made
they're
these.
not minigame extra, like these are crafted images.
Yes, they're made for the book. They're not screenshots from a real game.
I don't think they're a game that we're gonna play. Probably, maybe.
Sigh.
Okay,
true.
so garage static radio. Then we find out from the static radio.
Allegedly.
That's fair. We get the static radio tells us that we need to worry about the thing under the bed, right? In the master bedroom. That's what Gray Man says. He says, oh, beware, there's things under the bed. So that'll be master bedroom. Then we need the thing that's to stop the person under the bed because it's another note break. So I'm going to say for now that's bathroom, unless we forgot that we get the hat somewhere else.
I think the hat's got to be the bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah. So then we go master bedroom, then bathroom. And what does it say after we get the black cupcake? Or the black hat? We get a plate of 2 pink cupcakes, right? Okay. Fine. So then we just have to guess where we go next, I guess. Which would be the other bedroom?
You should put the rooms in the order of like solving the puzzle instead of like how Chica walks in, Chica walks out. I don't know how significant that is.
So Shizu has bathroom, getting the black hat, and then master bedroom. You give the hat to the monster under the bed. And you can also look in the backyard and see Bonnie. And then it would be kids' room, because it's the last one. And then secret room, which you need the master and kids. And then attic is the finale. So basement, living room, kitchen, garage, office, bathroom, master, kid, secret, attic. Set radio to a frequency 4625.
Where is the kitchen again? What does the kitchen say? I know I read this.
That's the dog with the pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, so that's after Fredbear, after the cheese, so that's after garage.
Yep.
So probably before the bathroom then?
Kitchen before... Yeah.
So in the bathroom you say you get the hat.
Hat's got to be
the reason I'm thinking that the order is important is because the cheese one in particular is not every other one. It's like, oh, Chica must figure out how to do this, and then the little like white paper note says, after you figure out that it's this thing, you learn this. But the cheese one is just like, she needs the cheese anyway, and then it moves on. So that's why I'm like, the white notes are telling you where to go next. So we read that one first, then we go, okay, we have to go here, and then we have to go to the next one based on the white note.
Yep.
So I have basement, living room, office, garage, kitchen, bathroom, master bed, kids' room, secret room, attic.
Yeah, the only one I have swapped there is master bedroom and bathroom because of the like you have to go find out that you need a hat, then go get the hat, then come back.
Yeah, I don't think that's significant.
Shizu says that because the game talks about having a power up at one point, which is never mentioned anywhere else, and that might be the pizza that we can get from the oven. And then a couple people are talking about using the cupcakes to go to different pages in the book. Based on what DJ Sterf said, I think the entire puzzle is contained within this chapter. So I do not think that's how it would work.
Guys, summon DJ into the chat.
I think there is another mention of power-ups. It's probably normal game power-ups like Chica moves faster, time freezes, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's what. Yeah, she gets power-ups to move faster.
To move
I think
super fast.
Yeah.
DJ Sterf.
Super fast. Yeah, one word.
DJ Sterf has been like not posting and been like offline since the day this book was leaked, which I think is really funny. Bro, if you're in chat, this would be time for a hint. Cough, cough. I don't know.
He won't return until we solve it.
We have to save him by solving it.
He's locked in a basement somewhere.
Did the book come out before Secret of the Mimic? So the book came out after, but according to things that people have said, it was basically like edited and almost completed before they really had access to Secret of the Mimic.
What does the secret? Someone said, doesn't the secret room say that Chica doesn't know about how you need both bedrooms to progress?
Does it say? It says that we do need them. Unbeknownst to Chica, yeah.
Yeah, they use Chica and us interchangeably, but kind of not sometimes.
You know, I know we firmly established that this was not a case of AI psychosis. AI did not write this book. Have we considered it as AI psychosis, but the AI is Fiona and she's just making this shit up?
Someone in chat said that 4 hours ago.
Yeah. Tales teller.
Because then my thought was, what's the point? Then
Storyteller.
Yeah.
Too
bad.
So the interesting thing here is I misread it before. The golden key, we get it in the secret room, so we need the secret room, but we also catch a glimpse of the box, which for a second I was like, oh yeah, the golden key opens the box, but it doesn't. It opens the attic.
Yeah, the box is already open.
The box is open. It's fine. We can just take a peek. We catch it. Is this telling us the golden key's in the box? Like with the other stuff?
I don't think so, but if something golden is going to be somewhere in the room with the box, you'd think it would be in the box, because golden. She can help finish the game, an essential golden key.
I mean, I think there's something interesting to be said that we, as Chica, give Golden Freddy his black hat.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's always that question of, like, when did Fredbear go from having a purple hat to a black hat? And we, as Chica, provide Golden Freddy the black hat.
But are we William Afton?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's interesting.
Yeah. The content of the box was the key to the box itself the whole time, says Shizu.
I mean, it was I mean, that's kind of what Scott said in a way, where he was like, it's what's in the box is the pieces put together, but also the way people theorized about it is like, oh, you have to put together all the pieces to open the box. Like, because he said you had to solve the story.
Mm-hmm. He said no one solved it this time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah. What's in the box, the pieces put together. So that's why people think it's solvable, because you just have to put all the pieces together, and that's why I think it's not anything that we could know, because it's what we put together opens it, and then what's in the box, it's the pieces put together, and it's all those together is a reveal for something else.
Yeah.
Chatter FNAF 4. Okay, so let's look at the attic then. So we get our secret key and we go to the attic.
Yeah, the attic is so weird. I mean, the whole thing is weird, but the attic, it just doesn't make any sense with all the other stuff that we've been reading.
10 babies. This is the only time I've seen where the cupcakes are a different number than the babies.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time it's like the same amount of babies in the room.
Yeah, this is very Is it in the baby minigame? Some of the kids take two cupcakes instead of just one.
Oh yeah.
And the trunks will shift and move like a
another
moving
3-minute
maze.
clock.
Move and shift like a moving maze. Yeah, you're right about the synonyms thing, GiBi. There's a lot. Yeah, another 3-minute clock. Hopefully Chica saved a power up or two for this level.
Yeah. There's a lot of numbers.
I mean, I do think it's very interesting that the game requires us to move from the ground, like from the very bottom of the game, from the basement, all the way up to the attic.
Which makes sense.
There's this ascension, which makes sense. But there is this, like, ascension motif of, like, the baby's rising up out the window.
Hey, ID's back.
I'm back. What's up?
We're looking through Chica's secret party, surprisingly.
Yeah, a lot and also
Finally.
not much. Yeah.
We got there eventually.
There's a lot of what we've learned is there's a lot of 3s specifically related to Chica. Chica 3 theory is true and might even ring more true than 14 theory because 14 only applies to UCN. Meanwhile, Chica and 3 is a number that is pretty consistent and is here a lot.
Yeah, so a lot of it is like which we've all done before, I'm sure. We went through and we put together the order that you're supposed to go through the rooms, and then we noted the babies and the cupcakes in each room. And, you know, as people have been saying for a while, it's like, let's say that we get a number code by doing this. What do we then do with that number code?
Yeah.
You know, where do we?
And most
where do
of
we
these
put
are
things?
3s, by the way.
A lot of 3s.
1 through 4, all of the numbers. There's nothing. I mean, there's 20, but like obviously, like if we're not fully counting, you know, decimals like that, that's counted as a 2. So basement, 3 babies, 3 minutes. Living room, 1 30-minute time limit. Office, 2 babies, 4-digit code. Garage, 4 babies. Kitchen, 3 babies, 30 seconds. Bathroom, 1 baby. Master bedroom, 2 babies. Kids room, 1 baby. Secret room. There is no numbers, but they do specify the 2 bedroom levels have to be cleared, so I'm counting a 2 there. And then attic, 10 babies, 20 cupcakes, 3 minutes, and then it says a power up or maybe 2. So once again, a weird 2 throw in for 2 power ups. But the issue is here again. What do we do with all these numbers? We're using a lot of numbers in these things, but what do we do with that?
Yeah, and do we just count the babies? Do we count only the times? Do we count the codes? Do we like?
I every time here. The only time I specify cupcakes is when there's 20 cupcakes for 10 babies, because every other room it's been the same amount.
Yeah.
But only sometimes they specify that. Someone's like, oh, the cupcakes are hidden in whatever, and then the one it's like under the bed she gets 2 cupcakes, and they specify the 2 there, but they don't in the other rooms.
Yeah, it's also...
Which means, like, do we look at what numbers they say?
There's 30 babies total, right? What's
Something
like in the whole game?
Yeah.
3, 5, 9, 12, 13, 15, 16, 26. Am I missing some?
I just remember Rai saying there was 30, but that may have been rounding. 9, 12. Yeah, 26. Unless we missed something.
2026, baby.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's the year that they're going to release the game.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Cross
there's the
your
living
fingers.
room amount, which is unstated. That's what it is.
Okay.
Can we see in those screenshots how many kids are in the living room, or if we can guess which one is the living room?
We get the living room, yeah.
In the screenshots?
The first one, probably.
Yeah, 2.
What else would that be? It's definitely not. That's the basement, that's the kitchen, and that's outside. So the first one's probably just the living room, because there's windows, you know, a shelf.
Yeah. Presumably there's more off screen as well. I guess there's 2 kids and 2 balloons. I don't know.
EP Wop says, when has Scott ever had a good idea? Quippo says, it's a red herring. I'm skeptical that crunching numbers is the solution. And I agree with that, which is annoying.
I agree.
Usually crunching numbers isn't the solution.
Yep.
Yeah, if there's nowhere to put them in, then it's not going to be like...
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
no, my theory about rising up the
was
stream like
door,
Minecraft is
the
out the
wall
window,
code,
because we see the leaky pipe there and there's no window.
Yeah. If it's 28 kids, that's the same amount as the wet floor bots in Ruin.
Really?
Is it?
Who has Google open?
Fact check.
Fact checker.
Floor bots
Teacher.
in Ruin.
How many
Teacher, we need a
pats?
fact check.
This is the kind of thing I'm like, how do I check that?
It says
like,
27.
is it on the wiki?
Yeah,
Well, you could
27.
probably find and see if someone's noted how many.
27.
Yeah, 27. Yeah.
Oh, that's my lucky number. Congratulations to me.
People saying, why is it called Chica's New Party? We don't know. Because it's New Party in the screenshots and Secret Party in the header.
It's very FNAF 2-y.
Yep.
You know, the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But, I mean, the original Chica's Party was also Toy Chica. She just had a Glock in that one instead of a tray.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so curious, because I remember when we were on this stream before, and we had numbers for those that are up in the corner of the page, like of the little screenshots, like how many cupcakes she had in each screenshot. And I can't find a screenshot of this page that has high enough quality to actually see that. Does anyone have the physical book, if they can look real close and see if they can see anything?
I have the physical
no, but
book.
I can link you to...
I'll be right back. I'll get it.
There's a specific wiki that has them in really high quality, so I'll just link you to that.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. Oh yeah, these ones they're too dark to see.
Oh, dark versus quality. That's might be different.
Yeah, so odd. And there's all these different colored cupcakes, which I guess are they the power-ups?
I
or is that
remember when we looked at the colors of cupcakes, I believe it did match the Circus Baby game.
Yeah, it's really interesting how it's a combination of like multiple of the mini games in a way. Because like it's got the FNAF 2 vibes, it's got Circus Baby vibes, it's got Midnight Motorist.
Yeah, and it's Chica's Party from FNAF 3.
Yeah.
Fruity Maze with the dog. Even kind of like FFPS, like throwing the pizza at the dog. So interesting. Do we think it's relevant at all that Toy Chica looks like... Now, again, it might sound crazy, but it kind of looks like Toy Chica's the one leaving those footprints in the Midnight Motorist.
We did talk about that earlier.
Yeah.
And my thought, my what I said was I don't need to be a feet finder maxer to know that that's not what Chica's feet look like.
Sure.
Yeah, the thought we were sort of having was that this would be kind of post Midnight Motorist, and the footsteps were whoever the runaway was coming back, and that they weren't left by Chica though.
You know, if
they are pointed,
like the character's very much going away from the window. There's like no possible way it's coming to the window. The animatronic footprints are the ones in the bush, and they don't even come up to the window. So if it does look like they're coming back to the window, maybe the kid came back. And
or that's not what Chica's Orange Guy's footprints.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're metaphorically William Afton, maybe his footprints would look different. You know?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, if Chica is there for the benefit of us playing the arcade game, but it's still shoe-shaped, right, with the heel smaller part in the back, and so that could just be representing, etc. Yeah.
It could be, but also, like, if William Afton is the orange guy... The footprints going away from the window, or like towards the window from wherever the runaway went to, is a little interesting because like William or whoever, I was like, oh, he'll be sorry when he gets back, so that implies coming back. But like,
which is why I was like, you know, that's I remember saying that. Yeah, it's like the he'll be sorry when he gets back, which could imply that this is
once
you'll be sorry. I'll be setting the dog loose, and Chica will be giving out cupcakes. It'll be a mess, I tell you.
Yeah, so the screenshots, it's 0-11-1, and I'll send pictures. You can make it out pretty easily in the real book.
11-1. See, that's so interesting, because I would have guessed that the bottom, the Midnight Motorist one was no cupcakes, because she doesn't have a cupcake on her plate.
No, she has one.
That's wild. Yeah, okay, that is very clear, actually, in the screenshots.
Yeah.
0-11-1. I mean, that's like random... Like, it's 14. It adds to 14.
I think we talked about that.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, she has 0 in a screenshot where she's holding one, and she has 1 in a screenshot where she's not. What an odd detail.
Yeah, because other ones she's holding different colored cupcakes, which is why I would assume like, oh, when you pick up a cupcake, it updates to whatever the latest cupcake color you picked up was. But because she's got none in the last one, you'd think she's got none at all. But in fact, the first picture where she has the cupcake is the one where she only has 1. Or no, she has 0. Oh my god. Ugh. Bizarre.
I think this is the exact order of events that happened last time. It's like I got the book and I'm like, maybe my eyes can see better. And we noted the
your elf eyes the
white pages that have all the little stuff is the exact same picture. It's just kind of squished. So it has the exact same blood stains, but in it's like, you know, Microsoft Word, you like squish it horizontal or vertical.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been through all this. Sigh.
Maybe the number is the inventory amount. Like you have 3.
Look,
so
we don't really have anything else to talk about. We have 4 pages of nonsense.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe the number is the inventory amount. Like you have 3, so technically you're storing 2 and holding 1, so it would display 2.
That could be it.
Like, yeah, do you have to equip your cupcake?
It doesn't say.
You have to reload. You have to reload, and she does a reload animation. And you hear
It's like a really detailed reload animation.
Yeah, it goes
transformation.
It goes hyper realistic for the reload animation. And it goes back to shitty pixels.
And it also, you know, the shadow figure thing on page 1, you know, it says Chica needs to follow one to discover who it is. But it seems like the end goal of the game has nothing to do with discovering who it is. So it's like, is that...
Yeah.
And it's never addressed again, you know? Is the shadowy...
That's just an extra thing.
So like you follow it...
An item, one of them might have a pickup.
Oh gosh.
The key to the box.
Oh my god.
But like, it, you know, it never says the shadowy man's been in the garage the whole time. So like, if you were to follow the shadow, where does it take you? Does someone have a chainsaw?
Farting into the mic, Connie.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. My
Sitting
earbuds
on your
are
phone
fucking
again.
Yeah, sorry.
Sitting on your phone.
It sounded like a chainsaw.
So
so like, is the shadowy figure, maybe that's who's outside. Although I do like the idea of the secret room being outside. Gosh, I don't know.
I mean, you can see Bonnie, quote unquote.
Yeah, so
Bonnie's out there.
Let's say it's Shadow Bonnie, right?
Non-specific Bonnie. You can see him pacing around outside.
So like, we're supposed to follow one of the shadows. Let's say that by Bonnie it means Shadow Bonnie. We're supposed to follow him outside to find out who's behind it. Which is weird. I think we're all in agreement that, like, William's probably behind at least one of the shadows, right? Possibly?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's usually more tied with Shadow Freddy than Bonnie.
Yeah.
And although, to be fair, if
I cannot get Toy Chica's William Afton out of my head.
To be fair, if I was choosing between
William Afton.
But if I was choosing between following Shadow Bonnie or Shadow Freddy, I follow Shadow Bonnie. He tends to help a bit more than Shadow Freddy does.
Yeah. And
unless you are versing Shadow Bonnie in a game, then Shadow Bonnie will be your 100% op. But otherwise, he's very competitive.
If you cheat in Chica's secret party, Shadow Bonnie comes out of the screen and kills you in real life.
It's like, what is it? It's going to lead to the fan game sprite of Cassidy. You know,
never play
the
hide
yellow
and
dungarees
seek.
And the
never play hide and seek at 1:35 a.m. with Shadow Bonnie.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Maybe new
what we
and
need
secret.
to do is go to each of those pages and take the first word of each of those pages.
Brother, I tried.
I know.
I woke up. I say this in the game theory video.
Chica.
I woke up at like, I couldn't sleep. So at like 10:30 p.m. I walk into my office and I pick up the book and I'm like, I'm going to find a YouTube URL in this book because that's the only thing I could possibly think of that we could enter, you know, to uncover something secret. And you just can't. It's not there. I tried for like 3 hours.
My thing is the weirdest line in the entire book, as crazy and metaphorical and whatever it is, the entire thing, the weirdest thing is find out more information on fan wiki websites. What does that mean? That's so ARG coded, right? If you need to know more about this weird thing, find the website that it's on. But what are we looking for? The individual, like, are we looking for the 13th word and the whatever word, and we take a letter from that and we put that in as a website link? Like, is that it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and unless, if they're talking about a real wiki, if they're talking about a real wiki, then either Scott or, DJ or Scholastic or someone would have to be the admin to prevent anyone from changing the page.
That's what I mean. It couldn't be a real wiki. It has to be a thing set up specifically for this, which is why the whole hoax of ChicaSecretParty.com worked really well, because, it was a website that would only be made with the knowledge of this book.
Is there a chicasnewparty.com claimed?
This is how we got in trouble last time. Yeah, people made the fake ARG and were like, "Oh yeah, this makes sense. It's a website that you should enter the numbers into. This is clearly what Scott would do," and then it was all fake, which is why he needs a community manager so that and the Leon Riskin thing don't happen. He needs
to use the Twitter account.
Hasn't posted in 3 years.
Sobbing.
Does he have like 6 kids? Literally just have one of them go on TikTok and tell us what's going on.
So someone in chat just said, does it mention fan wikis? Have you tried going there? Yes. So the very first thing you see on the page is it saying Chica Secret Party was very nearly a secret game, as it was only available for a short time, 3 days to be precise, on Scott Games back in 2016.
Free.
Information and tips can still be found on fan wiki websites about the elusive secret party, so check them if you want to know more. And there's, 2 or 3 major FNAF wikis. There's like the theory wiki and the normal one. And there's obviously nothing about this on them. And as we were just saying, unless Scott was the admin there, he couldn't make sure that the correct answer wasn't changed.
No, because people were bringing up with all of the 3s as they were like, is this something like pointing us to FNAF 3? Wouldn't it be crazy if we looked and like FNAF 3 was updated last December?
Yeah.
There's a soft update that no one noticed, and if you go and you input the codes into the wall, you can access Chica's new party.
Oh my god, into the wall code.
Honestly, that would be a baller move. Look, I've been joking about like, what if one day we look and FNAF World's been updated? Like, that would be the funniest thing for Scott to do ever. Like, and you look at the update notes and it's like bug fixes. That's all it says. And there's like some new shit in there. That would be like, and honestly, if Scott has somehow pulled this with one of the games, but no one's found out yet, baller move, that would be the funniest thing to do.
Yeah.
The last update was in March of 2015.
That's what I thought.
1.03.
That's the reason I think that this wouldn't happen, is because people would notice.
Yes.
Because Steam tells you if it's updating a game, and they would see like FNAF 3 updating and go, what? Like, people would find out pretty quickly.
Yep.
I mean, FNAF World isn't on Steam anymore. So if it was FNAF World that updated, then maybe less people would know, but people would find out pretty quickly still.
Yep.
Yeah, update 1.03 was the last FNAF update on March 23rd, 2015. Scott just mentions that he added a 4th star to the game for people who beat Aggressive Nightmare mode. This spring trap appears on multiple cameras. He explains that.
That's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So people in chat are saying, I mentioned this earlier, but this Chica Secret Party is where the Into the Pit game chapter should be, which they never address in the entire book, even though it's on the front cover. So they're saying maybe it's a MegaCat website that we should input something into.
Yeah, because the last time MegaCat did a ARG website, it worked out so well.
Went somewhere at all.
Yeah, they like deleted it, right? I DM'd them. I DM'd the studio. I was like, "Hey, is there any like way of looking at this? And like, also, was it important?" And then they never answered.
Damn.
Yeah, I think it never actually, like, it might have started going up and then they took it down pretty quick.
Yeah.
Well, too many people went on the day it was supposed to go up and it crashed, and they just never put it up.
They just gave up. Yeah.
Yeah.
All we know about it is like what was there previously, which people were able to find in the HTML, like a creepy version of the website.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun going through all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's no Spamton sweepstakes. It is not there anymore.
Unfortunately.
Meanwhile, you can access Spamton sweepstakes anytime you want. Fun fact. Because I think it's just linked to like deltarune.com, so they can keep the website open.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Into the Pit page on their website.
Yeah, me too.
It doesn't look like there's anything. You're like, ooh, hyperlink, click this word and it'll start the ARG. Also, if I was Scott, I wouldn't... To have this printed in a book, to me, means that it's pretty permanent. Like, whatever it's linking to, wherever you're supposed to go, seems like a permanent thing that would stay online.
Yeah,
that would mean Scott would have to trust
most people,
a studio.
You kind of know that, books are going to last longer than websites.
Yeah.
So, if this is all an ARG, it is a very wild thing to put it in a print book.
Yes.
Because, again,
especially when you can't change it, you accidentally messed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, we have to re-upload the hidden, the unlisted YouTube video, and now it has a different URL, so the book's just wrong forever.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, all these threes, it's just like FNAF 3 is the only thing that I can... 83, 73.
Secret room, this is a safe room. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, secret room, safe room. We talked about that a little before.
Yeah.
We were trying to map the rooms in the house with a FNAF game. So, the secret room would be FNAF 3, etc.
There's so many threes, and not only threes, though. Again, there's some 4s and 1s and 2s strewn in there. But many, many threes.
DJ something stat in chat. I'm checking. Every now and then I'm like, at DJ. No.
No, he's on his alt, obviously. Scott definitely has alt. Scott's here.
True.
We all know that Scott's here right now.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Brandon would have been like, yo, Game Theory just uploaded a video on this. Then they would have clicked that, and then it would have been like, oh my god, GiBi's streaming?
See, if this was just Solid Silver is in chat. Hello, Solid. It was saying that the fact we got so much Chica stuff in Secret of the Mimic would mean this is going to somehow tie into the next revealed game after whatever 2 comes out. But the problem with this being just a tease is I'm like, why would DJ Sterf be like, oh, go to chapter 13 and print that out and have it, look through it?
Just have chapter 13.
Well, specifically chapter 13,
Yeah.
nothing else.
Yes, exactly. It's just like, if it's just a teaser, I don't know why it'd be like, go take a closer look at chapter 13,
Or if it wasn't going to be solvable for months, for him to have done this around Christmas, 5-6 months ago, for him to be like, yeah, go scan it, go look at it, and he knew full well that it's unsolvable at the moment, that would be a jerk move.
Yeah.
It could also just be him saying, hey, this will be important, so keep it in mind.
Yeah.
Especially because it's not like he knows when things are coming out. If he knew that things were being worked on related to it, and was like, hey, you guys are going to want to remember this exists when these things happen. I appreciate it either way, because it does sort of emphasize chapter 13 is what you care about in this book.
Yes.
Look at it, be aware of it, and then use that context when necessary. Maybe.
Yeah.
I have the full clip because he was hinting at it for a while. He was like, oh yeah, this new biography about Herman Melville is coming out. And he was saying, oh, it has 4 stars on Amazon and costs $32, which is exactly the amount of stars it had and things like that when it came out. So
man, I need to relax, and maybe what I'll do is I'll go to the library.
Talking about that,
there might be this compilation volume.
It's a metaphor.
You know about Herman Melville?
I mean, yeah.
So,
I have to figure out how to...
wait.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to make you guys hear it. I figured this out earlier.
Share your screen on Discord?
No, it's
you can do
about
it
with OBS, yeah. Media source.
Stopped in April.
Okay.
I solved it in April, and I have the video script done.
He's been
Glamrocrates.
He's been saying that in chat all day and said that he'll only tell us if we let him on the stream.
Oh, blackmail! I see.
Yep. All right, so this should play with sound, but as we learned last time, we have to be quiet, otherwise they won't be able to hear it. And for you guys, it'll be a little delayed unless you're watching the stream. So...
Man, I need to relax, and maybe what I'll do is
Autobiography of a Yogi get an update.
There might be this compilation volume on the life of Herman Melville. You know about Herman Melville?
It's not working. It's not working. Gasp. Okay.
Is it in Discord? You have to change your input or something?
No.
Man, I need to relax, and maybe what I'll do is I'll go to the library.
Guys, why don't you help us solve?
Compilation volume on the life of
Herman Melville. So, the previous volume had a ton of factual errors, but it was really well received initially. Like on the retail sites, it was about a 4.8 star review average, and across a lot of people giving reviews. So it was really well received.
I have looked at like the copyright and all that kind of
like it was pretty well
I've looked at those pages being like maybe.
But there were factual errors that needed to be worked out. So they recruited the editorial staff. The editorial staff tends to have the final decision on what gets out there, but they recruited multiple authors to fix these errors. And one author in particular that I know about, he submitted a ton of stuff and staying up to like 3 and 4 a.m. some of these nights in between full-time this, that, and the other involvements. Like, he's just really busy, but he was sending in these corrections, and the editorial staff actually took many of his changes and, dispersed throughout these chapters. It's a pretty long book. I think the new volume has like 400 pages, and it's really well graphically presented in terms of what I can tell. So it seems like a pretty good work. I know people were criticizing the volume, saying that maybe it seems like a cash grab. I think that was kind of a minority view, but if the perception was that nothing was actually changed, and I kind of understand that, but seeing how much was actually changed, I don't know, 400 pages for $15 is pretty darn good, I think. And if you get cash back, if you're spending wisely, and you get 25.5% cash back on the regular, or 20 to 25 from different sites, different book sites or whatever, you're going to get that for like $11.80 or somewhere in that ballpark, which is pretty good, I think, for a 400-page graphical volume. But anyway, it's just one of those things. Sometimes there's a difference in vision between the editors and the authors, where the first 4 chapters of this new volume are really, really left-brained and like a walkthrough type style in terms of the details of the life of Herman Melville, like very detail-oriented, very sophisticated, I think really, really good walkthrough type chapters. But there were a few later on where the detail level that this author was submitting was just so in-depth that the editors were like, I don't know if we're going to put in all these details. But it's 400 pages. That's still a lot of stuff. So anyway, sometimes there was a print deadline issue where there was new stuff coming out about Herman Melville that was not yet public, and it was still being changed at the point, even as the print deadline hit. And so a lot of the initial vision of that was let's put out a brief teaser about this, and that's all we can really do responsibly. You don't want the details leaking. You don't want to put in everything that's still being changed and that type of stuff. So that's kind of one thing where maybe one of those chapters was a victim of that. But what I would do if I found that volume at the library, I might just open to chapter 13. Like, I'd start in chapter 13 as you would do a normal classic. Oh my goodness, like I might even have a librarian scan it. Like, scan chapter 13 for me. Yes, please. And but some of the authors don't, like, we have multiple authors, so not all of the authors have anything to do with some of these chapters. So it's just interesting to see what was changed, and a lot of stuff was changed, but just go to chapter 13 and get an analysis. But I know that a lot of people were thinking that this author was like responsible for certain things, and you submitted a bunch of blank pages, author one. Like, okay, but there are multiple authors, there are multiple editors. I know that author put in a lot of work, did his best, and still sees a lot of these changes done, and this is a huge step forward in his view. So I guess I'll check out that volume and see what I think, But anyway.
All right. So that was
that feels very, very deliberately targeted.
Yeah, very direct.
Yes. So he
Yeah,
obviously
I
had
love the comment in chat who said, "Wow, DJ Sterf is really bad at DDR."
Oh my
Maybe
gosh.
I had to hold back laughter.
He's obviously not happy with Scholastic and how the book turned out and how they threw away a lot of his suggestions, but he was very obviously talking about this, and he was very obviously saying that Chapter 13 is standalone and we can solve it just by looking at that. And I think if we couldn't solve it yet at the time he said that, then he would be very misleading, IMO. Which chapter is Chapter 13 in this book? It's the one we've been looking at all day. The Boy Who Loved.
Yeah, I think it could be a situation where it is technically solvable, but it will be easier to solve with new information.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then,
like we could come to a conclusion, but we might not necessarily be correct about it. Like, I remember, like, there being something where, like, someone was able to, like, correctly predict that something about Charlie. I don't remember, like, Charlie being the puppet or something. Like, way before anyone could have possibly known. But, so, like, you can come to conclusions and you can figure things out. But, like, it'll be easier as time goes on to figure things out.
I've said this about FNAF, where when the first game came out, mostly what people were arguing about was like, okay, who's the killer? And we know of two people, right? We know
we
the
didn't
player
really
and phone guy.
Until way later.
But the funny thing is you can get the general gist of FNAF from game one, and I am not kidding you. If you look at the newspapers, it has, like, the CEO of Freddy's was talking about, he was like, the characters will live on in the hearts of children. The characters will live on. And it's like, that's weird as fuck. Why would you say it like that? Like, you could look at that and go, oh, maybe that guy killed the and then you can get the general idea of FNAF, even from the first game. But obviously no one looked too closely at that, and everyone was like, is it phone guy or the player?
And something we figure out as we get more games and time goes on.
Yeah. The real question is, like, is this supposed to be in the same way that, like, oh, we use this book as evidence to talk about our theories? Like, are we supposed to go, metaphorically, Chica is doing this, therefore we can say this about William? Or is this like a puzzle, like the logbook, that we gotta figure out the answer to, and at the end we'll have a clear, like, even if the answer is used in theories, it's like, is there an answer, or is this all there is, and we're just supposed to use this as it's presented to us as metaphor and parallels and all that kind of stuff?
I think it's gotta beat the box. Like, there has to be some sort of endpoint. I know that Hyperdroid...
There's something with the box.
Hyperdroid has claimed that he solved it, and it'll be in a video he's making in a month or so. I invited him on, but he said because of time zones he couldn't make it. Also, I don't think he would... If he's making a whole video on it, I don't think he would just tell us on the stream.
That would be giving away the...
regardless of, I believe his Dave conclusion. It's like, I totally believe he's capable of doing this stuff. Even if I don't believe his Dave conclusion, I still believe he's capable of this. I just mean, like, if he feels like he's come to a satisfying conclusion, then that possibly tells me that there is a satisfying conclusion. It's kind of why I want to be like, at the very least, is it something we already talked about? Because, like, we can either just wait for your video, or I can be like, oh, that's a good theory, but I disagree, and then I can continue looking at it.
I guess we'll find out eventually.
We'll find out, yeah.
Yeah. It's... And that's the issue with Chica's Secret Party, is do we sit and wait, or do we act now, is really the big question. Are we supposed to be doing something that we can't figure out, or can we not figure it out because we need to sit and wait and have this for later?
Yeah. Sync Musa points out that DJ said he would start at chapter 13, and he did say, I'd have a library scan it, but I think that could be just to say scan chapter 13, right? Like, he puts emphasis on that, meaning as in look at chapter 13, not necessarily...
Is like,
I'll take you
a lot of other
library,
numbers before that. Not to say, because obviously we know what he means by chapter 13. He uses a lot of he goes into a lot of specific numbers before
those numbers were,
and that's weird.
It was
the stuff like the page count of the book and the cost of the book, because the book's $15 and
one of them was like the amount of
he kept
stars
saying
it had
400
on
pages,
Amazon.
400 pages.
Yeah.
See, I think part of that was him like convincing people to buy the book. Is like him going, "Hey, look, listen, it's 400, it's $15, you get cash back, you get some stuff." You know, he's doing the salesman thing, and then he's going, "But make sure you start at chapter 13 as you would." Well, that's the thing. Is he saying only pay attention to chapter 13, or is he saying start at chapter 13 and go back throughout it? Which I would hope.
Start implies you start and go forward, not start and go back.
Well, if the puzzle is to go through the book and like maybe not in order in any way, but like start there because that's the start of the puzzle. In the way that like the survival logbook is not necessarily start, you know, in chronological order. You know, to start the puzzle, you have to find the certain
the way it kind of I didn't get that vibe from it though, because like if I were to say like, oh, you should check out this movie, but start at this part because that's where the important stuff. Because like I'm not saying watch this part first, then go back and start from the beginning, because that's starting from the beginning and not starting from later in. It's just me going like, hey, the first 3 minutes of the movie are just staring out into space for 3 minutes, so you can skip that, go straight to the good stuff.
I guess it would depend on, but see, the thing is not clear. So unless we're supposed to input these pages or whatever, but if it was start here and then the pages themselves imply that whatever comes at, like if that in the movie analogy, like, you know, 10 minutes into the movie it says, hey, you should go back and watch minute 2, you know, and then you go back and watch minute 2.
If the movie says that.
If the movie says that, but that's the thing.
That's really in Chica's Secret Party.
If they're trying to imply to go to other pages,
unique it is.
Like, oh, find a. There's a tiny top hat you could find on the one chapter.
Yeah, that's the thing. If there was more stuff on other pages, but there doesn't seem to be. That's why I'm thinking it's like words on other pages or whatever. But like, then there's so much detail on this page that it's like, where do we? What I don't know. Is it like?
Dude, I spent way too long trying to figure out if this was a Sebald code.
Yeah, like 3
on the off chance that Scott was a Lemony Snicket fan.
Presumably chapter 3 is FNAF 3, right?
Yeah, I'm flipping to it now. Like, put it this way, if there was a very obvious 3-digit number that we got from solving this, then we go to that page. You know, a 3-digit number under 400.
Yes.
But it doesn't seem like that's the case. Chapter 3, FNAF 3. Yeah, it's just... And I know that most of this book is unchanged from the first edition. So, like... It's kind of
That's why
annoying.
I'm thinking it's like, oh, do you pick X word, like however many babies versus however many cupcakes? You go 10, like the crossword, you know, 10 words in or 10 lines in, you know, whatever.
Watch
it's
the
always
numbers.
So
watch all the numbers we wrote down, and you it's the stupid answer to the Foxy grid.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
And then
like...
the Foxy grid spells out, you're stupid.
Yeah.
It's you have to draw like the squares in the Foxy grid, and when you look at it, you've just drawn like a middle finger flipping you off.
Yeah, it's just gameplay stuff.
Yeah, there's nothing even on like the cover or.
No, the cover's full of the pit stuff, which is so freaking weird.
Yeah, they do have like a section technically about it in the Into the Pit book part, right?
Yeah. They mention it, but it doesn't have its own chapter.
The last number of the ISBN is 3. Oh my god.
Foxy's the only character missing in the game. Yeah, you're Chica, you see Bonnie. There's Freddy poster / Golden Freddy.
That is like Foxy in Into the Pit.
Yeah. So no Foxy.
Is there a page 333? Is there a page 333?
Yeah.
Just see if it's probably nothing.
It's like,
it's not just the number 3 that's relevant in the mini game. If it was only ever the number 3, that might be a bit different, but if it's like with there being so many different numbers, like there's 4 and there's 2 and there's 1.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna say what page 333 is. Dual processes, you need to like not scream.
Oh, no.
It's drowning.
Interesting. How interesting. That is such
interesting at the bottom of that bathtub, huh?
That is such an interesting decision.
Oh my god.
And it shows it's art
I highly
of
doubt
her.
that it's intentional, but that is very much.
It's art of her being under the water.
Yeah.
It's the field.
It's the field.
Oh shit.
Gosh.
You know, we're getting drowning in the next graphic novel.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be insane.
Oh my god.
And then the final graphic novel, we're getting the Mimic epilogues, which,
Good.
holy shit.
Finally.
Like, we are so...
Don't ruin this for us.
We are literally, like, pointing at the illustrator, like, don't blow this. Don't blow this.
Don't.
Wait. The first thing it says is log ID. ID. Did you have something to do with this book? You got to tell us now if you did.
I plead the 5th.
She's been here giggling the whole time.
Plead the 5th sounds like BV 5th. Wait a minute.
Oh, whoa.
Oh shit.
It's all coming together.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you think about it, there's so many 3s, and what are there 3 points on? A triangle. Illuminati confirmed.
I'm just seeing that little art of purple guy from Save Them with the You Can't balloons, and he's holding the Spring Bonnie head. Come on.
Yeah.
The Spring Bonnie was in the safe room. What?
What? Who could have seen that?
Yeah, I've looking at like the Chica's golden cupcake recipe on page 345. Oh, it's another sequence. 345, 234. 345. Like,
yeah, there's a like character encyclopedia stuff in the back. Let's look at Chica. Yellow animatronic, blah blah blah. Possessed by Susie and coming home. She's in FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, FNAF 4, UCN, Help Wanted, Curse of Dreadbear, Special Delivery, Silver Eyes, Twisted Ones, Fourth Closet, Coming Home, The New Kid, What We Found, Pizza Kit, See Bonnie's, Fine Player 2, The FNAF Movie, and Into the Pit and Secret of the Mimic. This would have been the perfect time to say that she's in
Chica Secret
Party. Unless Toy Chica gets her own page. But yeah, no, that's so annoying. Does Toy Chica get her own page? I swear, if this was the solution...
I feel like we did this already. I feel like we're going in circles.
Rick
Sometimes
Fasca
you
gets
just
his
gotta
own.
go in circles until you stop going in circles.
Whoa.
Sometimes you have to go in circles until you get real dizzy and fall over and throw up.
Okay, Toy Chica.
Exactly.
A toy animatronic with a Chica design. Her bib reads, "Let's party." After leaving the show stage in FNAF 2, her eyes and bill are missing. Toy Chica stars in Toy Chica The High School Years and Ultimate Custom Night, where she romantically pursues various animatronics. Appears in 2, 3, 4, UCN, Help Wanted, Special Delivery, Security Breach, and Help Wanted 2. So no.
Okay.
Damn.
It's lame.
Let's find William Afton's page. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Toy Chica is William Afton. Sorry.
I just got it out of my head.
So dismissive.
I mean, I was doing it earlier. Mine was probably worse.
Toy Chica is... I've used that clip like 3 times in my new video.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I was on a server once where they had it on a soundboard, and I missed that soundboard. It was great to have it.
My brain is empty.
Yeah.
I feel like every thought I could have thought has now been thought.
That's how it goes.
That's it. That's all the things you're gonna thunk. There's no new ones.
We done thunk it all.
We don't think at all. Does anyone in chat, if you felt so inspired by the game theory episode, to come up with your own ideas to solve this as a community, let us know right now. And if not, think about it and let us know in future. And if you happen to be the guy in chat who thinks that you solved it but just won't tell us, maybe you can just tell us.
Give us all your secrets for free.
You'd be a hero.
The other thing I was thinking is like, oh, maybe you get the numbers that, like, if you connect the 4 screenshots to the levels, then you get the numbers from those specifically and not just all of them. And you would get a different number sequence, but once again, what do I do with that? What do you do with that once you have a number sequence? You can make numbers out of anything.
Was again 0.
In fact, you can make numbers out of anything.
How many numbers How many numbers do we use for phone calls and Into the Pit?
Oh,
was it like
know.
6? 6 or 7?
6, 7.
That was not intentional, but
I hate 67 because I'm convinced it's a psyop to get kids to stop saying 69.
Oh
yeah,
good.
that, and it's a psyop by Big Basketball.
Big Basketball.
The basketball is so big they can't even get it through the hoop. Like, there's no point in the game. It's all big and round and shit.
Grr.
Well, we tried, and that's what's important.
Yep.
The real Chica secret party was the friends
some
we made
stuff.
along the way.
We've come to some potential conclusions about some potential things.
Yeah, I liked
Maybe.
the box idea.
Inky solved it, but unfortunately we can't speak cat and translate for her.
No.
Yeah.
Shame.
Ugh.
Actually, Corey, I'm coming in your room. I want to see the cat again.
Well, you're gonna cause echo, dude.
I'll mute. It doesn't matter.
All right. Well, I will free everyone from their Chica secret jail cell. If anyone comes up with ideas, obviously most of us, us theorists are in a server. We can chat about it there. And if any people watching this, either now or in the future, has an idea, feel free to email me. Feel free to Twitter me. Those things are listed on my channel.
We're all just in a dead end right now.
Yep.
And what's your name? Glamrocrates. Make your video. I know you have the script, but just make the video. Make it a picture of Chica with just voiceover under it. It'll be fun.
Honestly, me and Connie trying to make a video. Just do it. Make your dreams come true. Just do it.
I promise I'm trying.
And with that plea, we're gonna end it here. So,
all right,
bye everybody.
Bye everyone. Goodbye. The boy who loved Harrison James, Rockstar who says his page is 47 pages long. His script, I don't believe him. Goodbye, Aaron. Goodbye, Solid. 47 pages long for Chica Secret Party.
Is really big?
That's true.